A very good morning to all of you. I welcome all of you for the 6 hours workshop on statutory bank branch audit. Friends, first of all, let me welcome all of you and whoever already attended any sessions of mine, still you can attend this. And also, just for all of your information, this session divided into 4 parts, each part into 1.5 hours. You can have your laptop before you, ask your staff to connect this link. If you know any of the friends who got the bank audit for the first time, rather even they are having an experience doing the bank audit, you can forward this link to them so that they can also start following this. During 6 hours of today workshop, I just would like to go very slow, start from the very basic understanding of the initial concepts till how we can do the great automation using the Power Query. That's going to be last session I will take to the peak. If you can learn the Power Query, how power you will be having in analyzing the data. I'm going to take one demonstration with respect to the bank statements conversion into the Excel and analysis. Without taking much time, let me go into the workshop. And just for all your information, already the people who are attending Thursday for technology sessions of mine, probably you will get to know how these sessions go on. Otherwise, whoever visiting for the first time, I request all of you, you can just go into the description of your link, description of this YouTube live. You will be finding one Dropbox link. I request you please click the Dropbox link so that you can download all the working files. Today, whatever the working files on which I want to work, I request you also make a parallel run. If not parallel run, because I may go a little faster because I have to cover so many topics. Probably since the session is being recorded after even the session, the same video will be there live, will be there available in the same YouTube channel. You can come back, you can just recap, go back, forward, or backward. You can watch the video at your own pace for practice purpose. So the working files folder, I have already given the link in the description of this video. Let me open the schedule just to tell you uh, what I am first of all, because I know many people may be already knowing. My name is C.A. Saran Kumar. I'm gonna be the instructor for the entire workshop. Uh, you can just follow the same YouTube channel, the Excelism. Let me tell you about the Excelism. This is a YouTube channel run by me. Every Thursday, I take 1 hour topic on as with the title called Thursday for Technology as a series. For the last 1.5 month, I could not take Thursday sessions because of my preoccupation with bank audits and other official engagements. But let me promise you that from the third week of April month, I'll be resuming again. I'll be starting again the Thursday for technology. Already, I took 29 sessions, 29 weeks. Each week, 1 hour on Thursday. Already, all those 29 sessions are part of the playlist in the same, the Excelism. You can just go and watch it just for your information. Let me just tell you what are the topics which I generally cover. I'll not take much time, just for your information. Uh, you can just search. Yeah, anyway, this is what the Excelism live. I can just go to the playlist. In the playlist, you can watch at your own pace, maybe after the bank audit, Thursday for technology, all these 29 sessions. These sessions I'll be taking, probably if you can look here, I was talking about the pivot table. I was talking about the sampling techniques. I was also talking about how to convert your Google Sheet data into Excel. And also I took one session very elaborately on old tax versus new tax regime and so on. So all these topics are basically which helps chartered accountants, finance fraternity, article students, audit assistants, uh, who are working with the numbers and data day in and day out. I'm certainly sure These all Thursday for Technology sessions helps you out. So to get the access to Thursday for Technology, in the same description, I have given WhatsApp group links. I request all of you, please subscribe, join into those WhatsApp groups so that Thursday for Technology sessions, I don't circulate everywhere. I only circulate into the groups of Thursday for Technology WhatsApp groups so that you will get the notification whenever Thursday one topic I'm going to cover. And if you wanna connect me, you can even connect into Telegram. There is one group in the Telegram with almost 3,000 plus members, which is very active. That is the Excelism. It's a public group. You can just search the Excelism. You will get it. You can join there. There you can ask question. There are people who can answer, including me. And whatever the content which I wanna share, I always keep it into this group. When it comes to the LinkedIn, I share a lot of content in the LinkedIn. Probably you can just follow this. Just to give you a very brief for the other people who doesn't know about me, I am a chartered accountant, having a diploma in the information system audit. I also got the certificate in the FFD by ICI. I worked with Microsoft and Credit Suisse immediately after my qualification as a chartered accountant. At present, I'm a managing consulting. I render managing consulting service in the field of automation, analytics, and process audits. Uh, Tools which I focus more into my career: Excel, Power Query, Power Pivot, Power BI, VBA, IDEA, anything which can help in finance data or any data to automate, or anything which can help me to analyze the data. Those tools I am familiar with. I am the faculty for ICI at many CP seminars. I used to be the faculty for FAFD course conducted by ICI, 3 days dashboard course. I'm the guest speaker for many institutions, including the government institutions, C&AG, NASN, and so on. I'm also the visiting faculty for many B schools, including TAPA Institute of Management, Christ uh, Business Schools, and so on. I am also at present holding a position as a member of Managing Committee of ICI Hyderabad branch for the term 22-23. This is my brief profile. Let me go into the other things. As you know, I request all of you don't miss any of these four sessions, including the first session. Though in the first session, I may talk less about Excel and tools, but I'm going to give you the planning for the bank audit, what you should follow. So 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. Is the first session. Then you'll be having a, let me just and schedule the schedule. First session, getting ready for the bank audit, 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. And we'll be having a virtual break for 15 minutes. In that break, probably if any of the topic which you felt I went a little faster, you can just go back and you can watch it. And the second session will start at 11:45 to 1:15. In the second session, I would like to more focus towards conversion of the data because in the bank audit, you will get different types of data. We have 12 public sector banks, each bank having their own format, each CBS having their own format. Sometimes you may need to convert the data by using text to column. Sometimes you need to convert the data by using delimited. Sometimes you need to convert the data which one account could run into many line items like a CCDP file in the bank's 24 cases. Sometimes you may get the entire account statement, but the sector code or GL code may be on the top of the page of every page. Sometimes these sector codes and ledger codes is also very important for us because especially when you want to write an MOC, it's not a very vague way we are going to write the MOC. Probably if time permit, I'm going to cover in the last session how we can provide the MOC. In the MOC, you are going to keep the ledgers to which the debit should happen, the credit should happen. So that's the reason conversion of text files into the Excel used to be the major role. Even today, that is one of the major role. I know many of you might have attended many sessions. You learned how to convert the Excel data, sorry, text files data into Excel. But let me try my level best to convert text files data properly into the structured format Excel. And even also sometimes you get the data into the PDF format. I'll be covering in the second part how you will convert the PDF data into the Excel format by using the Power Query. And we'll be having a lunch break from 1:15 to 2:15. From 2:15, whatever the data for which we converted, We are going to analyze the data because bank audit is not about conversion of data. But why I need to convert the data? If I don't convert the data by just looking into the text files or by just taking a print of 200, 300 pages of loan balance file, CCOD file, CCDP file, for me, it is very difficult to analyze the data. So for that reason, I should convert my data into my Excel format, in the structured format. Not only conversion, I also use a word called data preparation. Data preparation means I clean the data in such a way which I can directly use into my analysis. That could be pivot table, that could be even for writing the formulas and so on. So in the third session, we will try to understand out of the data in the second session, what we extracted, what we converted into the structured format, how to extract the large advances, what are the list of accounts we should keep it into the table, which is going to be very important under section number 5, advances of LFR. And we are going to stratify the data because throughout my course, throughout my workshop today, I'm going to talk about sampling, not just a random sampling. However, I may take up some of the items randomly, but as you all know, these days regulators are hating the word called random sampling, especially from the professionals like a chartered accountant. They are always asking us what is the rationale behind taking one particular item as a sample. When you take a random, it's going to be very difficult. So throughout the analysis, I'm going to tell you how you are going to take a systematic sampling, how are you going to take the stratified sampling, and so on. And also, we are going to see not only just taking a sample, because you are not the only one going to complete the entire bank audit. I may go with my staff of 3 people, 4 people. How are you going to delegate this job to your staff? Not only this, during this entire process, I'm going to create the working papers. And also, I always hear from many people that working papers they create at the end of the audit. I surprise what is the meaning of it. I don't know. Working paper should be created during your audit. Whatever the thing you are going to create, whatever that, let's say you are delegating some of the accounts to your staff. That is a working paper. Tomorrow, if at all some question comes from the regulator about a particular account, then you will be in a position to know who is the person handled this and what are the comments they have made. So during entire workshop of today, I'll be giving you a methodology to be followed for working papers. Mortality accounts. Quick mortality accounts, people take it in a very light way. I'm going to cover in the first session itself till 11:30 how relevant the risk when it comes to the central statutory auditors and so on. Then you will get to know. And also we'll try to analyze some of the cases where SMA 0, SMA 1, SMA 2, and NPA accounts, and what are the different cases. I feel post lunch session, especially the first part of post lunch, gonna be very important where we will be talking about most of the analysis part. And we'll be having 15 minutes a virtual break till 4 o'clock. Then last session, we are going to talk. I'll take the session to the peak. Maybe whoever having very basic knowledge of Excel, though the last half an hour you may not understand, but I request you be part of the session so that you will get to know what is the future when it comes to the analytics. If you know the tools, how simple you can analyze the data. Leave about statutory branch audit. It could be even the concurrent audits, what you do day in and day out. So we will take one account text file, we will convert into the Excel, but I'll not convert in a manual way by doing a text to column. I'll convert by going into the Power Query. The advantage of Power Query is if base data, if you change it, the final data will change automatically. And if you have 50 accounts to analyze the data, how are you going to do that? Then we are going to build in the Power Query a function so that if you keep it into that folder, 10 accounts, it will do the text to column and analyze the data for 10 accounts. If you do 50 accounts in the folder, all the 50 accounts, you just need to click refresh, that's all. If you have 100 accounts, all these 100 accounts will get refreshed automatically. That means let's say in the concurrent audit, this particular month, if I get 30 accounts, then all the 30 accounts, if you could download the account statement, all the text to column, you can do it at a time. Then you can start filtering for any of the processing fees, any of the documentation fees, any of the inspection fees, and so on. So the entire process, you can do it with just click of buttons. However, the last topic gonna be a little advanced, but I request still all of you, please concentrate because this is what the future of our bank audits. This is about the schedule. I know you will be having many questions during this workshop. You can put the questions into into the chat box in the YouTube live. Maybe if a particular session I close a little early, then I can take up in the last 10 minutes. Otherwise, after end of the workshop, I'll take up the questions. So in the meanwhile, I can anyway during the session read the questions, because the questions are also just before me. I can just start looking into those questions. Some of the questions which I feel I can answer immediately, then I can take there and then. Let's look into the facts. When I have shown this at different branches, people got to know what is the fate of statutory bank branch audits. And I am going to show these facts to all of you. I request all of you just look into these facts, especially these facts I'm showing for the people who are little bothered that they did not get the bank audit, and who are little distressed that they are not getting the bank audit for many years and so on. Let me open this, because it's a fact at the end of the day. Even if I hide, ICI hide, RBI hide, facts are facts. It will not impact, no change. So it's always better to know the facts, though sometimes the facts are not very sweet for us. And friends, I went into the RBI, I downloaded last 3 years of branches audited by the firm's data, and I started doing some analysis to understand myself where we are when it comes to the bank branch audit. And friends, if you can look into this small pivot table, you will get to know how in India statutory bank branch audit is going towards. For the financial year 2021, there were 46,712 firms got audited. Branches, sorry. 46,712 branches of the banks got audited. I'm talking about financial year 2021. For the financial year 21 to 22, 21-22, the number was just 33,731. And for the financial year 22-23, the number went down to 25,000. I'm talking about the last year branches got audited in the entire India. When it comes to the percentage, the last column will give you the percentage comparing 2021 to 2023. Except the Bank of India, every bank lost, almost lost in the sense they have removed from the scope of bank branch audit 40% of the branches. 46,722 were the number of the branches in 2021. The number became 25,218 last year. It is almost like 46% reduction. This year for 23-24, there is no surprise. I feel the number could be around 20,000 or maybe even below 20,000. This data I'll be getting in the month of May. Probably in the after once I get the data in the month of May, I will make the analysis including financial year 23-24. I'll share across to all the fraternity members. What it is trying to indicate, the bank branch audits are literally going down. Now let's start looking into state wise, because many a times people always, I'm sure this live could be maybe many people from different places are watching. Some people from the north, some people from the south, central, east, and west. But let me tell the facts before all of the people that, especially when I go to the seminars in the South India, they're having a myth that North people always do great lobbying and they get the bank audits. And when I took the sessions at North, I went to Indore, I went to Siliguri. I interacted with many different people in the North India and other parts of India. They are having a myth that always when they don't get the bank audit, they always feel other reason people are getting the bank audit, which made me to went little in depth into my analysis. I analyzed the data when it comes to the branches for all the states. No state is an exception losing the bank branches in the scope of bank audit. If you can look, every state, almost like 30 to 50%. In some of the state, the number is 64%. But anyway, it's a small state. If you can look into the Andhra Pradesh, it is 56%. They lost the branches which are under the scope of statutory branch audit from 2021 to 22-23. So these all are the facts, whether you like it or not, you must need to digest. And this is another discussion which is going in the market, that when I interact, especially the young people who are into the category four, and also I interact with the people who are having two, three partners who are into the category two, they are always having a myth that because I'm a category four, I did not get the bank audit. Category one people always get the bank audit. Category one people are all thinking, in the last 1, 2 years, this discussion is going on because branches are going down, the size is also going less. So they are not choosing the category one, category two is the best one, category three is the best one. But if you look into the facts, no category is an exception in losing the bank branches. Category one, 40% down, category two, 38%, category three, 43%. However, the higher is category four, but the percentage is not very great comparing the other category three, it is just 7%. So don't bother irrespective of your category, but maybe for the other purposes, if you want to, get partners, you do it. But just for the, statutory bank branch audit, if you ask me personally, I don't recommend you to have paper partners or maybe increasing the partners and so on, because every category is losing their bank branches. Now, let's start looking into these facts. This is more important facts which directly connect to us. These facts are how many firms got the bank audit? Because when I don't get the bank audit, I always realize in a feeling that I'm the only one in this entire India did not get the bank audit, because I have a lot of emotional attachment, because I may be doing bank branch audit for the last 20 years or 15 years or 10 years. And obviously then a lot of emotional attachment is there. Then when I don't get the bank audit, I feel so bad. I scold everyone in this council. I scold everyone in the ICI bank country and everything. But let me tell you the facts. Not only you did not get the bank branch audit, there are thousands of people, thousands of firms in India did not get the bank audit. In 2021, 18,610 firms, 18,610 firms did not got the bank audit. Who are ideally, as per my understanding, though the numbers are not accurate, these numbers are accurate, but the firms who are eligible to get the bank audit for 2021, I got to know from one of the member at the council in that particular year that 30,000 firms were eligible. In 2021, 30,000 firms were eligible, out of which 18,610 firms did not got allotment. So remaining 12,000 firms did not get the bank audit. When it comes to 21-22, there were eligible 34,000 plus firms in the country. Out of 34,000, only 16,326 firms got the allotment. And for the financial year 22-23, that is last year, increasing looking into the trend, I strongly feel at least 40 to 42,000 firms were eligible to get the bank audit. At least 40,000 people, 40,000 firms. Out of 40,000 firms last year, it was just 13,000 firms who got the bank audit. This year, though, many people did not get the bank audit, I'm sure the number would be approximately 10,000 firms might have got the bank audit. Looking into this trend, I'm not sure about the exact number of financial year 23-24. I'll get to know in the month of May. But just understand, looking into the trend, I am assuming that 10,000 firms might have got the bank audit. Let me tell you the fact. You know how many eligible firms are there in India who ideally should get the bank audit, who are eligible to get the bank audit? Considering last year it was 40,000, I'm sure at least 45,000 firms who are eligible to get the bank audit. And also one circulation which is going everywhere in the WhatsApp as on February, how many firms are there and so on. Looking into that firms, proprietorship firms are 60,000 plus. Partnership firms were around 18,000 or 20,000. I could not remember, accurately, but I feel at least 40 to 45,000 are eligible firms to get the bank audit this year. 1,000 are only the firms who got the bank audit, meaning out of four firms, only one firm are getting the bank audit. Why I'm telling these facts? What is relevant? Let me tell you the relevance of this particular site for all of the people. I could see more than 300 people who are attending this session. Whichever firm, if bank branch audit is the revenue from the bank branch audit is a major chunk, maybe 20% or 25% or 15%, which you feel significant. I think this is the time you need to look into the other avenues. Otherwise, if you think you are going to get the bank audit just betting your time and other mind, then let me tell you, there are very rare chances in the future you will get the bank audit. So this is the time for you to look into the other avenues. This is the time for you to introspect where you are strong, at what domain you can build at your office, which can give you same or more than the revenue which the bank audit provides. If any of the firm whose bank audit revenue is not significant, then you anyway will not bother. But for you people, you can just think, if you get the bank audit, that is a bonus. If not, anyway, you not focusing towards that, there is no problem. So these all are the facts I would like to take before all of your notice, because until unless you know the facts, you may not know where you need to drive your firm. Okay, so let's look into the this is about a small analysis I just would like to give before everyone, though these facts are not very sweet for all of us. Fine. Let me just look into the questions, if any, till now. Okay. So people are more bothered about than these numbers, whether this session is being recorded. If I say it is being recorded, no one will watch live, but uh, whether you can even watch after that, even live, I'm okay. But 99% of the people mindset, I'll watch it later. Once you decide you will watch it later, let me tell you, there is only 10% of the chances you will come back and watch it. So, my suggestion to all of you, at least today, spend the time for this workshop. Ask your staff, sit before system. Otherwise, if you have a projector, keep the projector, let all your staff sit at one place and attend this workshop. Though this session gonna record. Let's look into the objective of the SBA. What is the statutory bank branch audit objective? Everyone, please concentrate. This one slide is going to give you a path how you should do the statutory bank branch audit. I'm not going into this AI part. I'm going to share anyway this particular data for all of you. But before going into that, these are all slides. You can just watch it. Let's go here. What is this? Let's start looking into the objective of the bank branch audit. This is the slide I want you to focus. This one single slide will tell you at the time of bank branch audit what you should do, what you should not do. At a particular item, how in depth you should go. At a particular item, how in depth you should not go. So this is going to be the guiding force for all of us. The overall objective of the bank branch audit should be to have the transaction testing and provide inputs to the statutory central auditors. On what? On adequacy of implementation of various policy and regulatory requirements, including the efficacy of the system and assurance functions, risk management, compliance, internal audit, the branch level. What this objective slide is trying to tell us, Mr. Saran, in a bank branch audit, you are expected to do only two things. That's what RBI is trying to tell us. One, the transaction testing. Two, provide inputs to the central statutory auditor. As you all know, the biggest stakeholder of the statutory bank branch audit, along with the management, is central statutory auditor, because central statutory auditor is going to frame his opinion on the financial statements, on the controls in the bank, but they could not go to each and every branch, look into the controls, how the controls are effective and so on. So they rely upon the reports given by the statutory bank branch auditors. So you are going to give inputs to the central statutory auditors on the internal controls. Your entire audit, now let me divide into two parts. Those accounts for which you are expected to do the transaction testing, and those accounts where you are going to look into the internal controls perspective. Meaning, transaction testing meaning, let us try to first understand. Transaction testing meaning looking about an account end to end. Meaning, let's say I took an advance account. that may be above threshold or even below threshold. I decided that I want to do the transaction testing. Then I will take that account, start from the birth of the account till 31st March 2024. I will verify that account. That is what the transaction detail, including the account statement analysis, including the pre-sanction documentation, sanctioning regulations or sanctioning guidelines, whether the sanctioning guidelines has been followed by the branch or not, and post-sanction documentation. Every damn thing I look into that particular account. That is what the transaction testing. I'll also download account statement of this particular account. Then I'll start looking into, are there anything which are significant which I should take to the attention of the management or central statutory auditor. That's what the meaning of transaction testing. Then what is the meaning of the inputs to the central statutory auditors? Meaning on the internal controls. Internal controls are n number. The internal controls could be on the credit side. The internal controls could be on the system side. The internal control could be on the market side. So you can just take 10 samples, just start looking into only pre-sanction documentation. 10 samples, start looking into the post-sanction documentation. Pick up 10 more samples, only calculate the drawing power, whether they calculated drawing power correctly or not. Another 10 samples, whether the stock statements are in time they are collecting or not. Another 10 samples, whether the valuation is proper or not. Pick up another 10 samples where you are going to only do the account statement analysis. So you are going to pick up so many samples for different aspects, based on which you are going to give an opinion to the central statute auditor whether the credit risk is okay, or whether the market risk is okay, whether the systems related it is okay or not. Let's look into the strategy part when it comes to the LFAR. LFAR is a guiding factor for us what we should do in the statutory bank branch audit. In the LFAR, there are thresholds it kept. Throughout the LFAR, at many places there are thresholds. The threshold fixed for different purposes. For comments in the LFAR will decide that above the threshold, the transaction detailing needs to be seen and commented upon. However, below the threshold, the system and processes should be checked and commented upon. It's very clear. The objective it is trying to link to the strategy. In the objective, you are going to do the transaction testing, inputs to the central statutory auditor. In the strategy, for what you are expected to mandatorily do the transaction testing. Wherever the accounts above the threshold, you are expected to do the transaction testing or transaction detailing. Below the threshold, the system and process should be checked and commented upon. Now the question will come into the picture. Sharon, during the in the LFR, at one place, there is a definition for the large advances. I am not having any large advances in my branch. Then can I ignore doing transaction detailing for any account? You can do that. There is no little policy because RBI in the LFR itself said above the threshold, you're expected to do the transaction audit. But as an auditor, there are many standards of auditing we should follow, the materiality, the sampling, and so on. Since you don't have any accounts which are above the threshold to do the transaction audit, my suggestion, you pick up at least some accounts as a sample for which you do the transaction detailing. Why this transaction detailing is important? Because in the revised LFR, which came into force in the month of September 2020, there is one table that the RBI kept where auditors are expected to be filled. That table is total accounts examined. If you are not in a position to do the transaction detailing, I doubt whether you are eligible to you can keep those accounts into the accounts examined, right? So this is about the strategy of LFR. Let's look into the other schedule topics. So we understood the objective strategy, and let me open the revised LFR so that you will get to know. Let me copy all this material into the working files folder. I think I'm finding some questions how to download all these materials. I already told in the description you will find Dropbox link. I request all of you, you can download uh, from that link. I request you to download after the session. Otherwise, specifically when I request you to download, because during the session, I'm going to keep many files there. So whenever we start doing Excel related analytics, that time I'm going to keep files there. So that point of time you can download so that you can do parallel working along with me. Let me just open this RBI new LFR. I request all of you at least read one plain reading into this page report. This report maybe just 43. When it comes to the bank branch audit, it is just half a report, but still, even the central statutory auditors, what is the LFR? You read it because even you, I'm sure you know that even central statutory auditors need to fill their LFR. This report is talking about, this report is basically, in fact, the LFR they revised after almost 20 years, after almost 18 years. In 21, 22, they have given the LFR, the same LFR we followed almost 20 years. Thanks to, the revised LFR where auditors should go a little beyond into their scope to do the audit. And keeping in view the large scale changes in size, complexities, business model, and risk in the banking operations, a review of the LFR formats in consultation with the stakeholders, including our own mother institute, ICI, was undertaken. It has been decided to make the following changes. Annexure 1 is talking about the central statutory auditors. Annexure 2 is for the bank branch auditors. Appendix, which relates to the bank branch auditor, is about the specialized branches, that is foreign branches and nostro branches especially, and so on. Annexure 3 is about large irregular critical accounts for branch auditors. Now let's go a little down so that you will get to know how important each element which is part of your LFR linking to the central statutory auditor. Because in the objective, in the strategy, always I'm trying to connect to the central statutory auditor, because whatever the work you are going to do, you are doing for the central statutory auditor and for the management. Let us look into the guiding. This is what the LFR by the central statutory auditors to the management of the bank. These all are the guiding principles. You can just go into these guiding principles. And the coverage of the LFR is about credit risk areas. When it comes to the credit risk areas, whatever the each point you have here, this relates points are there in the branch auditor's LFR. They are going to look into the loan policy based on you are going to do the comments in the branch audit report, branch LFR, credit assessment, sanctioning and disbursement, documentation. If you can look into your LFR, these all are different sections under the advances. That means how in detail you go into your advances, documentation, sanctioning, credit assessment, review and monitoring, based on which they are going to frame an opinion. Let's go a little down. Let's go a little down. Review of the monitoring, and they are going to even talk about the restructuring assets. Then they are going to talk about asset quality, recovery policy, and so on. And also they are going to talk about the market risk areas. They're also going to talk about the governance and assurance functions. They're also going to talk about the capital adequacy. They're going to talk about the going concern and information systems and other matters. These all are the 7 different matters the central statutory auditors in his LFA are going to comment. Audit report is going to frame the opinion, there is no doubt. He's going to frame the opinion. But when it comes to the LFR, for him to frame an opinion for the LFR qualifications, you are the one going to feed, giving the feed. Let us look into this annexure 2 of LFR to the management and the central statutory of the bank. That means only for the two people who are involved here. One is the management, the other one is the central statutory central auditors, right? Whenever you have a time, you can just looking into this guiding principles on objective, strategy, and the scope, right? Let me go a little down. This is what our format. If you want, you can convert this format into the Excel or Word document so that you can just copy paste it. You can start filling the data initially into the Excel or Word, because these days every bank are following the online filling. Once you are done with the audit, then you have to at least take half a day time to fill the details into the online LFR. So instead of every time writing on the paper, filling there, my suggestion to all of you, you can convert this particular one into the Excel format, and you can do that. My quick, which I'm going to talk here is Word document. Let's say how I can convert this particular LFR into my, how I can extract this particular table, or how I can convert this into the Word document. It's very simple. Just open a blank Word document. Let me open. Control plus O is the shortcut. Let me browse. Once you browse, you can go to the same path. Let me close this revised LFR just for the time being. Let me copy this path, Control C. Let me go there, Control V, enter. And this is what my new LFR review by RBI. Double click this. Now your Word document will convert your PDF file. Just wait for 1 minute. It's going to convert, because many a times we always ask the people. I'm just trying to see the questions if any are there. So don't mind. I'm just looking into the other side. It is only for the questions. So see, many a times we go to Google, we ask the people to get the data into the Word document or Excel. But my suggestion, why you need to bother, you just go to the Word document, Control plus O, open the LFR, that entire LFR is here. Now see exactly the same format, including the headers and footers. Now probably if I can go down, I can go down with respect to the branch LFR. Just take this branch LFR, just copy all these tables. Just copy all these tables. If at all you want to put this into the Excel, yeah, let me just copy this, Control C, go to your Excel, open a blank Excel, just do Control V, right? So now you can just start formatting this and you can just start filling the data. How simple it is. So let me close this without saving. Let me do it. Yeah, let me open a blank Excel. Let me do Control plus V, right? Now let me do save as LFR in the Excel. SBA LFAR in Excel. I'm just going to share the same thing in the working files. Probably you can download after the session. Let me close this, and also let me save this LFR, which is part of Word document F12, and in the Word document format into the same working files. Let me save it, and we are done. Excellent. That is about role of the central statutory auditors and different uh, things what we need to focus. Now, because I'm talking about the central statutory auditors, I forget to mention one important point while I was explaining about the analysis part. Let me open the same file again for all of you. Central, how we are respecting the central statutory auditor, doing the best audit for him, giving a lot of feed. I wish central statutory auditor also respect all the members who are doing the statutory branch auditor. And if they really want to do some favor to the statutory branch auditors, let me explain you what favor they could do. Friends, I forget to mention one important point when it comes to the bank branches, which are eligible to get the bank branches. Uh, yeah, in this case, or maybe state-wise. One second. I'm just talking about. Yeah, these are the eligible firms who got the bank audit, right? Not eligible firms. One second. Yes. Yeah, these are the eligible firms, not eligible firms, the firms who got the bank audit, right? Let me explain you here a fact. In 2021, there was a RBI regulation that 80% of the advances should be covered. The RBI regulation continued till 21-22. That means if a bank is having 1,000 crore as an advance size, through the statutory branch audit, they should cover 8,000 for 8,000 crores. 10,000 crore is the total advances. They should cover through the statutory branch auditor 8,000 crore. Maybe then that's the reason they remove all the small branches from the statutory branch audit. They'll try to see whether 80% of the total advances has been covered or not. And the last year, RBI has given a circular for all the banks stating that from 20, for 20 to 23, they can reduce it to 70%. That's the reason the number drastically went down. 18 to 16,000 is okay. It was just 20%, 12% change. But 21 to 22, it was 20% change. Why 20% change is there? because RBI said to all the banks, you can make your coverage minimum 70%. They'll never say that only 70 or below 70. They'll always say you should cover minimum 70%. Obviously, all banks don't want to spend money for the bank branch auditors. They don't want many things to come out. What are the weaknesses they're having through the bank branch auditors? So they obviously will go maximum 70. So for 20 to 23, 70. Not only this, in the same circular, RBI also mentioned a point that RBI also mentioned a point that from the financial year 23-24, bank can decide they know their own coverage, meaning bank should sit with the audit committee, bank should sit with the central statutory auditor. They can decide this particular year how much percentage we can cover when it comes to the advances. Here, central statutory auditor can make a very, very big role, can impact the branches, can influence the banks. How can I tell you? If central statutory auditors want to take a risk, then even 50% coverage, okay, then banks may say, okay. But central statutory auditor, for example, in the discussion of audit committee, bank and the central statutory auditor, the bank decided, along with the audit committee, that this year we want to only go ahead with 50% of the advances should be covered under the branch audit. Central statutory auditor can tell to the audit committee and the banks that if it is 50% coverage, we can't take that risk because we are going to frame an opinion on your financial statements. But out of which only 15%, 50% of the advances you covered for the audit, then what about remaining 50%? That much 50% we can't escape out of our audit. Central statutory auditors can influence the bank and audit committee. They can put a pressure. At least 80 to 90% of the advances has to be covered to get better opinion for their financial statements. If they can, they all, because it's not one central statutory auditor for a bank. There are many people. If all the joint auditors sitting together understand how it could be because I'm not talking about firms should get the branch audit. If we don't get the bank audit, we will do some other work. But for the country, auditing, making branches to be auditor are very, very important. When statutory branch auditor do the audit, lot of frauds will trigger, lot of frauds will come out. When statutory bank branch auditor do the audit, a lot of issues will come out, a lot of revenue leakage will come out, lot of provisioning calculations will come out. They'll make the provisioning increase. This is for the country. This is for the people because after all, this is entirely the people money which went outside into the advances. If as an auditor, I get a chance to comment adverse feature of a particular account, probably that can go to the next level for the review. Even central statutory auditor can make them, put a point that this is something went wrong. If they are not making audited 50% or 60% of the branches in the future, I just leave this matter to the central statutory auditors to really think how much risk they are going to carry. Now, there are a bunch of questions which are very lengthy in the questions. Let me read out very quickly. I request to make budding areas available for sole proprietor firms. I'll talk about it in one of the session. My friend Sai, there are many areas. You just watch my Thursday for Technology. At every Thursday for Technology session, I talk about how this area, this tool can help a CA firm to build their practice. One able to download working files. Okay. Anyone able to download the working files? Are there any issue downloading the working files? You can let me know. I don't think so. Even I tried, that's working. Okay, so let me read the question from Milan. Hello, sir. Can't we get from PDF to Excel using Power Query? Of course, you can do that. You have an option. I'm going to cover that as a last session today. You have a get data from the PDF, but when your PDF is having the tables, converting through the Power Query is a better option. When your PDF is also having the text, converting using a Word document is better because the titles need to be same when it comes to the table. But when it is a Word document, simply Control O, I can open it, copy paste it to the Excel. I feel that is quick. There is a question from Mr. Neelesh. Saran sir, most banks now seem to have their own LFR reporting format online. They expect the LFR points to be fed in the limited words in their system directly. Let me read the same question from the person. All case-based observations and examples are expected to be entered in the system parallelly. It becomes important to compile the examples in the same data formats as expected to be entered. Okay. As such, entering LFR points into the Excel is not acceptable to such banks. Nilesh, I did not say you need to enter the comments. I found a lot of issues when I was doing the audit. As you said, it is absolutely correct. No bank, these, in fact, in my initial statements, I said it very clear. LFR in every bank these days, you need to fill online, and they may give the access on the first day itself. And there are options. There is an option. I'm sure you can fill one section and you can save it. But many a times, what happened? We are in the hurry. We do the audit maybe in the other room, and we are trying to look into the documentation. Immediately, we may not come back to the system and fill the data. So for that purpose, what I'm trying to tell, you can have a separate LFR in the Excel or anywhere. You can carry the laptop and you can start filling the data. But in the laptop, you may not fill the LFR data of the bank, because LFR you can only be eligible to open, you are only can open in the bank intranet. So only for that purpose, Mr. Nilesh, I request people initially to feed the data into Excel, so that this laptop or this mail they can send across to the bank email, so that they can open it, they can simply copy paste the data. But LFR format cannot be different. Every bank must follow the same LFR format. So there are two more questions. Let me quickly read out. ICI has developed excellent utility for the audit program for LFR questioning. One should go through before. Yes, Mr. Jainam, absolutely. In fact, I'm going to open it. And many people asked me in the offline today, Saran, if possible, how to remove the password for a couple of sections, a couple of sheets of same utility provided by ICI. I cannot tell that how to protect it, though I know it, because especially why they asked when it comes to the audit opinion sheet of the utility. I'm going to cover that, but since you asked the question, let me tell you. There are a couple of logics based on which the audit opinion, which is coming automatically, is changing. They kept the formula. Many people wanted to see what is that formula, especially the people who are freshers. And at many places, it's protected. And when you're trying to put your own, if you can use the same format, that is good. But if I want to add a couple of rows into the format given by the ICI, I'm not in a position to, because it got protected. So I may not tell you how to unprotect ICI document, because that's not a good policy for me to tell, but I can tell you a clue. Clue is, just go to my Thursday for Technology playlist, search for how to remove the password for the Excel files. I covered in detail how to remove the password for the sheets as well as for the cells. Then you just go and understand that, come back to this tool, you can try. I don't want to tell you much deeper into that. And the last question from Mr. Shant Kumar. Sir, what is the loan balancing file in the FlexiCube? Which report should we ask the branch to send us? See, when it comes to the loan balance file, I'm anyway going to cover in the next part when it comes to the file compilation. Uh, I'm going to share across to all of you with all the three branches related, the CBS codes. You can look into that, but many of the codes where for the audit it will not work. But you are going to ask the FlexiCube is only used by the Canara Bank. You ask them to view the report where all accounts you can see in a glance. I'm sure they're having one account, one text file where you can see all the accounts. I'm going to show you, maybe if time permit in the lunchtime, I'll try to gather my FlexiCube old files, if any. I'll tell you, I could be in a position to give you either the menu code or the file name. Okay. Let's look into the different CBS. As you all know, many of the people, now there are only three CBS into the market when it comes to the public sector banks. Finacle used by Bank of India, Bank of Baroda, IOB, Punjab and Sindh Bank, Punjab National Bank, UCO, Union Bank of India, most of the banks. Banks 24 by Bank of Maharashtra, Central Bank, Indian Bank, and SBI. And when it comes to the FlexiCube, the only CBS used by the Canara Bank. Let's look into this CBS environment. What is important? Why banks want to remove the branch auditors? They want to do the audit at the central level. Probably this slide can help you out. Uh, there are basically three servers. I'm not going much in depth of the technical side of it, but just for the understanding of the people. There are three servers in any of the CBS environment. One is the application server where user or the staff enters the information into the screens, including the auditors. Whenever you go to a bank, when you step into a bank, if you want to open an account, they are going to take your information. They are going to fill the data into the screen. The screen is a application server. As a retail user or corporate user, once you log in into the net banking, you are going to do the access. That is the application server. The database server is basically whatever the transactions which are happening entirely get stored at the backend into the database server. That's what the raw data. The database server, obviously, because it's a database, obviously into the structured format and text to column using the delimited. Meaning, whenever you get the data, you can easily use text to column. And there is one more server which is available, the reporting server. Reporting server, because the bank cannot always access the database server. Banks are having their own MIS. Banks are having their own reports which are for the regulators like RBI. Even in fact, in the LFR, we are going to talk about the MIS related section. In the reporting server, they are going to keep many reports. The reports are getting generated automatically for banks for their own purpose, for the auditors, for the regulators, and so on. But in the reporting server, that is meant for the printing. When a report server is meant for the printing, so it will be having a proper header, footer, and so on. So that is mostly into the text format. And you can use the text file and you can convert into the Excel and you can start analyzing the data. As an auditor, you are getting an access to the application server for your audit login only, and you are getting an access to the reporting server. You will not get the access to the database server. Friends, I'm going to cover in the next sessions about the analysis part. Whether this analysis you can do it for one branch, 10 branches, 1,000 branches, same formula. Then if that is the same thing which I can do by just using an Excel. If I can have much better application than Excel like Power BI, maybe ETL tool, why can't I directly connect to the database server, do my analysis? There itself, I can easily make the quick mortality accounts. I can easily make, what are the account statement related, whether the revenue leakage is there or not. When I can do at the database level, then what is the purpose of branch audit? That is what the banks are now thinking into. Why we want to appoint bank branch auditor? Bank branch auditor role is what? Document verification, data analysis part. Document verification is these days done by the concurrent auditors. They are going to verify each and every document. Analysis, why should I need to do the analysis at the branch level? Why can't I do at the central database level? Whether doing at the branch level or central database level, my effort is same, my logic is same. My anomaly methodology is same. If that is the case, I can access directly the database server and I can start doing it. But let us all wish that should not happen. If that happen, statutory branch audits for the next generation could be the history. Okay. So this is what three servers we have. Let's look into different tools required for the SBA. There is one more quick question. What is the limit for LFR? There is no limit. Everyone has to fill the LFR. Every branch auditor should fill the LFR. Every central auditor should fill the LFR. But the limits prescribed for the large advances, the limits prescribed for threshold, for transaction detailing, that limit will be covering in the next part. Let us look into the different tools which are required. Now, let me just put it here. The tools which are required for the branch auditor. The first and foremost tool which you need to understand is the Microsoft Excel. In the Microsoft Excel, what is important? If you are not familiar with these things, I request you, please at least practice for next 1 or 2 days before you stepping into the branch. Pivot table contributes a lot for the analysis, a lot. Then consolidate feature may not be relevant, but sometimes when you have more than two account statements of the group companies, if you want to consolidate, you can use the consolidate feature. And there are many functions which could be helpful. There is a function called VLOOKUP. There is a function called if. There is a function called XLOOKUP. This is advanced function. There is a function called index. There is a function called rand between. There is a function called round up. There is a function called Date related functions, including date, diff, edate, lot of functions. I'm not giving all here. I'm just giving you what are more important. And there are functions which are helpful, date related, and financial functions. Financial functions which are also very helpful. If at least these things you can start practice before going into the bank branch audit, at least a decent thing you can do it. And there is a function called count function, sum if, and so on, right? And Word document also is very, very important for you. Sometimes because you're going to do the formatting, the audit report, and everything into the Word only at the end. So, especially the Word document, what you need to learn, convert PDF into Word. Very, very important. This I have already covered. And also, you should know in the Word document when it comes to the comparison. I'm going to do this activity comparison of two PDF or Word files, right? So this is also very, very important. Other than this, I don't think so anything which is very important for you. And you are expected to learn the Power Query at least in the Power Query. There are a lot of things are there, but let me talk about transformation. I'm going to cover the Power Query last part, how it is helpful in our bank branch audit. And that's all. I think these all are the important tools. Probably you can use it. And the most important tool is Microsoft Excel, right? This is very relevant for all of you. Let's look into the comparison of guidance note. What is the one document which is a ready reckoner, which ideally should be the ready reckoner for our audit, is the guidance note issued by the ICI. Guidance note obviously is a 800-page document. If when I'm just trying to open the guidance note, it is just having simple 800 pages. So let me open the ICI guidance note. Approximately 800 pages, not sure. Yeah, if you can look here, 865 pages. Very difficult, right? To read each and every page. But why I want to read each and every page? And in the guidance note, some of the tables are very, very important. In the guidance note, if you want to get all the tables from the guidance note, then what you are going to do? Anyone? What you are going to do? You can do in two different methods, three different methods. Conversion of let me just put here extracting PDF tables. Extracting PDF tables. The PDFs could be, what are the PDFs which are important for you? LFR, guidance note, and one important PDF which we generally don't open, even if you open, we'll close it without reading much. That is nothing but annual closing guideline circular. Annual closing circular of the bank. These all are the PDF which are very, very important. Guidance note by ICI, right? Along with that, sometimes we get the annual account statements into the PDF. Account statement. These all could be the reports which I may need to convert in PDF. I may need to convert into extract tables from this. Extract tables. How you could extract the tables from these PDFs using the Word document. How to use the Word document? Open Word, then you can simply Control plus O, Control plus O, select the PDF file, select the PDF, then convert. So your PDF is not now ready in the Word. Then copy the table, open Excel, paste. So that your PDF table is into the Excel. But directly if you copy paste the PDF table into the Excel, that will not come into the proper format. Otherwise, there is one more way you can convert is Excel Power Query. How? How is it possible? You can just go to the data tab, then data tools group. Sorry, get and transform. In the data tab, you have an option called get and transform data. Let me go here. Get and transform data. In that, get data, get data in that PDF. Now, meaning I can just go here, I can go to get data from file PDF. So from file PDF, it is from file PDF. Once you select the PDF, it will take you to the navigation, then Power Query, transform data, append all tables are individual tables, then load back to Excel. This I'm going to cover in the last part of today's session, because where I'm going to talk about how you can convert any of the text file into the structured format using the Power Query and so on. Last but not the least, if you have a Power Automate, it's a free one. I request you can download it. Power Automate, if you are hearing for the first time, it's not only helpful for the statutory branch audit, even for that matter, anything. You are doing an analysis. I'm really sorry. You are doing an analysis for a, uh, you know, let's say Infosys financial statements. And some of the tables which they made in the PDF document are very nice. You want to use the same format. Then what you do? Going, copying, pasting into that Word document into the Excel will take a lot of time, obviously. Then what you will do, you can just go to the uh, Power Query, sorry, Power Automate, and there are Power Automate, make your work automate. It's going to be a flow. You just click a button, just select whatever the files, it's going to do the work for you. It's going to be a flow for which you can automate all your steps. Now let me go to my flows or example. Let's go to my flows are shared with me are examples. I want to go for examples. There are built-in examples. I did not build these examples. It has been built already by Microsoft. There is a PDF automation. In the PDF automation, you can create PDF from selected PDF files, get images from the PDFs, the which you buy essential may useful for you. You want to extract that image instead of every image, right click and save as an image. Probably you can use this uh, workflow. You can extract all the images and you can save it into one folder, and you can merge it to PDFs. You can extract tables from PDF. This is something which I want to tell you. I want to extract tables from the PDF. Run this flow. What it does, it's going to ask you to select the PDF. Wait for a minute. Wait for a minute. Oops. Don't worry. Yeah, it's going to, yeah, it is asking you now, please select the PDF. I can just go to my bank audit guidance note. I can click extract. Once I click extract, it's going to open one Excel file. Every table it copy, paste into Excel. Next sheet, second table, next sheet, second table, next sheet, second table. You can try with a small PDF so that your work would be easy. Otherwise, it takes more time, because obviously 800 pages will take a lot of time. You should have a patience. Don't worry. This is a simple way through which you can do the work, right? Let me close this. This is Power Automate. Open Power Automate. Go to the examples, then PDF flows, select extract tables from PDF. I only suggest you these three methods. I humbly request you, please don't use third party web tools like I Love PDF, that small PDF. Don't do that, because you are going to take the data to the third party website, whereas we are going to give NDA and assigning fidelity secrecy with the bank, and we are trying to give to the third party websites. It's not suggestible, right? I don't like this. But these are the three different ways you can extract the tables. What is the relevance for you to extract the tables? One important document which I always feel very, very important is annual closing guidelines circular. This maybe belongs to 2022 of Union Bank, but this is also almost like 300 to 400 pages based on bank to bank. What is relevant here? This annual closing guidelines is going to give you the executive summary on the top. Then it's going to give you let's go into the table of contents. Yeah, it has given you general guidelines. It has given you the guidelines of closing annuals. Then it's going to give you the guidelines of income and expenditure account. It's going to give you the guidelines of profit and loss account, IRAC related, preparation of various statements of this particular branch related. So, because especially in the UBI, they are having a concept called A1, A4 statement. This is the one. This is nothing but the classification of advances. They are going to give you in the Excel format, and they're going to give you facility wise and sector wise. And at the bottom, they're going to give you all the documents for which you need to sign. If you can even go further, many tables which are very relevant for you. This table may be important for you. Sometimes we have a facility code in the advances, but we are not sure where the facility code is there. The facility code description could be there in the annual closing guideline. So just convert this into the Word document. My suggestion, that's the easiest for you. Just convert this, then take the table, copy paste it to the Excel, your work is done. You can use wherever you want. Um, you can do a VLOOKUP function and get the relevant data, right? I hope this is very important for you. Comparison of guidance note. Yeah, I was actually here. Comparison of guidance note. As the guidance note is 800 pages, my suggestion to all of you, I doubt whether if you could read the entire 800 pages, that's always great thing. But what I do always, I compare this guidance note with previous year guidance note. What is the method I follow? Since converting a guidance note will take a lot of time. So what I'll be doing, I'm just taking, in fact, I think I have done for the last year. Let me just go. I compare two guidance notes. Once I compare both the guidance note, let's go here. I just made a last year guidance note into the 1 second data for the analysis. Yeah, I have a guidance note in the Word document here. Let me control C just for your benefit. I'm just trying to keep it this into the working files here. Let's go to the working files. Yeah, let me put here. This is 2023 guidance note. And also now you can convert the 2024 guidance note also. I think I've already done it. Let's go to my other material. This is 2024 guidance note. Let me control C. Let me go to this working files. Let me do control V. What are the only changes happened in 2003 to 2004? If I can do that, probably that is what my more focusing point. I hope you all are understanding what I'm trying to tell. Why should I need to learn all the 800 pages? Because considering, assuming that we have read the last year guidance note and we are following the guidance note since many years. Not only this, at the audit, n number of times you can start using it. What I can do, let me tell you a methodology to compare both the guidance note. Go to the review. You have an option in the Word document called compare. I want to just compare this and also want to combine this. I don't want to combine, but I just want to compare. Let me go to compare. What is the original one? Original one is nothing but the 2023. Original in the sense, the first one, the point. The revised document, okay, no problem. It took it. Revised one, let me take it 2024 bank audit guidance note. It is just trying to load that. You can just give this is Saran Excelism and this is the old one. If you want, you can give the label and what should be the things you want to capture. If any moves are there, I don't want to capture. I don't want to even small things to compare. I don't want any comments. I'm more interested to know if any new tables are there. Header footers, I don't want. Footnotes, endnotes, I don't want. In text boxes, yes, I want. Any fields, I don't want. Insertions, deletions, anyway by default in the comparison. Along with that, if any tables are there, any text boxes are there, I want to look into this, right? Now, do you want at the character level and word level? I want at the word level. Sometimes, last time they could have given bank, and now they are making it banks. It's not going to take very seriously. When the word itself is entirely changed, then it's going to look. So the changes, do you want the changes in the original or new revised? Now I want in the new document. If I click OK, just click OK, it's going to take all the 700 pages of 2023. It's going to take all the 800 pages of current year, then it's going to compare what are the things for which you need to have a focus. I could not able to copy PDF document into Word by using Control O. Haranath, if you are not having that option, I request you please go to a file tab of Word document. Then there is an option called open. Then you can just start selecting the PDF. There is a question from Jainam Shah. Power Automate, is it available for free? Of course. Whatever the flows which are minimum given by the Microsoft, that is for free. And if you want to create the advanced flows, you must need to have a Office 365 account. Nakul Rath, there is a question. Conversion and extraction of table is only available in Office 365. Is it available in Office 2010? It is available from 2019 version of Power Query. 2016 also PDF is not there. In the Office 365, it is absolutely available. Just wait for another 1 minute. It's going to compare. Let me save the document so that that can be a quick reference for all of you. What it is doing a beautiful work. It is taking the last year guidance note, taking the current year guidance note, then it is just trying to compare the data. It's just trying to compare the data. Now let me just open this. I'll just wait for another 1 minute. If not, probably you can try this. I'll just wait for another last 1 minute. It takes time, obviously, because it's not a small document. It is it is going to compare almost like 1600 page document. Wow. Just check. Obviously, the title 2023 changed it to 2024. And of course, the RBI related master circulars, January 31st, 2024, it referred. And I'm not much interested. And also, if I can scroll this down, the original document and the revised both are getting changed. I'm not interested in this. Obviously, the council members, president names gets changed. Not a problem. But what is more relevant for me? You can just start going back. It's taking a little time because it's a huge document. No problem. You can just go back. Maybe if I'm not getting this now, if it is taking more time. I made one video last year how you can compare two guidance notes, how you can understand the content out of it. You can just go back into the same channel. You'll find a video. I'll just check if I can find it. Yeah, see, check it out. uh, so wherever you're finding this red mark means these all are the new things they have given which are not part in the old one, right? See, elaborated. Some of the small things also later they realized. Now SCA, earlier they kept it. Now they made it backward slash auditor also. Small, but I'm not interested in the small things. I'm only interested in, see, in this particular case, when it comes to the foreign branches, there are three paragraphs has been included. So if I want to get more clarity for this year, I am only focusing those things. And also see, know your customer direction dated February 25, 26, updated on January 4th, 2024. So that is the one I need to focus. Yeah. Because of the size only, don't worry. It's getting stuck. Now what I'll be doing, I'll just open this document. Let me save this document. I'll do F12. Yeah, comparison. Comparison versus comparison 2023 versus 24. Okay, next time whenever you open this, this will get open automatically. This is the way you can just look into this. Not only this, if you could get a chance to get the annual closing circular, what you have, you can also take last 2 years and you can start comparing. While comparing, what are the important tables which are only part of this particular year, you can extract all the tables into your Excel. So I think I'm done till here. The files compilation. what the files which are very, very important for you. Uh, I know some of the banks because for which I have done the audit. Let me start with the SBI. SBI use banks 24, right? Banks 24. In the SBI, whether you get for any other reports or not, the first, very important, first and foremost reports are loan balance file, CCOD file, then CCDP file. CCDP file is a classification file. It's going to have all the columns, all the columns in the sense almost like 35 columns. Loan balance file, CCOD file, let's say this is A and this is B. Your A plus B must equal to your A plus B must equal to your loans from the asset side of balance sheet. That must need to match. Loans from the asset side of balance sheet. That must need to match. So if I can total the outstanding, outstanding is a column you'll be having. Whether it is SBI or not, for all the banks 24, it's going to be same. CCDP file, I'll only use the relevant data which I want to get back because CCDP is having so many reports. SA1 report, which is having standard assets more than 1 lakh, then SA2, SA3, SA4, and NPA accounts. It's having so many reports. So before going and analyzing CCDP file, my suggestion for you, you can start looking into this because don't try to take CCDP SA1 and try to compare the loan balance sheet asset total. That will not match because SA1 is basically only above 1 lakh rupees as an advance. And take loan balance file, CCOD file. The same language is there in every bank. The same language. In some of the banks, like UBI, they use Finacle. They are going to give you A1, A4 statement. A1, A4 statement. This, they call it as a classification file, where you'll be having almost like 50, 60 column, including the security value. Now, outstanding total, net outstanding total must match with my balance sheet, assets, balance sheets, loans. That one single column should match. And don't worry, along with A1, A4 statement, you'll be having many other statements, but may not be relevant for all of you. You will be having A1, A4 statement. Let me show you probably whoever into the Finacle, especially in the Union Bank, how the files you will be. In fact, I am in the recording. I cannot open the file because those all are my previous years, but I can just show you Union Bank how it is. See, check it out. When it comes to the base files, you'll be finding the base files like this. In this file, if you can just filter, sort the size, the highest size is nothing but the A1, A4 report, right? That they call it as a FB A1, A4 file. Other than that, they'll give you restructured accounts, lot of other things whenever you have a time. Better because they're going to give you all these in the web platform, UBI, I know you just need to download every file. They'll simply say that, sir, can we give only A1, A4 statement? Don't accept. Take every file. That may be relevant or not. But once you get it, if at all required, then you're going to make it. It's going to have balance sheet. It's going to have PNL. It's going to have all the notes to the accounts. It's going to have all the restructured accounts. A lot of things are there, right? So this is what when it comes to the UBI. Now, let me also show you the files which are relevant for the Central Bank of India. I've done for one of the friend in that year. Uh, I'll not open the banks again. Don't worry. Base files you will be finding because all the banks 24, that could be SBI, that could be even Central Bank, having the same type of formats. You will be having a file with the name called loan balance file. Also, you'll be having with the file name called CCOD file, right? I request all of you, please download these files. You should request them to these files. So for all the banks 24, this could be even Central Bank of India. Every bank which are part of banks 24, more or less the naming convention is same, right? And my friend asked me in case of uh, Canara Bank, what should be the one? If it is available, I can show you. Otherwise, I'll take some time. I'll show you a little later. Hmm, I cannot open the file because These all are the working files for different people. Uh, I think you have in the Canara Bank also there is a loan balance report. You just ask them the loan balance report, they'll give you. Canara Bank, whoever the friend asked me earlier, FlexiQ, loan balance file. As I said, your outstanding must match with your balance sheet. Many a times we don't do the validation controls. My suggestion to all of you, please make sure to do the validation control. What is the meaning of validation control? The validation control means take the outstanding total with the balance sheet. Sometimes it will not match. In some of the cases, I still remember in the Andhra Bank, they used to give for each facility wise separate file called BR12Y. Anyway, now Andhra Bank is merged with the Union Bank of India. Otherwise, it used to be one of the very headache file. And I think I have Andhra Bank file so that I can show you. This all I'm just trying to show you how important, getting the files. When you go here, when you go to the data, see, for BG, you have a separate file. For CL, you have a separate. OD, you have a separate. Term loans, you have a separate. Then you have a term loan, one more file. So for every facility, they are having different files. If they are not having any account into that facility related, they will not be having any files at all. So in these cases, what I should ideally do, I should convert everything, total it, then go back to the balance sheet, total the advances, whether it is matching or not. As you all know, the advances file, what you will be having, this advances including all the classes, advances including standard assets, standard assets. Many people think when they get the loan balance file or CCOD file, they'll be only having a standard assets. No, that's wrong. You'll be having standard assets. You'll be having NPA accounts. You will also be having doubtful accounts classified into the doubtful. Okay. Classification accounts classified as an NPA, right? Accounts classified as a doubtful. Accounts also classified which are lost. All these four will be there. So what is my first starting point to do the audit? We must need to know whether in the loan balance file or CCOD file, if you have two separate files, my suggestion to all of you, merge everything together into one file. Of course, if you merge everything into one file, in the loan balance file, you have an installment amount. But in the case of CCOD file, you will not be finding a column called installment. In those cases, I request you don't do that. But if most of the columns for sampling, if you want to do stratification, you can merge it. I'm going to cover anyway in the second part for stratification and so on. Once you get everything, the first thing you cross check whether the classification column is there or not. In banks 24, you'll be having a classification column with the name called SMA code. In banks 24, in banks 24, okay, advances, classification code, right? Classification code. In banks 24, you have a column called SMA code. SMA code. It's going to have all the codes, standard, STD. It's going to have NPA. It's going to have SMA 0, then SMA 1, then SMA 2, and that's all. You unfortunately in the SMA code column, you will not be having doubtful and so on. Everything is mapped to the NPA only. Now, how I need to take the doubtful, even sometimes they are not giving is also a good thing for us. So that we ourselves, based on the NPA date, as on today, what is the gap I can create, whether it will fit into the still NPA or doubtful 1, 2, or 3 category, or it will go into the loss asset, right? Then if it is already given, if you have an NPA date, you can even do that work, right? I'll go into the next analysis part. At point of time, you will get to know how important it is, right? In case of uh, classification code, in case of Finacle, especially, I am referring as of now the Union Bank, you have a class and class detail, class detail. You have codes, class 1, 2, 3, 4, class detail 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, sorry, 1, only 6. What is the meaning of 1? This could be explained in the annual closing circular. That's the reason I request all of you, please convert the annual closing circular into the Word document and get the relevant table into your Excel file. Why? Because many a times in your data, the files you may be having the code reference may be there in the annual closing circular. In the case of class here, the meaning is this is standard asset, this is NPA, this is doubtful, and this is loss. Here also it is exactly the same, but only the thing six is the loss asset, doubtful less than 1 year. I'm sorry, this is 1 to 3 years, and this is greater than 3 years. So class is very, very important because based on the class, I'm going to divide my data. Why I need to divide my data? If it is already into NPA, I just need to check whether all the NPA related interest reversal has been happened or not. And if at all any other charges has been reversed or not, I'll look into that. And whether that is downgraded, because of what reason it got downgraded. Is it part of my quick mortality account or not? I can just put in that way. And also, if it is NPA, doubtful loss assets, I immediately take my provision from my P&L and I'll start looking into whether the calculation of provisioning is correct or not based on my security which is available, right? And I'll take the separate list of STD, that's a standard assets. Once I take the separate list of standard assets, then I'm going to take the samples for the analysis purpose. This is about the first part of a session. And now the time is 11:30. I request all of you quickly take some 15 minutes break. I request all of you don't leave the session because in the second part, in the second part, let's going to work towards the conversion of loan balance file, CCOD file, CCDP file. If account statement into the text, how you can do that. In the Word document, PDF format, how you can do that and so on. And also along with that, I'm going to tell you one particular account on the top headings, right? On the top headings, how you can get into the left column so that that could be helpful because that could be a ledger account, that could be a facility code and so on. So the second session could be more of conversion of data into the structured format. I request all of you, please take 15 minutes, a strategic break, virtual break, then we'll come back. Welcome back to the second part of the session. In the second part, I'm going to convert the files into Excel because this is one of the very, very important tasks in our statutory branch audit. I'm sure you all may be having knowledge how to convert the text files into the Excel, but through this, I just would like to cover very importantly uh, how you can do the text to column using the delimited, and some of the cases maybe the uh, fixed width, and some of the cases like CCOD file where one row can go into many rows. So let me just go to the schedule. This is what our second session schedule. It's going to be approximately another 1 hour to 1 hour 15 minutes. I'm going to talk this. Let me open a blank Excel file. And whenever you find the text file, my first suggestion for all of you, please open the text file. I'm just taking the State Bank of India files. Bank of India or maybe any other files will have the same meaning. So let me close this. This is saving. Let me close this. Oops, oops. Let me close it without saving. Yeah, let me open this file. Control A. I'll just open Excel. Control V. I can go to the text to column. Where to go to text to column? You can go to the data. You can go to the text to column. Then there is an option called delimited and fixed width. By looking into the text data, you will get to know whether it's a delimited or fixed width. Let me give the difference between delimited and fixed width. In case of delimited, in case of delimited, text files are basically two types. Let me explain you. Text files are basically two types. One is delimited, the other one is fixed width. Delimited generally could be with a delimitation factor that could be either comma or maybe that could be pipe symbol. Sometimes that could be tab and so on. Meaning, the meaning is when you have a comma, when you have a comma, so that you are going to separate every column with comma. These reports are not meant for these reports are not meant for printing. That's the reason one column could be even 100 characters. Because anyway, it's not meant for the printing. Even if it is 100 characters, I'm not going to take the printout. That's fine. But when it comes to the reports, reports are basically meant for printing. These all are meant for printing. When it is meant for printing, the the print they are going to make it at the time of designing the report. This report should be printed only in A3 paper. This report should be printed on only A4 paper, and so on. If that is the case, let's say there are A4 is having 50 characters. A4 is having 50 characters. While designing the report, they are going to keep how many columns this is going to have. Meaning, let's say account statement is there, date is there, then description is there, description, then account number is there, and you have debit is there, credit is there, closing balance is there. These are the columns. This should be 50 characters account statement. While designing the report, they are going to make it a date is nothing but, let's say it is XX, 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 XX. How many characters are there? Let's say length of this is 10 characters. So date should be the 10 character. Description, they'll just put it, let's say date is the 10 character. Description, they're going to keep it maybe 35 characters. Total together 45. Account number, or maybe this is check number rather, check number. Check number should be some maximum 10 characters. Debit amount should be maximum 15 characters. This is also maximum 15 characters. This is also maximum 15 characters. How many total number of characters? 100. Let's say my A4, A1 paper. Otherwise, let's say this is 20 characters and this is check number maximum 6 characters and this is 10, 15. Let this be 15 characters. Otherwise, my total number of characters which I can fit into the A4 paper 100 characters maximum characters or maybe A3. They are going to keep this into the format while designing this report. I'm going to break my entire report into pieces. First column should be till 10th character, second column should be till 20th character, and so on. How am I going to work with this? Select this column, select this entire column. You have an option called text to column, which is part of your data tab. Go to the data, text to column. In the text column, let me go to next. But before going into next, by default, it took the delimited. I want to take it now the fixed width. Let's go to the next. Once I go down, you can see the only worst part of this text to column is you can't increase the preview size. This preview is maximum of these many columns. That's all. This preview is maximum of these many columns. I know that my account number will be broken here. I know that this will be broken here. Maximum customer number is here. Here, let me give you one tip. When it is a number, by default, number comes towards the right alignment. When it is a text default comes towards the left alignment. That means I can at least guarantee that my number will not go beyond account number, beyond this, towards the right side. And also, I can also guarantee that my text will not go beyond, 19th. You can see here before 20th, right? Below 19th, because this is a left alignment. You can keep it anywhere in the between. But here I have a doubt where to keep it, because my text could be anything towards the right side, my number could be anything towards the left side. Then understanding this, because it's going to start from here, let me cut here. Because it's a number, let me cut here. Like that, let me start cutting the values. I'm just cut here. I want to get a limit. I want to have an interest rate, theoretical balance. Now, let's also have outstanding balance. Let's also have irregularity. Let's also have a sanction date, EMIs due. Let's also have EMIs paid, EMIs overdue, new IRAC, old IRAC, arrear conditions. Let me tell you, your Bank of India, your Central Bank of India, then even SBI will have the same columns. All the loan balance files are exactly into the same format. I want to cut here. Is there accrued interest? Is there a stress? Is there what is the SMA code? What is the incipient stress? RA code, right of flag, right of amount, right of date, right of date, and what is the SMA class, SMA date, SMA arrear condition. That's all. Finish. I just converted text data into the Excel format. But is this directly, can I go to my Excel and start analyzing this data? No, not possible. Then what I'll be doing, I should do the data preparation work. The meaning of data preparation is you can just select this data till the header you can remove. And keep the cursor at A1 cell, Control Shift End. Let me show you the shortcuts again for all of you. Keep the cursor here, select the entire row, Shift plus space, Shift plus down arrow so that you can select all the items together. Now I can just do Control minus. The meaning is I can delete all those rows. Now keep the cursor here, Control Shift End. If Control Shift End is not working, you can use also the combination of FN in your keyboard. Once I do Control Shift N from the cell, it selects the entire data. Now let's go to the data. Let me give the filter. So once I give the filter, let's look into the logical part. Now I'm 100% sure this column should have been only the account number. Other than account number, I don't want anything. Then what I should do? I filter here, unselect everything, go to the end, select all the blanks, select all the text. Everything other than the number you please select because it's a junk data. Click enter. Once you enter, because this data is not relevant for me, not required. Now I can do Control Shift End by keeping the cursor into A2. Now you can use a shortcut Alt colon so that only selected cells will get selected. In the latest version, you need not to do that because even if you select the entire data, you can remove the columns by default. Remove the rows by default. It takes the visible cells. But when it comes to the old version, you better use Alt colon so that only visible cells will be selected. If you forget the Alt colon shortcut, let me give you another short. Go to the F5, go to special, then you have an option called visible cells only. Click OK, anything is fine. Once you get select these visible cells, these all are the cells which are not required for me. If these cells are not required for me, what I wanted to do, I'll do control minus. Once you do control minus, it's going to ask you, do you want to delete the entire row? I'll click OK so that all the rows will get deleted. Now, let me remove the filter. Now, let me expand the column width, right? Now, this is what my data. Sometimes, let me give a couple of tips here. Sometimes your account number, because it is big, it will be coming into a format of, you know what, a number with the exponential. Whenever you have a number in Microsoft Excel, maybe whenever I have a bigger number, it automatically comes into a exponential format. But when you have a exponential format, just by looking the number, you can't see it in the cell. You need to go to the formula tab for seeing the number. If that is the case, what I should do? I should uh, I should take all the numbers like this. So what I'm going to do, let's take some random, just for your information, right? There are so many numbers actually. Now these numbers I want to convert into the regular number. Then what I should do? Go to text to column, then go to next, then go to next. Just select the text, then click OK. All these numbers will be selected into the text. But since this number is much bigger than the exponential, you may not find it. Maybe this type of numbers, let me just take here. You follow the same, go to text to column, go to next, go to next, give the text, finish. This number, this automatically converts into the text format. When it converts into the text format, that means it's a text now. You can simply just to check, is it a text or not, by using a function called is text. But in the earlier case, it's not the text. You can use such type of thing. But for the account number, I always want you to keep it into a text format, because the reason is, if I keep it as a number format, when I take every time into the pivot table, it's going to convert count number into the sum. Every time I need to right click into the pivot table, I should convert that into the count. So considering this as a trick, you can convert this account number, go to the text to column, next, next, convert into the text. And also there is a relevance for me, even the customer number, go to the text to column, next, next, select the text, click OK, so that these all will not be automatically converted into the numbers, right? Now, this is the way you can just have the data, but make sure that your account, your headers are properly being taken care. I have an account number, I have an account type, account number, customer name, limit is there, interest rate, theoretical balance, outstanding balance, irregularity, sanction. Because my header is in the two rows, I removed the second row. I did not know what is the meaning of this. Now let me open my text file so that I get to know whether what is the header of this. The first header is, if at all you are finding like this zigzag, you can use a shortcut control minus in your data text file so that you can reduce the file size. Now see, I can reduce the file size. Now this is a proper file for me. Still, it's not a proper file. Actually, this is a proper file for you, right? So everything came into one single line item. Otherwise, you can put like this. Now I can just go to the header. It is a sanction date. EMI is due, paid, overdue. That is what my header. So let me take it. EMIs due, EMIs, EMI dues. This is paid. This is overdue. Don't worry. In my post lunch first session, I'm going to talk about very elaborate the financial functions, how to get the EMI value, how to get the installment value, how to get the number of periods, how to get the rate, how to get the loan. There are different ways you can do this. Now, what is the meaning of it? This is the new IRAC, old IRAC arrear condition. New IRAC, old IRAC, and arrear condition, right? Arrear condition is one of the very important column in the banks 24. When I say banks 24, that means, let me show you, let me show you the CVS so that you will get to know how many banks I'm covering at a time. Every bank's 24. If I'm not wrong, four banks are following banks 24. That is Central Bank of India, Bank of India, State Bank of India, and one more bank, Bank of Maharashtra, if I'm not wrong. Let me just go this. Yeah. Bank of Maharashtra, Central Bank of India, Indian Bank, State Bank of India. All these banks will have the same type of format of loan balance file. If it is the same format, you'll be having a new IRAC condition, old IRAC condition, and arrear condition. If at all you want to know what is the meaning of these arrear conditions, either you can go to the annual closing circular. Otherwise, I'm going to help you out with one file. Let me also keep that file for all of your better reference. One second. Circulars, no. CBS material. Let me go to banks 24. Let me go to this. Everything is not relevant. Let me put this. This file, I'm going to keep it uh, in your, don't mind, I'm not already pasted this data. Let me do control. Yeah, this is the folder, working files, put this. Let me open this and understand. I feel even today these codes are having a relevant. If not, you can get the confirmation from the branch manager. I'm directly taking you into the arrear condition. See, if you can go here, this particular one is talking about in the banks 24, how the NPA process is happening. Classification of NPA in banks 24, not specific to one particular branch it is talking about. It is talking about all the branches, all the banks which follows banks 24. When I go down, risk grade, it has given a definition. I'm sure you have in one column a risk grade. Is there any risk grade? Hmm, risk date is there? No. Area condition is there. SMA code is there. Risk incipient stress. This is actually okay. Risk grade is not there. That's fine. Probably you may find it in the other files. If at all you have a risk grade, you can see 00 means standard asset, 01 means standard, but temporary irregular, less than 7 days, greater than 7 days to 30 days. Then it is SMA 1, this is SMA 2, this is NPA, doubtful 1, D2, D3, then this is loss asset. If you can go and start reading if you have a time, arrear condition is very, very important in the banks 24. You can just go to the arrear condition. I'm sure one column is there with the SMA arrear condition or arrear condition. Yeah, this column is having so many codes. What is the meaning of 801? 801 means 801 means substandard greater than 1 year, right? You have another code called 701. What is the meaning of 701? Irregularity 7 to 29 days. That means ideally it should be into the SMA 0. Then you have another code 702, 703. My suggestion to all of you, get this data, get this table into your Excel, then you just have a VLOOKUP function so that you will get to know whether a specific area condition is applicable to what type of files. CCOD, sometimes including CCOD, DL and TLs, deposit loans and term loans, and so on. Okay. Now let's go a little further into this document. This document, anyway, I've given for all of you what is the action number, then how the old IRAC and new IRAC process is happening. I don't think so this process even today correct, but let us see if the same process is happening. And they have given even with a proper example. In case of upgradation, how it happens, downgradation, how it happens, and so on. And they have even given you some of the screenshots from their system. I am only interested to know the IRAC, the arrear conditions that is already, it is part of here. These all arrear conditions, my suggestion you all please get into your Excel, copy paste the data, and whenever you have any banks 24, then immediately, are you finding here a new SMA arrear condition? This is the latest one. Now you can just check this. These all are the arrear conditions. Zero is not required. Other than zero, you can get it. How to get this? No problem. As I mentioned, how to convert this table of arrear conditions into Excel? Can anyone tell? Let me go to the Word document. Let me go to the Word document. Let it open. Let me open my Control plus O. Otherwise, whoever said it's not working, then go to the File tab, go to the Open, click Browse. Then let me go to the Working Files. Yeah, Working Files. In that, 2.10 NPA for banks 24. It's a PDF file. Let me convert this. Since it's not a very big file in the size, it will do the conversion very easy. Don't worry. I'm sorry. I think I stopped. Yeah. Now, see, the entire table is now ready for you. What I'm going to do, I'll simply copy this table, just select this icon of plus, click it so that this entire table will automatically get select. Excellent. This is what really required for me. Let me go to my Excel where I'm doing this analysis. Let's go here, Control V. Oops, I did not do Control C, is it? Control C. Let's go here, Control V. Wonderful, right? So it just took the entire data and it has given in a different format, but that's fine. I can, let me remove this. And this particular column is extra. These all are small adjustments are pertinent to do. You cannot say I can't do. Okay. Now you got area condition here. Now I got the area condition meaning. Now the reason for this SMA equal to VLOOKUP, look for this value. Now I'll go to the next sheet. Look into this column for nature of irregularity, comma 2, comma 0. Friends, look into this formula. I want to get the arrear condition. I want to get the reason for the arrear condition. So let me give the same title, whatever it is having. It is a description or nature of irregularity. Because of what irregularity it is having the arrear condition. Now let me use a function called VLOOKUP. Look for this value. Now go to this sheet, select these two columns, comma 2, comma 0. So that second column value, I want to get it. If I click enter, okay, 999 is not there. Is it more surprising? It should be there. Okay, is there, did I copy pasted entire my arrear conditions table? Mm, no problem. If it is not there, those all we are going to take it separate and we'll ask the branch manager. Now what I'll be doing, filter for other than 0 and black. Now you just copy it and you just paste here, right? Whenever you just copy and paste, 506 is there. Is there 506? Yeah, it's there 506 and there is a value. Okay. If you look into this, these all are the small things. It's not about just knowing little Excel, whatever I cover, you must be very careful. And when I just select this data, it is a merged data basically. If you can see, this particular column is merged A and B column together. That's the reason when I took this column, it is trying to give me a error. Let me select this entire data. Let me select this entire data. I don't want to merge this. Let me go here. Let me select merge and center, right? Now this is an unnecessary column. I don't want. Now, even these all are got merged. These all got merged. What I wanted to do, select this. I want to just go here, merge and center. I don't want this column again. Now I can use the formula by going here. It automatically came. Check it out. It automatically came, right? Now, let me filter everything other than, let me filter only for NA first of all. Full line, that means these all are standard assets where there is no uh, SMA. That's the meaning of it. You can see from here. These all are the standard assets. Now, if it is SMA accounts, now let me filter here. What are the reasons it is? 3 EMIs greater than 30 days overdue. This is 7 to 29 days. Not great risk. These all are into SMA 0. But I'm more interested out of this, what is SMA 1 and 2? See, irregularity greater than 60 days, irregularity greater than 60 days. When you have irregularity greater than 60 days, my suggestion to all of you is just filter, go here, irregularity greater than 60 days, get all these accounts. I request you to make sure, go and check the account statements of this. How how irregular, how frequently it is irregular. That's the meaning of it. Now, what I'll be doing, these are the accounts where irregularity, these all are SMA 2 accounts. SMA 2 accounts. Now, what I wanted to do throughout the year, how many times it is going to the SMA2 and coming back? Very, very important. This concept, we call it as an evergreen. What probably they could be doing, they are trying to make an account always into standard. They'll take till an SMA2, then whatever the interest they'll pay it, then it will come back into the standard, then it will be overdue for almost like 89 days or 88 days, and again they'll take back and so on. Now, for all these accounts, I am going to take throughout 12 days the same file. And also, though we are going to ask them, they will not have that much bandwidth even to support us. But just for the sake of asking, whatever these loan balance file and CCOD files, what you are having, I request you, please get it. Please get it every month end. Why that is important? If I have loan balance file, CCOD file for every month end, let's say if any account during the year went into the NPA and come back, I'll get to know. That is an upgradation. When any account you find during the year slipped into NPA and after that it got upgraded again, that is a point for me to understand. Because when any account is into NPA, if you want to upgrade that account into the standard, the borrower has to pay every penny. That means the account should have zero outstanding as on that day. You cannot make it, for example, four installments is pending. So obviously, when four installments is pending, it is NPA. It continued for another 3 months. So seven installments are pending. Now, if any borrower want to make his account standard, then what he need to do? He cannot pay just six installments or five installments, because if he pay five installments, account will not be NPA, account will be into SMA2. But he need to pay every single rupee if he want to upgrade himself into the standard. That is what the IRAC is saying. So when you have all the 12 months file, we are going to talk in the second part of today's session. If you have more than one file or all the 12 months file, how are you going to compare the period wise analysis? That means how am I going to append the data of all 12 months one below other? Then how I can compare the data, right? Because this session is only on this particular part is only on conversion. I'm not going much deeper. I hope you all understood how to get this data. Friends, not only this arrear conditions when it comes to the banks 24, in case of Finacle, if you are trying to use in the annual closing circular, they use a lot of tables, the facility code, the priority code, or the account product code. The relevant description you will find in the annual closing circular or some other PDF which you can get it from the bank. This is the way you can get your tabular format. Then you can just start using the VLOOKUP function and you can do that. Sometimes you may not have the VLOOKUP function properly because there is a limitation for the VLOOKUP function. Do you know what is the limitation for the VLOOKUP function? If you want to work with the VLOOKUP function, the value must be always into the left side into your table. I have selected these two columns, right, for my VLOOKUP function, and it always looks into the first column. For example, what if, let me copy this data, let me paste here. What if the arrear condition is here but not here? Your VLOOKUP will not work. In these cases, I'm here, let me cover, this is not, anyway, I'm here, let me cover XLOOKUP function. If you are using Office 365, you can start using the XLOOKUP function. What is this XLOOKUP function? XLOOKUP, look for this value. In the VLOOKUP, I took a table. If I don't want to take a table, I'll go to my sheet 3. I will take the first argument is lookup array. This lookup value where you want to see. I want to look this lookup value into this column, comma. There is another argument called return array. If at all the value what you are looking for is available into this column, which column value you want to get as an answer? I want to get the J column value. In the VLOOKUP function, the fourth argument, you kept it comma 0 because you are looking for the exact match. If you don't give comma 0, it looks for the approximate match. But in the XLOOKUP function, default match is a exact match. If you want specifically the approximate match, then you can go and make it. Now let me keep it 0. Enter. And you can just copy this data, paste. you will absolutely get the same result. Okay, this is a VLOOKUP function. Let me write here. And this is using XLOOKUP function. And you can extract all these items separately. And as I said, you can start doing the analysis. And once you convert your data, immediately I suggest you to check the data quality. Data quality means I can just take the rows function. I will just select top to bottom. How many accounts are there in this? I could see in the loan balance file, 1813 accounts are there. Just copy this. You can paste till the end. And also throughout my audit process, I follow a lot of methodology, meaning if I'll not change any color of these columns because these columns I directly got from the text file. But whatever the new columns which I'm going to create, I always change the color. Probably let me change this color to maybe this color. When I change this color, the meaning is what? Even after 5 years, 10 years, if I open this file, I'll get to know that these columns which are in the white cell color, the columns which I got from the bank, and the columns which are into the light orange color, that means these columns I created, right? Now, and how many rows on the top I keep. And I want to also keep how many rows are having values. Let me put a function called count A. If I use a function called count A, I will get to know out of 18, 13 rows, how many rows are having the values. Let me copy and paste this till the end of here. No problem. Right? So this particular column, full data is there, full data is there, full data is there, full data is there, and full data is there. See, stress did not be entered in more than 200 cases. So we need to know the reason why stress has not been entered in the system. Because in the revised LFR, if you can observe, you are not only going to look into the material part of amounts related, you are also need to comment, especially in the entire F section of the LFR, about the systems and processes. When for some of the accounts there is a N, what is the reason behind for some accounts there is no N? Just to understand the reason. SMA code is not there. So none of the account is having an SMA code. Not sure the reason why. Then there is a incipient stress is there. Array is there. It's almost having every account. Here also it is almost matching this and this. That means these two are having some interrelated, right? And risk asset date is there, and right of flag is there, right of amount is there, right of date is there, SMA class is there. SMA class is nothing but whether an account is an NPA account, SMA 0, SMA 1, SMA 2, or standard. And when SMA class it has provided for every account, why for almost 900 cases SMA class has been taken? When it take STD, that means standard also for some of the cases, why not for the other cases? That is a question. So what I am going to do, I will take count blank function to know how many blanks are there in this particular data. Now let me just copy and paste here, enter. Now here there are no blanks, no blanks, no blanks, no blanks. Yeah, here there is one blank surprisingly. EMIs overdue. How come blank could be there? Blank. Nothing is there. This is something you need to understand. Here, because I did not do the text to column properly, it went this zero towards the right side. That's the reason you must be very careful. That's the reason before even doing any analysis, first you need to have the validation controls. My topic of validation control is spending 1 hour just to look into your data, make sure that everything is proper and so on. See, actually, this is zero, this is double zero, right? Because of this, I understood. Now let's go towards the right side. Yeah, there are 205 cases where there is no stress, and none of the cases SMA code is there. Incipient stress is also not there in 205 cases. I'm just highlighting in a different color so that there is some pattern between these two. And let's go towards the right side. Why for almost like 900 cases, it has not given the SMA class? It must need to provide me the SMA class. Maybe some of the accounts could be NPA, some of the accounts could be SMA 0 or SMA 1. So if I can open my LFR, I think I've opened so many things. Let me close it so that confusion will not be there. Yeah, let me save it, close it. Let me NPA related, right? This is what NPA related. Let me save this. Anyway, I converted into Word. You need not to convert again. Let me just save it into the working files. Just close this and let me close other blank Word document. Let me also close these PDFs not required for the time being. Let me close my this one. Let me also close this text files not required. I think now it is clean. Okay, these many folders also honestly not required for me. Let me close it and also let me close this. Now let's go back. Now let me open my working files. Let's try to see the revised LFR once again. Yeah. If you can see the F section, I'm going to talk very elaborate the F section post lunch when I'm trying to do the analysis, how you can identify the SMA 0, 1, and so on. But try to see asset classification, provisioning and advances, and resolution of stressed asset. Has the branch identified and classified advances into standard, substandard, doubtful loss assets through the computer system without manual intervention? How do you get to know? How do you get to know whether properly SMA 0, SMA 1, SMA 2 has been given or not? And also, there's a question. Is this identification and classification is in line with the Reserve Bank of India? How do you get to know until unless you start doing the analysis? Not only that, there is a question whether the branch is following the system of classifying the account into SMA 0, SMA 1, SMA 2, whether the auditor disagrees with the branch classification of advances into standard, substandard, even in the standard SMA 0, 1, 2, doubtful loss, the details of such advances with reason should be given. How innocent the chartered accountants, which I feel, when these questions are there, very innocently, CS will ask the branch manager itself, sir, will it everything happen automatically or is there a manual intervention? Branch manager taking that as a good, then he says that, no, sir, everything will happen in the system automatically. Everything will happen. When we just see with our retina, automatically the entries also will get posted. He can tell in such a lies. But let me also show you one important circular when it comes to the automatic IRAC, then you will get to know how relevant the section is and how relevant the questions in the LFR for which you need to comment. If you can see the revised LFR, which introduced in the month of September 2020, which is having all these system related questions, that is section number F. One second, let me go down. Yeah, section number F. This I can link to this. This also released in the month of September 2020. Automation of income recognition, asset classification, provisioning processes in the bank. Read this. I'm sure you will get to know how important you need to comment upon the F section. We invite a reference to our circular given in 2011-12 dated August 4, 2011, in terms of which banks were advised inter alia to have an appropriate IT system in place for identification of NPA, generation of related data returns, both for regulatory reporting and banks' own MIS. What bank is trying to tell in a very louder voice to the uh, RBI is trying to tell in a very louder voice to the banks that in 11-12 year, we have given a circular to have an appropriate IT system to identify the NPA automatically. However, this I want to take to your attention. It is, however, observed that the processes for NPA identification, income recognition, provisioning, and the generation of related returns in many banks are not yet fully automated. Banks are still found to be resorting to manual identification of NPA and also overriding the system generated asset classification by manual intervention in a routine manner. Let me also connect this to the bank's 24 NPA process so that you will get to know why RBI is trying to tell in a very louder voice. NPA processing in the bank's 24, I'm sure now earlier it used to be month end or the batch process. Now it's a daily process. That's what, if you look into the master circular, the biggest change which happened when it comes to the NPA is Now the NPA is not a 10th or 20th or 30th or month end or quarter end. NPA should have a daily process. If today is the due of 90 days, if we did not pay today evening itself, that becomes an NPA. For your NPA calculation, even today's date is part of it. Okay, let's start reading it earlier how the process used to be. Each and every loan account is processed by the system during the end day end process for deciding NPA status. The arrear condition and the arrear action explained earlier are used by the system in determining the risk grade of the account. The risk grade does decided, sorry. The risk grade that's decided by the system is shown in the new IRAC status. The risk grade is in the new IRAC status. What is the meaning of it? This is an indicative status of the loan account. It's not the final one. As processed by the system, it is generated by the system based on the arrear conditions. They are having some arrear conditions. Based on the arrear conditions, it's going to generate a code. That's a code. NPA processes such as stopping of interest application, reversal of unrealized interest will not happen based on the risk grade shown under new IRAC. Very, very important. What the banks are doing, whether you need to ask the branches, whether it is automatically happening or not, by looking into this, you will get to know what this particular one is trying to tell. This is an indicative status of loan account processed by the system. And also it is saying it is not the final one. This is created by the system. System is very smart. System is trying to tell, there is an NPA. But though system is trying to tell there is an NPA, the NPA process such as stopping of interest application, reversal of unrealized interest will not happen. This is what the problem. Those system identified why you are not doing that. That's what RBI is trying to question. Confirmed status happens both by manual intervention and NPA stamping process done on 20th, 10th, 20th, and on the last day of the month. This used to be the earlier one. Now every day NPA process has to happen. Now, what is the meaning of old IRAC status? Generally, by looking into the new and old one, we think new is most relevant. New is relevant. Actually, system is processing this. And old IRAC is a manual intervention. Let's try to read what it is. This is an actual IRAC status of a loan account. The new IRAC status is confirmed by the system at the time of NPA stamping or by the user at the time of during the year. By the user, not only the system. The confirmed status is reflected under the column old IRAC status. Therefore, for all practical purposes, finding the NPA status of an account, the user has to refer this old IRAC status, which is manually doing by the user, right? Because of these things are happening, RBI is very clear trying to tell, RBI is very clear trying to tell that, one second. Yeah, trying to tell that, I think my cursor went to where is my cursor? Yeah. Now let's look into the second line here so that you can understand. In order to ensure the completeness and integrity of the automated asset classification, provisioning calculation, income recognition process, banks are advised to put in place or upgrade their system to conform to the following guidelines latest by 30th June 2021. What banks are trying to tell, RBI is trying to tell, whatever happened is happened. But at any cost by June 30th, 2021, every bank must have a system through which SMA classification, the NPA classification, the provisioning should happen in the system automatically. There is no exclusion. When it comes to 2021, that means by 2022, at any cost without exception, they should make every system automated with the software. But if it is not happening, 23. If it is not happening, at least 24. This is third year after the circular. Even if they are not in a position to do this, right, we need to qualify the entire thing of the F section. F section is very, very important because based on this F section, the central statutory auditor will comment and give his opinion about the asset classification, right? That's the reason, every column will tell you a story. And when especially you have this type of blanks, that is a prime reason for us to know if everything is blank, that is also a question. Some are blanks, That's a very big question. If everything is blank, they can tell that, sir, this particular column they removed from the system at the back end. There is no data into that. If some it is capturing data, for some it is not capturing data, I think that is a place very, very important we need to stretch. Because for some of the items where SMA 0 it is taking, why not for every item? That's the question, right? And also, as they mentioned, you have old IRAC and new IRAC status based on your, where is that? Yeah, you have new Iraq and old Iraq. There are the 1 to 6 you have. You can just go and refer what is the meaning of this 1 to 6. One means standard, temporary, irregular. Two means standard but irregular. This is SMA 1, this is SMA 0, SMA 2, substandard, and so on. Till you have 8. Just check it out. You have 6 here. Old Iraq, you have 6. That means you are not having as of now 7 and 8 in this particular branch, right? But how is it possible? If any account becomes 4 years back NPA, ideally this year it should be into the 7. So these all are the different questions always trigger into our mind. That's fine. Okay, when we start doing the analysis, that point of time we could do. This is what conversion of loan balance file. Let me take another file very quickly to convert into the text column. So let me go into another file, files for conversion, OD file. Let me open this very quickly. Now I'll do this, Control C. I'll go here. This is loan balance. Now I'll just go here. This is Control V, do the text column. This is the example for the delimitation. Delimiter. How you can do the use the delimiter. Now you can just select this column, go to the text column, use the delimiter, go to the next, come down, come down. What is your delimiter factor? A pipe symbol. Pipe symbol is nothing but shift and backward slash. You will get the pipe symbol so that this all broken. Now you can just go down. No, is it not? Oops. What is happening? 1 second. Let me go down. Let me go down. Is there any cutting? No. Yeah, the cut happen automatically. So let's go to the next. Let's go to finish, right? Now I need to prepare the data, meaning I should remove the unnecessary rows. Let me remove this. And I don't want even the first column. There is no data. Control Shift and let me use the filter. Logically, account number should have only number other than text. So let me select these two and along with the blanks, keep the cursor here, Control Shift and if you think I'm going a little faster, don't worry. At the time of lunch break or maybe end of today's session, you can come back. This video will be available into your in the same channel. You can watch it. Okay. Let me do Control minus enter. Now let me remove this and I can just select this entire data Alt O C A that is to auto fit. Now you have SMA arrear condition. I think somewhere two columns got mixed at one place. That is nothing but new IRAC and old IRAC, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, check it out, new and old IRAC. So let me cut this and paste here. This is a new IRAC. This is the old IRAC. Obviously, because it's a loan balance file. Earlier one was the loan balance file, and this is the CCOD file. The headers are different. Earlier, you have a installment amount, you have a overdue amount, and so on. Now you have limit, you have drawing power, then you have limit expiry set, account balance. See, some are into the negative and some are into the positive. So what I should do, what I wanted to do in this case, to convert it in a proper way. Everyone, please concentrate. How to convert this data into the regular text into proper format, right? Paste here. Select this column, go to the text column. So copy this, paste here, right? I'll do here, uh, text to column. Otherwise, if at all any spaces are there, yeah, this with if you are not finding the spaces, then you can just go to the text column and you can go to the next. 1 second. Go to next. Just convert this into the general. Click find. Even then, if you are not finding, just identify when any spaces are there. Identify if any spaces are there. If as, if as, then replace all spaces. How to replace? Let me go to my data, select this column, Control H, then I'll have wherever space is there with blank, replace all. Now it automatically converted. When it automatically converted, unfortunately, by default, wherever minus is there, it took it as a text. Now let me do the same thing here. Now copy this, paste here. What I'm trying to do here? Everyone, please concentrate. I just copy pasted this. Control plus H. Then find what is space. Then replace what. I'm going to replace with blank. Replace with blank. Okay. Then let me do this. Control H. Wherever there is a space, find what? Replace with nothing, replace all. Whenever you replace all, when you have a minus, because when it comes to the outstanding for the CCOD files is a minus. So it's going to show minus at the end of the item. Now, how to convert this into a proper number? As of now, it's not a number. How do you get to know? Is this a text? Hmm. Because minus is not there, it automatically converted into a number. Is this number two? Right? How to overcome this problem? No problem. Control C. You can just paste your data here. Now use text to column, right? Delimited, next, general, finish. Select this column, go to text to column, next, next, finish. Automatically that converts your data into this. So this is my raw data. This is my space removal, right? Then this is conversion to text. Sorry, convert to num. This is what my final data. So the same thing you should do here. Select this data, go to text to column, next, next, enter. You need not to do anything. Automatically it converts. This is an account balance, right? So I'll just go here. I'll put the count. What is the count? Sorry, not count. Rows. How many rows are there, first of all? Enter. Copy this, paste till the last. Right now, I would like to have your how many are having values. Count A is the function. Copy and paste. I'll get to know how many are having the values. Enter. Then I want to know how many blanks are there. When blanks are there, that triggers a question you to ask the branch manager. Excellent. And it looks like this particular data doesn't have much of the blanks or zeros, 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 zeros. Excellent, right? This means it's a very much clean data, very much clean data. Now, as I mentioned, let me have my own color. Now I want to get the arrear condition. So what is the reason for the arrear condition? Equal to VLOOKUP function, look for this value where in the same sheet, this is the one, look into these two columns, get the second column as an answer, copy it and paste here. Hey, surprisingly, though blanks are there, why it did not identify here? Though blanks are there, why it did not identify it? Because there are spaces. Space is not a blank. So that's the reason it seems there are no blanks. So what I'll be doing, I will just select the columns where columns which are not relevant to the spaces, select this column, except the customer name, because customer name is not required for me. Then again, otherwise what I'll be doing, I'll just select from red till all the columns here. Space should not be there ideally. Select this entirely, Control H. Wherever there is a space, replace. Wow, excellent. It did. And also in the first three columns, because there could be a chance even here there is a space. Okay, I don't want to remove the space in the account type because account type can have a space. Select this column, replace, replace all, right? Then select this column, replace, replace all. There are no spaces in this column. Excellent. These all are data preparation techniques. These all you will get to know on the first minute itself. Once you start going into the data, doing the validation controls, during the validation controls, you will get to know many. Now let us see how many blanks are there. You'll find, even now I did not find, is it? Yeah, there are 87 blanks here. There are 87 here. Okay, there are 246 places where SMA class is not there. Obviously, when SMA class is not there, SMA date is also not there. SMA arrear condition is also not there. Right? This is what the reason. This is the way I can even convert my sorry, CCOD file. Now you can have one validation control that is nothing but a reconciliation. Okay, or the check. Or the check. What is the check? Let's say, let's look into the advances total as per balance sheet. If you have already the balance sheet, you can just take the balance sheet and you can just look into the advances total. Now, what is the some X value is there? Now, loan balance file total equal to sum of take because it's a positive value, so you can directly take it outstanding, enter. And I want to also take CCOD file total equal to minus because CCOD always comes with a negative figure. Now let's go to the account balance. I can just take from here, enter, this is the account balance. Now let me put the comma format with zero decimal. Now I can just have the total. My total advances as per the files provided. Ideally, this should also be the same. If it is not the same, then you must need to go and check it out why the files is not having the total. So this minus, I'm sorry, this minus this must be zero. This is one working paper I suggest you to be there mandatorily because then your work starts when it comes to the advances related. If you are not getting a total data, then what is the meaning for you to go ahead and start looking into this? So this is arrear condition table, arrear condition table. And this is SMA2 accounts, SMA2 accounts for the verification. SMA2 accounts of loan balance files, right? This is into the proper format. It's a tip. Now let's also take SMA2 values here. So I'll just go here, my CCOD files. Now let's take the filter of SMA class. Let's take there's no SMA2, surprisingly. So let's take SMA1. Only three are there. Copy this, and you can just insert one more item. Just paste here SMA1 cases, SMA1 cases from CCOD files. That means SMA1, 2 are basically, I just want to download their account statement and I want to know SMA1 cases, SMA1 accounts from the OD, CCOD file. I'll download the account statements of these files, then I'll start doing the R&D on that. Okay. So I hope the basic validation you got some idea. The text to column you got some idea. We have covered both the cases, text to column using the fixed bit, the text to column using the delimited. And also we did the data preparation. I have a standard rule of data preparation setting. I'll remove the top rows, then I'll go to the heading, Control Shift Enter, put the filter, go to a column where you know only numbers should be there. Other than numbers, if anything is there, filter only other than numbers, delete all those rows so that your data is a structured data now. Okay. So let me save this file. For the time being, I'm going to save this file into the uh, not working files. I'll be saving into the file for conversion. I know that I have not given the access to you. Converted, converted data. I have not given access for this because I have to fabricate some of the data in these two columns. So that's the reason I do that fabrication and I'm going to keep it into the folder in the during the code, maybe lunch time or maybe post lunch. Okay. Now, one critical file I'm sure you all may be waiting for. This is a CCOD file. This is the CCOD file. What is the CCOD file? Control minus 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 minus. Check it out. One account, one account runs into so many line items. That is the problem. One account runs into so many line items. Let me zoom in. Yeah. One account runs into so many line items. But if that is the case, how can you do that work? Now you can even zoom less, control minus. Now one account, how many columns are there? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. So many columns are there. And also, just for the identification purpose, in this CCOD files, mm, oops, I think I opened a wrong file. CCOD. I should open the CCDP. I'm really sorry. My apologies. Okay, so this particular one, let me do control minus, control minus, control minus. Yeah. One account, let's focus this. One account is running into 6 rows. I covered very elaborately about it in the previous sessions also, in wherever I visited many branches, but let me cover here. And if you can look into the returns, SA1 return we call in the banks 24. It is an annual return of standard assets as on 31st March of whatever the year, 1 lakh and above, excluding guarantee, government guarantee, restructured staff advances with zero interest rate accounts. But if I want to see this is the first account, this is the second account, and so on. Let us first see where is the last account. Some, as I said, some analysis is required. Yeah, your SMA 0 is over here. Sorry, SA1 report is over here. 261 accounts are there. Let's go down. Let's go down. See, this is also SA1, form SA1. 262 is also there. Yes. With this, your SA1 report is over because there is another report called SA1R old. That means my SA1 report is still here. That means almost 41 pages. From your control shift, control up, control home, I wanted to take till here, control C. You can just copy this data. Now you can just insert a sheet, do control V. Because now there is a little surprise you all found. What is the surprise? Because I have already opened Excel in which I have already done a text column using the delimiter pipe symbol. It applied automatically for me. I don't want it should automatically apply. So why it applied? Because I did not close my system. Whenever I have done the text column using the delimiter, next time whenever you copy paste the same type of delimiter, it automatically does the text column for you. Example CSV files. Once you do CSV file for one file, without closing that Excel, okay, you go to the next sheet and copy paste the second CSV file data. It automatically does the text to column for you. Do you remember CCOD file? I did the delimited using the pipe symbol because even the CCDP file is also having the pipe symbol. It does the work automatically. So for which what I'm trying to do, let me save the Excel, close it. Don't just close the Excel, the entire application, you better close it. Now you go back to your file conversion, converted data, you can open this. Then, because it's a fresh file, now I can insert the Excel sheet. Now I can copy this data control. I'm sorry. Oops. I now I selected the entire data. I'm sorry. I have to select only SA1, right? That is still 261 accounts. Yeah. 262 accounts. Let me go down. Yeah. Till here, I want to take. Yeah. Till here, my account is over. So Control Shift Home. Let me select only this. Control C. Now I'll just go here. I'll do Control V. Now, oops, I did not. Control C, Control V. Yeah, now text column did not happen automatically. Don't worry. Remove the unnecessary rows on the top. Now make sure that your header is there. It is into one account is into so many line items. Follow these steps very, very carefully. Equal to. In Excel, there are three functions for the consolidation, for appending, rather joining. Now, let me use join text. There's a and symbol. There is a concatenate. There is a function called concat. There is a function called text join. Let's say, for example, just as an example, I have A, B, C, D, E, F, G. If I want to join all these manually, I'll just take this. Join with, I'll just take this. Oops. Join with, I'll just take this. Join with, I'll take this. Join with, I'll take this. Join with, I'll take this. And also join with this. If you want to have the spaces, oh my God, in between, again, you need to put space and space. And every time at the time of joining, you must need to put the and symbol, space, and space is a text. So that's the reason I kept in the double quotation. And again, space and very big form. So and symbol is better. You can use comma this. You may be surprising, Saran, why you did not took the entire range. Let me tell you, concatenate function will not support the range. If at all you want the space in between, there is no other option. You just need to put a space. You just need to put a space. I'm sorry. You just need to put, I'm sorry. You just need to put a space, comma. You just need to put a space, comma. You just need to put a space. This formula also a little bigger. That's the reason we have a latest version, concat function. This part of 2016 version onwards, if I'm not wrong. You can select the range. If you want the space, on the symbol, space, enter, so that you will get the space. But the problem is, even at the end of G also there is a space, because I am trying to apply the space after every item, right? I'm trying to join the space after every item. So even after the G also, there is one more function which is most dynamic part of your Office 365. That is nothing but the text join. Now, what is a delimiter? Let's say I want to have a space. Do you want to ignore any of the empty items? Yes, comma. Then you take it, and I'm sure you got your correct answer. Now there is no space at the end, right? And the second argument of this is nothing but if at all any items are blank here, just as an example, if I even take the reference to this equal to, just take text join, control V, if I take blanks here, though there are blank items in between, your spaces will not come there. It will come as if it's a regular. But whenever I say, I want to use false here, that means even consider the empty cells. Means you should have more spaces here, because between A and B, there are a lot of items. After B space, after blank space, after blank space, that means three spaces. So this is the formula. You can use any of these formulas in this case. I am using, because only it's six items, I just want to combine everything. Let me use concat. But if you are not having a concat in your Excel, you better use this, join with 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 this. I did for one item. I did for one item. Now, this is the first one, just highlight in a color so that you will get to know. I did for one item. Now, I want to write the same formula for first line item of the every account. First line item of the every account, right? First line item of the every account. But how can you go to each and every first line item of every account and paste that formula? Very difficult, right? So I want to highlight or filter only the first line item of the every account. Only the first line item of the every account. I hope my voice is clear and screen is visible. Great. So for which what I need to do, I should identify what is the uniqueness in the first line item of the every account. If you can look at the first line item, one is anyway there, one type symbol, this account number with space. I'm sure this should be common everywhere. Otherwise, if you feel this is not there, this is not there, control C, only this part you can do control C. Then you can go here, just go to the end, put the filter. I want to filter only that part. Once I do that part, I did not find any matching surprisingly. So what I'll be doing, otherwise, I'll just take one, this pipe symbol space. Now you just go here, control V, enter. Once you do control V, you got all the accounts, but you got even the customer 26 and so on. Overcome the problem, what I'll be doing, I will do control V. Then one is my account number, which starts with. Now, if I enter, I got all the accounts which are there. But what about two, three, four? What about I did not get, I am getting only 61, 71, and so on. So let us see, is there anything unique? Anything unique which I am finding, I don't want to take one. Why? Because it's an account number. Let me take from this pipe symbol. Pipe symbol space one space. I know that my account starts always with one because for the same branch, this one is a serial number. That's the reason. Control C. I'm 100% sure now all those will be filtered. Wow. Check it out. Now you copy this formula, paste everywhere in the first line item because it's a relative reference. It automatically picks up your data. First thing I have done, I used the and symbol, I joined the six items, and I want to highlight only those first rows in every account. So for which I have taken the uniqueness in every account of the first line item. I filtered that, then I copy pasted the same formula. Now you copy paste the same formula and insert a sheet, paste special values. Once you do paste special value, now this is CCDP uh, 1, step one, and this is CCDP step, right? Now I have to convert this text to column. Text to column, delimited, next. The delimiter factor is a pipe symbol, shift plus backward slash, finish. Excellent. Select this entire data, auto fit the column width. But there is a problem here. What is the problem? Every account, column number it has given. Account ID is the one. Name of the borrower is two. See, before the name. Now, if I want to get some relevant data from the loan balance file to here, or else from here to the loan balance file, is it possible? Because in the loan balance file, you will not find this one space. Even in the name in the loan balance file, you will not find with a two space. If that is the case, how can I use this into some other reports? By using a VLOOKUP function, because the value which I'm looking up there is only having an account ID, but here account ID one is also having. That's nothing but a first column. Date of sanction is also starts with 4. So to overcome this problem, what I need to do is the question. This is the place where small macros you can start using it. Now what I'll be doing, I will take this as a step number 3. Concentrate everyone, very important. Take step number 3. I want to use a macro. So step number 3, the macro. What macro? I want to delete these serial numbers. One space I want to delete, two space I want to delete, three space I want to delete, and so on. I want to apply for the entire column. So you can go to the developer tab. Whoever understanding the macros for the first time, I request you to please be aware, very important. Go to the developer tab. If your developer tab is not available, I request you go to the right click, customize ribbon menu. Probably this might be unchecked. This might be unchecked. You can check that so that you will get this. Okay. Now, how to do this? Very important. I request all of live users, please concentrate. This could be the same problem in any other files also other than banks 24. Select this column. But before selecting the column, I want to uh, record the macro. I want to record the macro. Let's keep the cursor here. Before recording the macro, make it relative reference. What is the meaning of relative reference here? The meaning of relative reference is basically if you have the data and you are going to apply based on your position, it's a relative reference. Otherwise, if I don't click the relative reference, even next time when I keep my cursor here, the macro will run here only because I'm running the macro for this particular column. But whenever I put a relative reference, whenever I put right arrow, next time it will also go to the next column, then next column, then next column, and so on. Now, after you select the relative reference, click the record macro. This macro name is remove column numbers, right? You can use a shortcut for that. Control Shift. Probably let me use Control Shift Q so that I can easily apply the macro every time instead of going into the macros and run. I hope till here you are clear. Let me click OK. Once I'm done till here, let me select this column. Now my macro is recording. My cursor was there at B1 and I selected my entire column. Let me go to the text to column. In this case, I don't want to go for a delimited. I want to go for a fixed width. When I go for the fixed width, go to the next. I don't want to take only one line item here because there could be a chance if from 10th column, your number could be two digits. So I'm going to take little right side so that even if any two number digit is there, I am catering that. Go to the next. Don't click finish. If you click finish, this column will convert into two columns. But if it converts into two column in the next column, already there is a data, it's going to overwrite the data. It's going to ask you a question that, do you want me to overwrite? But actually, if you observe carefully, the second column is important for me, but not the first column. First column, anyway, I'll delete because it's just the column number. What I'll be doing, I'll select the first column. There is an option here, do not import. Do not import in the sense, once I click finish, only one column will be imported. This column is going to skip it. If you can observe carefully, skip is there here. That means it's going to skip this column. So in every column, whenever I divide that, it's going to skip it. Now let me click finish. Excellent. After it finish, let me take my cursor towards the next column. Now let me stop recording. So if you can go to the macros, if you can go to remove column numbers, if you can edit the program, you can easily understand the program. It selected the active cells A column A, wherever your cursor is there, it's going to select the entire column. Then it has done the text to column, active cell, Excel fixed width, then pipe is the symbol 0 to 3 and 1. That means it's going to select that skip. So then active cell offset 0, 1, it's going towards the right side one column and it's going to select. Simple. Now, if I want to run this, I'm having a shortcut called Control Shift Q. If I do Control Shift Q, my job is over. Control Shift Q, my job is over. Control Shift Q. Control Shift Q, 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 Control Shift Q. Here, there is no column number. So I don't want to use here. Go here. Control Shift Q, 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 Control Shift Q is not required here because here there is no column number. Control Shift Q, Control Shift Q, Control Shift Q, Control Shift Q, Shift Q. Go here, Control Shift Q, Control Shift Q, 29, 30, 31. Excellent. You can even make a loop also, but when I make a loop in between, even some of the columns where it is not there, it is going to create a problem. Now the data preparation step is coming into the picture. What is the meaning of data preparation step? Some of the cases where the dates has been not took care automatically. Do you know the reason why? Probably the space is there. Let's try to replace if any space is there, only one space. That is also the data sanction header. In this case, how are you going to convert this data into the regular format? No problem. Go to text column, then go to the next, then sorry. Yeah, go to next text column, go to the next, then go to the next. I want to select the date. I want to tell already my data is into which format. It is DMY. Just select DMY. It's going to convert into your system regular format. Let me just click, let me just click finish. Wow. Even this, you can record it as a step so that you can record it as a macro. Tomorrow, whenever you have date column, instead of you need to do it again and again and again, probably this is the best method. Now, let me record a macro even for this. Everyone concentrate. I'll just go to record macro. This macro name is convert date into date format. Control Shift D, let's say. D is a date, or else Control Shift W. Now let me click OK. Select the column. Go to text column. Go to next. Go to next. Date. By default, it is in DMY. Finish. Stop. Excellent. Now, whenever I have a date columns, let's go further. Are there any places where dates are having the same issue? Um, this column doesn't have any dates. I think even dates are there. There is no issue. Let's look into the other column where dates are having an issue. Let's go little to, yeah. Look into this column. Last credit value. There is an issue because some dates are in the right alignment, some are in the left alignment. What is the shortcut I want to use? Control Shift W. Done. Your work is done. Now, what is the shortcut I want to use even for this? Keep the cursor here, Control Shift W. That's all. So these two macros are going to help you out. Now let me save this file because macros I stored. I must need to save this file in format of Excel SM. Otherwise, mistakenly, if you do Control S, it's going to ask you a question. Do you want to remove the macros because the format already you opened is .xlsx and the format you're trying to save it in Excel SX in that macros cannot be stored. Do you want me to delete the macros? 99% of the cases, we don't read the pop-up messages. So we are going to delete. So let me convert this format into XLSM. Save. Excellent. Now, this is one of the very important file in the bank's 24 application where it is having account ID, name of the borrower, constitution, date of sanction, then product code, then investment in P&L, allocation, then interest rate, what is the limit, what is the DP, outstanding, security type, last stock statement. Why last stock statement has not been given for some of the items is a question for you. Then credit rating, then other limit type, whether they are having any other limits, then credit summation, but the credit summation, unfortunately, they don't put real values. So it just a column you can ask, the system is not automatically capturing. Then CP account date, what is the charge type, customer ID, then ECGC amount returnable, then other limit amount, last stock statement, date of last credit, I'm sorry. Then what is the facility, primary security amount, collateral security amount, tangible security amount, insurance amount. Why insurance having some of the columns black is the question. Irregular amount, what is the type of security, primary, tangible asset, and so on. Now, like what we do for the other accounts, let's very quickly do it equal to rows. I want to know how many items are there, 262. These all are standard SA1. That means all are standard, but even all are standard, more than 1 lakh it is trying to capture. Now, I want to know how many accounts having the value so that I get to know where the values are missed. Also, I want to know count blank. Let's take this, copy this. Now I can just paste here. This is going to tell you the quality of your data. Let me save this. This is the way you can convert your data into Excel format. And last but not the least, let me close this. Don't try to take CCDP total and compare with your balance sheet because as I mentioned, CCDP is a file where it's going to have so many reports. Together, all the reports total you can compare. But the report which I took only is belongs to the SA1. Okay. Now, the last file, let's try to do the text to column. Anyway, maybe that text to column, I'll do it as a last part because if I can go to my schedule, if I can go to my schedule, in the last part, I would like to explain about text to column automation using the Power Query. Let's go to my schedule. Now the data is ready for me to do the analysis part, to identify the SMAs, to do the sampling, to get the stratification and so on. If you look into my schedule, convert account statement into Excel is also there. But in the last fourth session where I'm going to talk about the account statement related analysis, that point of time, we will see how we can convert the account statement into the regular file, right? With this, I am just closing my second part of the session. We have another 4 minutes. In any conversion, if you find any challenge, you can let me know. And even after the today's session, from tomorrow onwards, I'm going to give my phone number to all of you. You can just note down. Um, 1 second. Yeah, so that if you have any stuck up, you are anywhere with respect to the data, I request all of you, you can just probably put a message to me, send some sample data, I can help you out. Our next session gonna be 2:15 where I'm going to talk about the analysis one, and also just for the benefit of other members, let me give my, oops, I'm sorry. Any question? Let me take another 2 more minutes. We have any question? Anyone? Let me have +91 702 23 4 5 6 7 8. I'm also very active into my WhatsApp actually. My suggestible is the WhatsApp. Otherwise, even you can send an email. Then I have an email, saran@written.com. Okay. So probably you can use this credentials tomorrow onwards when you are in the live bank audit. You can ask me. See, today I did not cover IRAC norms and everything because theory, a lot of PDFs, a lot of PPTs are going around. The only thing than anything else, I request you just download the master circular. If possible, I also keep it into the working files. Just go through once. You will get to know all the IRAC related. And LFR, anyway, I'm covering during my presentation what are the relevant parts you need to focus more on. So, right? So, I'm just stopping my session here. We'll see you all third session at 2:15. I request everyone sharp come back by 2:15. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Welcome back, everyone, to the third session on the analysis part. I hope you all had great lunch. We had a 1 hour break for the lunch, and now let us go for next 1.5 hour on the analysis part. Friends, let me start the session. I'll just go into this. Let me, for the time being, let me hide this. Yeah, let's go to the schedule. We understood conversion of files end to end. And in fact, I'm getting a couple of messages, in fact, at the lunchtime. Sharon, we are using Canara Bank. Sharon, we are using a different bank and so on. See, my point of covering conversion is irrespective of the bank, there are only two methods of converting your data into the Excel. One is it is if it is a delimited file using a delimited method. If it is a fixed width file using a fixed width method. Irrespective of the case, method is same. And the columns could be different for four banks of banks 24. You are having an arrear condition, you are having a different columns, but most of the columns for the analysis are same in every bank. It's only about you need to ask them a proper file with the name called loan balance file and CCOD file. In some of the banks like Union Bank of India, they will be giving you in the Excel format itself. We call it as a classification report. It's having all the items including CCOD and CCDP. Now, the work which I would like to do now is the analysis part. So let me close this automation one. Let me also close let me open now. Let's go to the working files. Let me open now a uh, LFR. Let's start going towards each item in the LFR. Now let me start recording. In this part of the session, we would like to go into the analysis part. So let us go start looking into the next thing. Once you convert the data, what is the thing you are going to do? Now you need to identify the accounts for which you want to do the transaction detailing. Now I have the accounts. Let me take a couple of examples just for the understanding purpose. Now I'll just go back. I'll take couple of accounts for your information. Control C. Now I'll just go here. One second. I'll just go here. I'll put into the working files. These all two files I'm going to work for today's analysis part. One is for the banks 24, the other one is the Finacle. S is the SBI, sorry, this is B is the banks 24, and this is the F is the Finacle. Okay, let me open this B. If I open this B, just wait for a minute. Yeah, let me delete. These all are not required for me. One second. Everyone, just bear with me till I prepare the data. Yeah. This is the same file which I converted into the Excel, and you can add up the CCOD files into that. Let us first do the calculation with respect to the LFR. What are the meaning of large advances in the LFR? Let's go into here. There is a fifth section which talks about the large advances. For this purpose, large advances are those in respect of which the outstanding amount is in excess of 10% of outstanding aggregate base balance of fund-based and non-fund-based advances of the branch are 10 crore, whichever is less. So the first annexure, you are going to prepare annexure one large advances. How to get the large advances? Large advances definition is very simple. Let's say I have, just as an example, I have a loan balance file total is some X amount. That's nothing but equal to sum of, anyway, this is a loan balance file equal to sum of, you can just go here and probably I can just take my outstanding value. Let me just go here. Yeah, let me go to this particular column for the outstanding. Okay, and this is almost like 89 crore if I'm not wrong. Let me just keep the, one second, just keep the, oops, I think there is some small icon which is distracting me. No problem. Let me keep the comma format with the zero decimal. Now let's say CCOD balance file total, just as an example. Okay. Another for, let's say in this, let's say 62% of it. Just consider that this is the total. This is what my total advances, it's going to be equal to sum of this, right? 140 crore. Now, as per the large advances, what is the definition? Definition is 10% of total advances. Total advances, right? That includes fund based and non fund based. So consider this is a fund based. Let's say I have non fund, including BG, LC, these all could be another, let's say 12 crore, just as an example. Just copy this, please, special form. Now my total advances, fund plus non fund. You know how much it could be? Equal to this plus this. So 1 crore 56, sorry, 156 crore is my total fund and non-fund based. Large advances means one is 10% of total advances, right? Equal to this into 10%. Or second one, 10 crore is the limit, 10 crore limit. So let's take 10 crore. This is 10 crore. Now copy this base special form. Now the lower of it, lower of 1 and 2. How to use a function? There is a function called equal to min. I can just take the minimum of it. So this is what the large advance in this particular case. So large advance is equal to this is the formula, right? Now, when this is a large advance, now I want to filter all the advances which are greater than 10 crore. Now I can just go here, I can just start filtering the outstanding balance, if any, is more than 10 crore. How I can identify this? Let's try to look into this. I'm just trying to see. Uh, yeah. Now let's go to the end. Our filter, just go to the filter greater than 10 crore. None of the items are greater than 10 crore. So that means looking into the loan balance file, there are no large advances. So my suggestion to all of you, have a list of those accounts. If at all you have any large advance, this is large advance calculation, right? These all are the annexure one large advance accounts, no large advances. Since there are no large advances, I need not to do the transaction testing. However, as an auditor, materiality is very important. I may pick up some of the items for the transaction testing. If at all you have some of the items as a large advances. Now, let's say there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items are there as a large advances. For these 5 items, if any large advances available, we are expected to do transaction audit. Transaction audit in the sense, for every question in the LFAR, you are expected to see and write the answer. Meaning, you need to check from the start, from the birth of the account till as on the date of the audit. I am not even saying as on 31st March, even as on the date of the audit, because there are places in the LFR you are going to comment on the question from the balance sheet date till the date of audit. Are there any significant changes in the accounts? That's the reason I'm saying as on the date of the audit, you must need to look into the same. So this is what the above threshold values. This is the first and foremost activity you are expected to do to calculate how many large advances are there. Now I have a question. Now I have a question. Understand everyone carefully. There is one section we need to fill from the LFR. That section is nothing but the list of accounts examined for audit. So keeping this as a annexure number 2. Annexure 2. List of accounts examined for audit. List of accounts examined for audit. Now I am going to give you a small case study. Probably in the chat box you can reply. In the chat box, probably you can start replying. I'm going to give you a small case study. Let's say as an audit, total number of accounts I took for the audit sampling is 220 accounts or else 120 accounts. The total outstanding of that is maybe, let's say, 12 crore or else 18 crore. I'm sorry, 18 crore. The total outstanding of all the 120 accounts. I'm sorry, all the 120 accounts. Schema format is irritating. I'm getting some error. Okay, right? Out of this 120, 10 accounts, sorry, 12 accounts for which I have done transaction detailing, meaning I have done end to end of the audit. Let's say 25 accounts for which I verified pre-sanction documentation. For another 25 accounts, I verified post-sanction documentation. For another 25, I have verified and I analyzed account statement. For another 25 accounts, I analyzed EMI calculation and theoretical balance analysis. How many till now? It's 112, right? For 8 accounts, let's say this is 20 and this is 20 and this is 20, 20 samples. Now, for another 20 accounts, I am trying to do the analysis with respect to the interest calculation and revenue leakage. Remaining 8 accounts for which I am checking the miscellaneous items from LFM. I just divided my entire work into this part. 120 samples I took, which is worth of 18 crore, and I have done and I divided the entire 120 samples into this part. Now the question comes into the picture. When it comes to the list of accounts examined of audit, I'm going to give the account number, account name, balance at the year end, fund based, non-funded, and so on. How many accounts I'm going to keep it there? Am I going to keep 12 accounts or am I going to keep all the 120 accounts? You can put the answer in the chat box. Maybe. Am I going to give only 10 accounts? Tell me. Am I going to take only 20 accounts? So sorry, 12 accounts, or am I going to take everything, all the 120 accounts? If you ask me, I am going to keep here only 120, sorry, 12 accounts. Why not 120 accounts? Because, because if I put all the 120 accounts, here there is no remarks. If at all any column called remarks, so that I can write for each account what is the work I have done. List of accounts examined for the audit is basically for the transaction detailing, whatever you have done, you are expected to keep it here. Transaction detailing in the sense from the birth of the account till the audit date, everything you should have a control. But the problem comes where, the problem comes here. Percentage examined. We go for a false prestige, auditors. After filling only 12 accounts, that comes into 6% or 7%. When the percentage became very low, we ourselves feel insecure that we did not do great audit. Then we are going to put another 30, 40 accounts to make the percentage at least 15 to 20%. But let me tell you, that is a dangerous part. Meaning, let's say, without even doing a complete audit for those accounts, what you are keeping here, you kept almost like 70, 80 accounts. The total percentage became 20%. Very good. You have done the audit of 20% as a statutory auditor. That is good number. But tomorrow, suddenly, after a couple of years, if you get a question from the regulator that, if you get a question from the regulator that, Sharan, one account In the year for which you have done the audit, there is a fraud triggered, the fraud triggered in the year in which you have done the audit. Could you please give me the explanation? Then immediately, without even seeing the LFR, we tell them, Mr. I'm a statutory branch auditor. I need not to do the end-to-end audit. Very good. I do only based on the sampling. Very good. Then he asked, have you took this account into the sample or not? Even without you telling whether you took it or not, because you kept in this table, ID, this table, whenever you keep an account, that means you are giving a witness and you are agreeing yourself that you have examined all these accounts. Then we'll be into the trap. So my suggestion to all of you, the world, no one bothers about this percentage. If you have done a proper audit of end to end, along with the documentation, along with the account statement analysis, along with the classification, if at all any upgraded or downgraded, everything end to end, if you are done, then you can only fill in this table. Otherwise, my suggestion, don't fill in this table. Just because you did not fill the accounts in this table, it doesn't mean I have not done the audit. However, the going forward in the below LFR, for each question, I took a different examples. Okay. Ashish, if you ask me, I'll not fill all the 120. Even Parvatishan, 12 is the correct answer. If you ask me, I'm going to take only the 12. Sir, should we do the transaction audit from the birth of the account? Even birth rate is before audit, before the starting period. If you ask me, there is a problem with respect to the CCOD files because the CCOD files recently renewed. That is what you need to focus more. My intention of birth in the sense, so these accounts, if you ask me, let's say housing loans, one housing loan is continuing since many years. First and foremost thing, I'll just check it out last year. Is there any thing which is pending for this? In the last year audit report, they have written anything about this. If they have not written anything, for me as a glance, I'll also take the opening files of this. I'll start checking it because maybe some of the documents might be missing in the last year. How do I get to know? So my suggestion to all of you, take at least 80% of the samples which sanctioned in the current year and 20% of the samples, even the sanction before previous year. Because some of the cases, especially when it comes to the downgradation or upgradation, even if you could do take the samples from the previous years, then only you can identify. Okay, I hope I answered your question. Now let us go slowly start looking into these questions. Now the question comes into the picture. Have you come across the cases of quick mortality in accounts where the facility became non-performing within a period of 12 months from the date of first sanction? Details of such accounts may be provided in the following manner. Friends, this question, how are you going to answer? You're going to answer this question not out of the samples you verified, but out of all the accounts which you got it as a loan balance file or CCOD file. How an account becomes within 12 months NPA? Those all accounts you need to take it out. Have you come across the cases of quick mortality in accounts where the facility became non-performing within a period of 12 months from the date of the sanction? Always my suggestion to all of you, when you are trying to read a question of LFR, think from the RBI perspective, why they kept this question into the LFR. Meaning, probably they could have, they wanted to know what is the credit risk any particular bank is carrying or a particular circle of the bank or maybe particular region of the bank. If a credit department is not in a position to analyze a person within 12 months, whether he becomes an NPA or not, that is nothing but a weakness of that particular credit department. Because I'm not the only one going to put these numbers. Throughout the circle, many people are going to keep these accounts. They are trying to look into the percentage of how many quick mortality accounts and what is the total amount. If it is material, our central statutory auditor is going to take this and at his credit risk related comments where he is going to put the amount. That's what the meaning of it. Okay. Now, let us see where this reference has been given in the Central Statutory Audit LFR. Yeah. If you can read the guidelines when it comes to the credit risk areas for the SCA LFR, whether the credit assessment process is sufficiently placed to capture the risk, as also the adequacy of information and data available with the bank. With the bank, the quick mortality cases has to be closely examined. Whatever the quick mortality accounts you are given And at the circle level, that will be consolidated. Central statutory auditor job is, if it is not material, maybe 1% or a half percent, he is bothered. If it is a material of 5%, 7%, 10%, then he'll try to see why more quick mortality accounts are there. From which region, from which section, sorry, from which circle, even in which region, what are the branches together? Then who are the officers doing this credit risk? And what are the things which they are not following as per the guidelines of the bank? That's the reason this particular question is very, very important. But how are you going to analyze with the practical data? Very simple. Now, let me save this and close it. Let me keep two files as I already kept it. Let me start analyzing this from the banks. Is nothing but banks 24 software. Okay, okay. I think I took anyway from here only. So let me remove this. Let me remove this. Okay. Now to identify the quick mortality account, there should be two columns which are required. One, the sanction date. Two, the NPA date. First of all, identify whether the sanction date is available in your file or not. There is a sanction date. And in the sanction date, are there any blanks? There are no blanks. Very good. Check it out. Is there any NPAs which are available in your file? Yes, there is a SMA class which is having a NPA. Just for me to make, instead of SMA 012, I'll put one column NPA. Wherever NPA is there, my SMA class, I'll just take those accounts as an NPA. Otherwise, remaining all cases other than NPA, I'm going to keep it as standard assets, SA. Remove this. Now, what I will be doing, I will just filter for NPA because I'm going to identify the quick mortality only in the NPA cases. And why should I bother about the cases of NPA which happened last year? Because last auditor might have commented. Now I need to take the NPA only for the current year. So let's take the NPA date 2023-24, and I don't want Jan, Feb, March of 2023. I have filtered only the values belongs to 23-24. Now I'm going to ask a question, whether is it a quick mortality account or not? Or quick mortality months, QM. How to calculate the quick mortality in the months? Very simple. I am going to put a function called date diff. Date diff is a function which is going to find the difference between two dates. First date, let me take the sanction date. This is my sanction date. Let me take the second date of NPA date. And the sanction date I have, NPA date I have. I want to find the difference in the months. My suggestion, my request to all of you, please do not take your own number of way of calculation like days. Many people I have seen they took equal to this first day minus last day. So if it is 365, they are going to put divided by 30. In the bank branch audit, especially when you are trying to look into the RBA master circulars, if it is saying months, you need to calculate months. If it is saying days, you need to calculate days. As I already mentioned in the first part of today's session, the overdue or outstanding, they said 90 days. They did not say 3 months because there is a lot of difference between 3 months and the 90 days. That's the reason in this case, I'm trying to calculate in the double quotation with M, which is going to give me the difference in the number of months. If I get the difference in the number of months with M, if I put it Y, can anyone tell this function is going to result what? It's going to give the difference in the years. If I put D, it's going to give the difference in the days. Now let me enter, copy and paste. Excellent. I got quick mortality months. Now let me put a question. Is it a quick mortality account? Is it a quick mortality account? First of all, let me put a different color for this because these are the columns which I am inserting into the data. So let me take this color. Now I will just do a filter. Then I'll filter less than 12, less than 12 months. Yes, these all are the quick mortality accounts. Yes. Now what I'll be doing, I'll just take a copy, then I'll just go here and just keep it as an annexure 2 quick mortality accounts, annexure 3 quick mortality accounts. Let's go to my data, copy it and paste here. Wonderful. Okay. Now in the annexure, though it's going to ask you only a few columns, my suggestion, you always better to take all the columns because Here it may be just account number, account name, balance at the year end, balance at the year end, non-funded and total. But as I mentioned, the format they may not change, but they may not. They may ask for the additional, columns in the system of the respective branch. So my suggestion to all of you, you can just take all the columns, whatever the columns which are required to fill into your LFR in the online format, you can fill only those columns, right? This is what my uh, loan data. Excellent. I have filled this. I know how to fill this. I know how to fill even this. Now, friends, the question comes, you got so many accounts. You got so many accounts. Now, let me put the list of my staff. This is supporting data. I have staff. I have a staff. What are the staffs? I'm going audit along with a staff of three people. Shruti, let's say, Saran, Saranya. Let's say instead of Saran, let's say Shweta. I just went to audit with the three people. And also, the type of activities, the audit activity, what I can verify, you can just take these list of items at the higher level from the LFR itself. Let me go to the LFR. I'm going to just check the credit appraisal, right? Credit appraisal. Then I will be checking with respect to the sanctioning and disbursement, sanctioning documents verification, right? Then I'll check the uh, post-sanction document verification, doc verification, right? Then I'll check the review and monitoring. Review in the sense account statement analysis and so on. Review or monitoring. Review or monitoring. I'm just making a list of items, right? I will probably will take into the upgradation or downgrade of any accounts. I'll just try to check any revenue leakage perspective, right? And other than this, if at all any items which are miscellaneous for me to consider from the LFR. So miscellaneous from LFR. Let's say these all are the seven activities I want to do in my audit. Now now my job is immediately to analyze my data, which is already available with me. Now let me take this data. In the Excel, the very, very important thing is the pivot table. Let's go to the insert. I'm going to insert a pivot table. You can have n number of pivot tables. Just let me have pivot table with respect to the account num outstanding. Let's take the outstanding value. Let's take the outstanding value. Let also take the same outstanding value in the values. Let take the same outstanding in the values again, in the values again, in the values again. This is what the first stratification I am trying to do. I request all of you, whoever had to join your friends, let them join into the session because the next 3 hour session going to be very, very important where we are going to do the real audit by taking the sample stratification and so. Now, this is my strat one based on outstanding, right? What is the thing I did here? Let me explain again. I took outstanding into the rows. I took the same outstanding four values into the column. Now, you may be surprising, Saran, why you took the same outstanding again and again? Because I want to do some analysis with respect to the amount of the outstanding, which is, okay, outstanding in the accounts. Now, let's go to the group. There is an option in the Excel pivot table, option of group. What this group does, because it's a number column, it is trying to understand, Saran, out of your entire data, 0 is the lowest value. I found the highest value is just the 2.9 crore. What is the range you want to build this entire data? I want to keep the range of 50 lakh. I'll just click OK. Now I divided this entire data into different ranges. Without ranges, you just check the data. It is a unique value of every outstanding. With the ranges, now you check the data. It is into different buckets. Now, this is what my outstanding column. This is what my outstanding column. One second. Let me just take these comma formats into my quick access toolbar. So it's already there. Okay. Because there is some small item. Yeah. Okay. Now let me select this column and I can just put comma format with zero decimal. Let me put the decimal. I want to remove some of the items here. Let me just remove so that, yeah, this is also for the time being. Let me remove. Yeah, now I can just have zero decimal. This is my outstanding. But why you have these many columns with respect to the outstanding? Now I want to take the same thing as an outstanding, but I'll right click. I'll just check show values as percentage of the grand total. Now what it has given, it has, if total is 100%, how each range has been divided. Now this is outstanding percentage. Now, why this third and fourth outstanding is important for me? I don't want outstanding now. Now this is nothing but I'll right click and I'll put it as a count so that I'll get to know how many accounts are there. Accounts total, accounts count, accounts. And the same thing, this one, I want to take it as a count. I'll just right click and I'll take it as a percentage of grand total. Now, this is accounts percentage, right? A small stratification with respect to outstanding. Now, what it is going to give us a guidance. There is 89 worth of 89 crore is the total loan balance, out of which 83% is 18 crore, 18,000, sorry, 1800, which is less than 50 lakh. Now I want to focus more. If I can do the audit of these 13, if these 13, otherwise what I'll be doing, I'll right click. If I don't like this, grouping, probably I can reduce it because I found very few accounts. So let me make it instead of 50 lakh, let's put it 25 lakh. Now this is what my range. Now in this range, let me take 50 lakh and above. Let me take 50 lakh and above. I got almost like 13 accounts. I'm just going to keep it as a priority one accounts. Let me allocate this priority one to, let's say, Saranya, staff. So this is my priority type, and this is staff delegation. Very good. If still time permit I have, I'll just take priority to all these 46 accounts, but 46 accounts are little bigger. So I'll just make it as a just priority two, and this I'll allocate to Shruti if time permit. Now, how many samples you need to take in this case? In this case, I want to take for priority one, let me give the sampling related. Priority one, I want to take 100% samples. When it comes to priority two, I want to take 30% of the sample, right? How am I going to take here? Now the sample size is, Shruti can decide out of 46 accounts, any 30% of the accounts she can decide. 13.8 in the sense 14 accounts she can choose. And I want to give here a round up function so that if any value is less than one, at least I could take one account. 14 accounts Shruti can take out of all these 46 accounts, which are part of priority two. And there is no option for the Saranya. She has to choose all the accounts because priority one is 100%. Copy and paste. Now, my total sampling, which I want to do a transaction testing. So, sample for transaction testing. So, stratification for this, I'm going to do the transaction testing, meaning I'm going to do end to end of audit. Total samples are equal to sum of this, and it's going to be 270. Sorry, 27 accounts. And outstanding, you can calculate. In this case, outstanding is basically, you can just take this value, copy and paste. And in this case, first she has to choose out of 46 accounts, which are 14 accounts, based on which you will get to know what is the total. Then you will even get the total outstanding also. This is my outstanding. Very good. Now you have done this. But in the audit, if you look into the standards of auditing, if you look into the materiality, sampling, your sample should cover the entire population. But in this case, my sample have covered the population, which is only about 25 lakh. I did not cover a population less than 25 lakh. Now I am going to do the another stratification, that is stratification number two. Here I want to give you a small tip. The small tip is normally what we do, second stratification, we'll simply copy this and we'll paste it. And now I want to group for the values which are less than 25 lakh. So I want to take only from 0 to 25 lakh, right? Now I want to take 5 lakh as a step value, or else 2 lakh 5,000 as a, or else, 5 lakh is okay. 5 lakh as a step value. Now, if I can click OK, 0 to 5 lakh, 5 to 10 lakh, 10 to 15, 15 to 20, 20 to 25 lakh will be there. About 25 lakh, everything it's going to group together. Very good. I want, in fact, the same. But excuse me, if I click OK, unfortunately, the grouping got changed in both the pivot tables. So there is some issue here. So that is the problem you'll be having. So don't just take the old pivot table, especially when grouping is part of it, copy paste it to make the another grouping. Because I'm not going much deeper into this concept, but my suggestion to all of you, you can go to my playlist of Thursday for Technology. I explained about pivot table concept end to end. There I was talking about the pivot cache concept. Pivot table you can insert in two ways. By going into the insert pivot table, the second way is by going into the pivot table and pivot chart wizard, for which the shortcut is Alt D P. When you take directly insert pivot table, your Excel is smart trying to take the same data which is already created as a pivot cache from which it will get the pivot table. But when I go to the pivot table and pivot chart wizard, it's going to give me a question. Now let me select this data. I'll just go to pivot table or pivot chart wizard. Otherwise, I'll use a shortcut Alt DP. Once I click Alt DP, let me click next. Let me click next. There is a question. Sharon, do you want to create the pivot table on top of the previous pivot table cache? Otherwise, do you want to create entirely a new cache? I want to create a new pivot cache. Let me click no. Let me click finish. Now, this is a new pivot table altogether. This is a stratification number two with respect to the outstanding. In this stratification number two, let's take all those outstanding items here very quickly. I'm just going to take outstanding the rows. I'm going to take outstanding in the values. I'm going to take outstanding even here. Now, let me also take outstanding here. One more outstanding. Exactly whatever I took earlier, I'm just taking here. All right, click. Now I want to group. I don't want to group till 2 crore 92 because till 50 lakh I have done. Now let me take till 50 lakh, right? Otherwise, I think till 25 lakh I did here, right? Yeah, till 25 lakh I have done. So let me go here, right click, 0 to 25 lakh, 25, right? And I took 5 lakh, 10 lakh as a step value. Instead of 10, probably, sorry, instead of 10, probably I could take maybe 5 lakh. So let me take here 5 lakh. So that at every 5 lakh range of advance, I want to take up. Now, this is nothing but your outstanding value. Now, let me just outstanding. And this is outstanding percentage. Now, what I'll be doing, I'll just right click and I'll just make it as a percentage of grand total, right? And this is count. I want to know how many accounts are there. And this is also count. Not only just the count, I also wanted to know what is the percentage of it. I'll just make it, these are nothing but the accounts. And these are nothing but the accounts percentage. The stratification here, whatever I have done, there is a lot of difference. Everything greater than 25 lakh, it together everything. I'm not going to take any sample here because greater than 25 lakh already there was a sample I took. Now let's take this particular part. Now I want to take the sample out of remaining all. How many accounts I have from here to here? There are so many accounts. So what I wanted to do till 5 lakh, I want to take the sample percentage. Let me put the sample percentage. I want to take 1%. Here also, I want to take 1%. Here, about 10 lakh, between 15 lakh, let me take 2% of sample. Let me take 2% of sample. Here also, let me take 2% of sample. Here, 0% because I have already done. Now, what is the sample size? I want to take it. This entire work you are going to do before, at the time of planning, before you are going to allocate the work to the staff. Now, I'll take these many accounts into 1%. I'll just make it round up as I mentioned. Let me take 0, enter, and I'm just going to copy and paste it. These all are the number of accounts I'll be verifying for my transaction audit, right? This is transaction audit. If you feel even 1% is more in this case, you can just make it as a 0.5%. That's fine. Okay. These all are the 14 samples. So the staff to whom you are going to allocate this work now, Shruti is over, Sharanya is over. Let me allocate this to Shweta. Okay. She is going to pick up 7 samples out of 1379. She's going to pick up 2 samples out of this, and she's going to pick up 2 samples out of 98, 2 samples out of 55, 1 sample out of 34, and she'll do the analysis. Okay. Now total how many samples? 14 plus 27 for which I'm going to do the transaction. Since I'm doing transaction audit of these two cases, I am going to keep these into my accounts examined, the list which is there that almost cover. I'm sure here itself you can easily tell if you can, because here 100% audit I'm doing, here itself it is 16%. And 50% of the accounts I'm doing a transaction audit here, another 8%. So 16 plus 8 is approximately 24. And here out of this 14, together maybe another 5-6% you will be covering, or maybe 3-4%. So approximately 25 to 30% of advances you are going to cover. That is good size, basically. Okay. So this is when it comes to the transaction audit related accounts. But are these only accounts are you going to verify during your audit? No. There are many accounts I'll be verifying. So now let us take the stratification, because in these cases, maybe you'll only find the accounts which are small accounts, which are higher accounts. You may get a less chance to go for a each account type wise. Maybe some of the account types, some of the vehicle loans could have been missed out of this because you are only looking into 0 to 5 lakh, 1% of the sample, 5 lakh to 10 lakh, 1%. Unfortunately, let's say all these are nothing but maybe housing loans or maybe some other term loans. Small loans like personal loans, vehicle loans, and housing loans, or maybe any other loans which is installment based may not come into your sample. That's the reason now I should adopt a different type of sampling. Now, in this case, let's select this data. Let me make another pivot table. Now I want to have at least one sample from every account type. Now let's take the account type here, put into the rows now. Now let me take the account number, put here. Now let me take the outstanding, put here. Account number by default a number. That's the reason it has given sum here. I don't want sum. I want to take count. Very good. Now I want to take the total accounts here. I want to take the total outstanding here. Okay, in the title. This is the outstanding. Let me just put the comma format with the 0 decimal. Very good. Now this stratification number 3 with respect to the account type. Okay. Now I want to take at least one sample from every account. So what is the sample size you want to decide? Since there are 1800 accounts and I want to take at least 2% of the samples. 2% of the samples, and also I'll make sure that from every account, one sample should be part of it. Now I'll take it this into 2%. Therefore, enter, copy, and paste. Because 1 into 2%, 2 into 2% is 0.04. I want at least one sample out of everything. So I'll use a function called round up, comma 0, enter. So that at least one sample is there in every account where 370 accounts are there. It is at least a good if I can take 8 samples minimum because more accounts are there in such type. Otherwise, you can take as it is. The total sum of samples which I took is 197. You may be surprising. Don't surprise that I'm going to do the transaction audit for 197 because transaction audit is only for large advances mandatorily. Other than large advances, you can pick up based on your sample size. But other than that, transaction audit, that's all. Whatever the 14 plus 27, if I take, is that sufficient for my audit? No. You need to take so many samples. But for all these 197, am I going to do the transaction audit? No. I am going to put an activity here, audit activity. I want my audit activity to be filled automatically from the supporting data. And there are seven audit activities which I'm going to perform out of my entire data. Out of these seven accounts, what I'm going to do now, I will be randomly filling up what activity I want to take for each account of the sample. I'll just take it equal to a function called index. I'll just go to the supporting data. Otherwise, what I'll be doing, I'll give a defined name. I think that's very simple. Let me give a defined name for this as audit activity, because I'm going to use this at many places. And also for these people, three people, you give the title as a staff. Very good. Now I'll just go here. I'm just going into a function called index. I'm going into a function called index. Let me take audit activity column or values. It's seven values. I want to randomly pick up each value every time. So in this range, I want to pick up random row number, random row value. There is a function in Excel called rand between. There is a function in Excel called rand between. Now let me take 1 comma 7. 1 comma 7. What is the meaning of it? From the first account, from the first item till the seventh item, it can give me any number. If rand between is giving me 5, it's going to pick up fifth value out of this data. If rand between is giving me 2, it's going to pick up second value out of this audit activity. Now enter, copy, and paste. Excellent. Even what activity you need to verify, you got here. Excellent. Now, let me also allocate this to staff. My suggestion, friends, whenever you use rand between, after that, at every time when you make your Excel active, the rand between values will keep on change. But there's a problem. I think this I need to go for revenue leakage, this particular account. Unfortunately, I could not take this, because whenever I'm trying to change this revenue leakage became credit appraisal. When after this, it became upgrade or downgrade related. So you must need to do copy paste special values. Once you do copy paste special values, your formula will disappear, value will remain. So the rand between will disappear. Since rand between disappeared, there's no problem. But for the outside people, I know that I have given a random between. But tomorrow, how can you prove to the regulator or ICI or peer reviewer that these all you randomly, but not, biased based on your judgment? So, because once I done copy paste special value, this is appearing for me as if this is like a regular entering the activity for every line item. So in those cases, my suggestion to all of you, which can act as a working paper even for you, you can record this step especially, because these days listed companies where NFRA is going to ask a number of questions. Who is the staff work did the work for this? What are the working papers and so on? After a couple of years, you forget which staff is verified this account and what are the working papers. That's the reason even allocation of staff, allocation of activity, taking the sampling, everything should be recorded. But this one anyway, formula is there. I don't have any problem. But this one, I should take a proper, recording of it. How to take the recording? No problem. You go to the start, go to the snipping tool. In the snipping tool, if you are using Windows 11 updated version, along with the camera symbol, along with the camera symbol, you are having an option called, one second, one second. I want to move basically. Yeah, I don't, it got stuck up at the top. Yeah, now I could see it. One second. Yeah, now let me start recording this. If I want to start recording this, are you finding here there is a camera symbol? Besides camera symbol, there is a video symbol also. If you can take record, it's going to record a snip. If I click this, it's going to record a video. Let me click new. Now it is asking me the area to which you want to record along with this, along with the title, because I want to know what is the title. Take this entire thing. Now you can start writing the formula. If possible, maybe you can take the entire screen because timestamp is also very important. This timestamp should match with your uh, date on which you are doing the audit. Now, what I'll be doing, let me start. Once you click start, it's going to start the recording. Now you can start writing this formula called index rand between enter. You can also write a formula called equal to index. I want to allocate staff, comma, then I want to take a rand between how many staff are there, one comma three. So randomly I want to take three staff, enter, copy and paste. Let the values change, no problem. Now I am just going to select these two columns, copy paste special values. Once I do copy paste special values, it automatically change. Now let me stop my recording. Once I stop my recording, I'm just going to save this file as, let me just go here, document, sorry, random allocation of audit activity and staff, right? This I'm going to make it in the working papers for all of you to verify. Excellent. So my working paper is ready. My sampling methodology, I decided that sampling methodology I also recorded. Now my staff is going to, now Shweta, I'm going to filter. What are the accounts she's going to do the audit? This one account, she'll select out of these two. Only one is there. Automatically, that particular account will come. Out of 21, she's going to take one account. So that one account she will select. And she's going to keep all those accounts one below other so that 197 accounts will be there, and based on which she is going to decide based on this particular account type. Account type is, for example, this, then she's going to check upgrade or downgrade. If account type is this, she's going to check miscellaneous from LFR and so on, right? Now, once you are done here, so now you gathered 197 plus 14 plus 27. Total, my sample size now is, now let's go to my annexure 2. Now, this is what I'm trying to keep it. Let's take stratification 1 onwards, it is 27. Stratification 2, I'm just going to keep it outstanding. This is 14. And I can just go here. I will be going to the account type of samples 197. Now this is transaction audit. I've done the transaction audit or else transaction testing. For this also, I did the transaction testing. For this, I did uh, different audit activities. Different audit activities. Now here I'm going to put it equal to sum if look into my range of this for a transaction testing, total the values from, okay, out of this entire range, total the values from this range. So that it's going to give me what is the total 41. If I make it, I realized that I did not get a time here to do the transaction testing. I did different audit activities. My number will automatically change here. Okay. Now in this case, I've done the transaction testing for almost 41 accounts, 197 accounts. I have done the different type of audit activities. This is very, very important for you to demonstrate because once you fix this, till end of the audit, my suggestion to all of you, don't go ahead. Don't go ahead and change this methodology because once you fix the methodology, that is what the standard methodology I would like to follow throughout my audit. So if you are the partner, not going for the bank audit, even you can senior, you can send across your senior, provided if you can do this entire work sitting at your office. Because once the planning entirely is done, analysis will not take much time. Our people are now became expert doing the analysis of the data, right? This is with respect to the stratification. If anyone having any question till the stratification, probably you can let me know. Let's go into the schedule. I thought of covering what extraction of large advances we have done, list of accounts examined we have done, outstanding balance we have done, stratification, account to type also we have done, sampling selection, stratified we have done, then delegation of staff we have done, quick mortality accounts we have done. Let's try to see analysis of SMA 0, 1, 2 for the NPA accounts. I think I am in a right direction. Let's go into my data. Now, where is my loan data? This is what my loan data first. Let's take this loan data in the green color so that I can always come to the first. Excellent. Now, friends, now look here. Uh, I am going to start looking into a lot of analysis from this data. Just try to understand what analysis I could do. I'm finding the account number, I'm finding account type, customer number, customer name, limit, interest rate, theoretical balance, outstanding balance. Here the question comes, what is the meaning of theoretical balance? Let me put a sheet so that I'm going to give you the comparison of theo balance versus outstanding. Friends, theoretical balance means ideal balance which should have been into the account. Then outstanding is basically an actual balance. Outstanding actual balance. This is basically theoretical balance concept coming into a picture only in case of loan balance file. That means installment based files. That means, for example, as on today, let's say loan taken in year on 1st April, just for easy calculation, I'm taking a simple numbers, 2021. Loan amount, loan amount, loan amount is basically, let's say 50 lakh, right? Just as an example. Now, the rate of interest is 10.5%. Then number of years to pay this loan is, let's say 12 years. What is the installment? You need not to calculate the installment, friends. Anyway, with respect to the installment, already you have one column with the name called installment. Probably you can go towards the right side. Oh my God, that should be there. Don't worry. Okay, if I go towards the right side, I'm sure, yeah, next due amount is nothing but the installment, you can say. Otherwise, in some of the banks where the title itself is the installment, next due amount is basically the install. Okay. Otherwise, if installment is also not there, not a problem. You can calculate. How you can calculate? Equal to, there is a function called PMT. Why I kept minus symbol? Because when the loan is a positive, installment will go out of your pocket every month, which is a negative value. So to negate the negative, I want to get the positive result. I just put a negative value. So rate this divided by 12 because I want to calculate the EMI. Number of periods. This into 12, I'm going to pay in 144 periods. Present value is nothing but the loan, 15,000, close bracket. So that you will get what is the installment EMI you are having. Now let's see what is the formula I've written so that this could be a good reference to you later. This could be a good reference to you later. Now, now I'm doing an audit period, audit as on. I'm doing audit as on 31st March 2024. Ideally, how many EMIs should have been paid? EMIs due as on today. How many EMIs? Because 21, 22, 22, 23, 23, 24. Total 3 years. 3 into 12. Ideally, by this time, you should have paid 36 EMIs. Okay, EMIs overdue. Sorry. Yeah, EMIs overdue. How many EMIs yet to need to pay? Remaining EMIs. You can easily calculate 12 into 12 minus 36 to the remaining EMIs. Remaining EMIs. Concentrate, everyone. This into 12 minus 36 minus, yeah, okay, 108 are pending still. So EMI is 36 he paid. I'm covering very, very important topic of financial functions. I request everyone, please concentrate. If he paid 36 installments correctly, accurately, by uh, as on 31st March, what should have been the balance? Let's say he paid all the EMIs correct. Ideal balance, that's nothing but a Theo balance as on 31st March. How much? To know this, I need to know how much how much is the principal amount he paid. But how you can calculate the principal amount for the last 36 periods? How you can calculate the principal amount? Let's say total EMI paid in last 36 periods, you know how much? This multiplication with 36. Let me put in the comma format, right? Let me put this in the comma format with zero decimal. So in last 36 months he paid this, assuming there is no interest rate difference. Okay. If at all any interest rate difference, I request you to please, cater that particular portion also. Out of total EMI paid, what is the principal amount that he paid? This is the biggest question. And what is the interest he paid? If I know this principal amount, total outstanding of 15 lakh minus this principal amount should be the theoretical balance, ideally. I hope I am correct. Am I correct? Please confirm in the chat box. I'll take up all the questions last. Just bear with me. I'm covering very, very important topic of analyzing your data using the financial functions. Theoretical balance ideally should be first if I'll get to know only if I know the principle. Why I'm covering this? Because you are having a column called theoretical balance in the banks 24. But Finacle, you don't find this column. Even you don't find this column in even you don't find this column in the FlexiCube also. If that is the case, how can you calculate this? That's the method I'm trying to tell. How to calculate the principal for 36 months? How much principal I paid? Equal to, there is a function called cumulative principal, CUMPRINC. Take the rate. This is what my rate divided by 12, comma. Number of periods, this into 12, comma. Present value is nothing but the loan, this, comma. Starting period from the first day, 1, comma. End period, 36, comma. How many, what is the type? Is your interest is accrued at the end of the period or beginning of the period? In most of the cases, it accrued at the end of the period. So I took the rate of interest, the number of periods total, present value is nothing but the loan, from the which period till which period you want to accumulate the principal amount. This is what my principal amount I paid because it's a outgoing, it is giving you negative. Let me make it positive by using a minus for that. Just take the same formula, Control C, Control V. Don't change anything. CUMIPMT. There's a function. Just do this. Copy, paste special format. If you can check this minus this should match with your zero validation control. Now you can copy and paste so that you will get to know which formula you are written. Now considering this, let me calculate theoretical balance. What should be the theoretical balance? Very good. This is what my total outstanding and minus this is what my principal. Excellent. So this is what ideal balance. Actual balance. Anyway, I can get it actual balance from my loan balance file. Let's say actual balance is 11 lakh. Actual balance is let's say 14 lakh 25,000. Otherwise 13 lakh 45,000. Concentrate carefully. Concentrate carefully. This is the formula. I always try to keep the formulas everywhere, right? So let's copy this and paste here. Okay. Now, now 13 lakh 45,000 is our actual outstanding. I want to know whether is there any irregularity or overdue. Irregularity formula is very simple. If my theoretical balance is less than or else my actual balance is more than the theoretical balance, that means there is a overdue or irregularity. How much is the irregularity? Very simple. This minus this. If not, if either theoretical balance is equal to actual balance or theoretical balance is more than the actual balance, that means it is good. He's paying on time or even he paid much excess than what is required. So, zero. Enter. Now, in this particular case, my irregularity is this. When you found the irregularity, this amount, I hope I am giving a clarity to all of you. If I am getting the irregularity amount of 65,487, now I'll calculate overdue times. How many times it overdue? Otherwise, installment times or overdue times. Okay. I will just simply put this divided by my installment amount. It is 3.566. 3.566. That means my overdue, one second. Yeah, my overdue is 3.577, very big. What is the meaning of 3.57 is trying to indicate if overdue between 0 to 1, this means it is perfectly okay. If one installment is overdue and it is reaching till the two installment value, so if it is 1 to 2, then ideally this should be overdue between 0 to 30 days, overdue 0 to 30 days period. If it is overdue 0 to 30 days period, ideally this account should be into SMA 0. Now, let's say my overdue times is between 2 to 3. That means 2 to 3, 2 to 3. That means it is overdue 31 days to 60 days. 31 to 60 days. Let's go to SMA 1. This is ideally, if my overdue is between 3 to 4, this is 60 to 90 days. Ideally, this should be into SMA 2. If my overdue is greater than 4, this should be NPA. Overdue greater than 90 days, it is ideally an NPA. I hope I'm clear, right? And here, everything is an automatic process. Probably if I can take an account here, an account, maybe I can put the drop down. How to put the drop down of all the accounts? I can just go to the data validation. How to go to the data validation? Go to the data. You have the data validation. Go to the data. You have the data validation. Maybe I can just go here. Then you can take the list of all the accounts. Then you can go to the loan balance data. Loan balance data. My suggestion, this entire working you better do for only for the SA accounts. But anyway, I'm just doing for everything. But in the real work, you can do it SA. Now you take this loan balance data. Now you got an account number. Excellent. If you select the account number based on which it should automatically take the sanction date. Loan taken is nothing but the sanction date. Loan amount is nothing but the sanction amount. I'm sure this column of the sanction date, sanction amount is there. Limit is nothing but the sanction amount. So you'll be finding a column called sanction amount. This is nothing but the interest rate. This is nothing but the interest rate. And you will also find the total number of years. Total number of years you can calculate based on EMIs, total EMIs, right? EMIs overdue plus EMIs paid is nothing but the total number of period. Then this is what the installment you can calculate. And audit as on 31st March you are doing. How many EMIs are overdue? I made it manual calculation here, but ideally the calculation what you need to do is nothing but let me use a date the function. This is what my starting point, comma, this is what my end point. I want to get the months in M. It is exactly 35. As on 31st March, it is due, but let me put it plus 1 because ideally, because it's due on 31st March, ideally it should be 36. So I'll just copy and paste because when you use a date function, I'm sorry, copy, paste special form. When I use a date function, it ignores, it takes between how many values are there. But in this case, I want even to consider this value also. It automatically came. Now, whenever I just make it 20, this automatically came. If it changes, everything changes automatically, including my overdue, outstanding, and so on. Now, check it out. Because it is 2020, now this is my theoretical balance ideally. This is theoretical balance, and this is my EMI. The final balance is automatically changing. Now, if I make it maybe 21, straight out, even your irregularity got changed. That's the way it works. Now I'll simply take this. Now you can take a VLOOKUP function equal to VLOOKUP, look for this value where look into this entire data, date of function, right? Yeah, this comma 10 comma 0 because look for account number in the data A to Z column. Make sure that your account number is in the leftmost column. Then you have 10, then take 0. So 10th column is nothing but a sanction date. If I just change this, the value will automatically change. If I change this, the value will change. Now the sanction amount also I'll be taking the same way. Now I'm sorry, Control C, you can just put it Control V. I'm just going to take from A to Z. I want to see which column is my date of sanction. Is there a date of sanction? Yeah. This is sanction date. I took it already. Amount, right? That is nothing but the limit is the fifth column. So I'll simply take it. It is nothing but the fifth column. Excellent. The interest rate is nothing but the sixth column. So I'll simply take the same formula, Control C. I'll just take it the sixth column. That's going to be the interest. Number of years, if it is not there, probably you can just calculate by adding this plus this, and but overdue total EMIs it has not given. So total EMIs it has not given. So this information you probably gather maybe from uh, I'm not sure CCDP file, or you can ask them. They're going to give you when this account will get closed, based on which you can even gather the information. Now this is the one. Now, if you just change the account for everything, it will get changed, whether it should be to the SMA 0, SMA 1, and so on. Right? If this type of template, if you keep it ready, I am 100% sure this can give you a lot of inferences, a lot of analysis towards your data, because the actuals out of your staff took with respect to the outstanding related, I'm sure this can be something very easy way you can do it. But anyway, thanks to this particular one I have given, in the cases if at all theoretical balance is not there. Let me look into the question, sir. You have deducted EMI from the balance of overdue times. Should we not consider only principal due? Shant Kumar for irregularity period. Let me read your question again. Sir, you deducted EMI from balance for overdue times. Meaning? I did not know. What is that meaning? Deducted EMI from the balance for overdue times. Where actually this is overdue times I calculated. This divided by the installment amount. That means how many installments is overdue. That's what I want to calculate the times, right? This is also correct because I'm trying to calculate if my actual balance is more than the theoretical balance, then I want to see is there any irregularity. If not, there is no irregularity. This is also correct. Actual balance, ideally, you should take from the file. Now I can take here the same VLOOKUP function for the actual outstanding balance. Let me do Control C. Let me just go here, Control V. I want to know actual outstanding is which column. This theoretical balance and outstanding, it is H column. It is H column. So H is nothing but G7, 8. So let me take it eighth column. This is actual outstanding. Okay. This is also correct. And theoretical balance is also correct. So you are asking about the theoretical balance. Should we deduct only principal overdue or EMI overdue? Because it's outstanding, right? Oh, you are trying to tell, okay, this is theoretical balance is principal overdue. This actual outstanding is also, oh, this is account I took out. I'm sorry. Okay, this is fine. I need to take only principal overdue. Even actual outstanding is total principal. How much is the overdue, right? I think I took correct. Is it not? Probably other members can just guide. Uh, so I took actual balance. I took theoretical balance, ideally. Oh, this is went wrong. Why? Now when I'm trying to take this formula, EMIs overdue are 51. Till 51, I want to calculate. Why this became zero? 1 second. Oh, interest rate is 550%. How it could be? I think this is a wrong column. I took it. So interest rate should be the column of F, EF. Oh, because percentage symbol is not there. So let me put at the end the percentage symbol. Okay, 5.5. Now everything is fine. Anyway, Shant Kumar probably will discuss that. I think I've done correct, but if anything goes wrong, probably we'll check it out. This is about account. And friends, this even if irregularity amount is not there, still you can do it and cross check with your overdue periods. If at all irregularity is there, even then you can do it to know whether the irregularity what it calculated is correct or wrong. Now let us start looking into the SMA classification is correct or wrong. Since I got irregularity column, very good. I got even the column of let me take this irregularity column. I also got the column of Irregularity column is there and also outstanding column, theoretical balance. Now let me insert a column here. I want to calculate irregularity on my own so that I can cross check whether both are matching or not. Equal to if this is greater than this, then take this minus this. That's what the formula I've given. Otherwise, zero. Excellent. Copy and paste. Very good. Irregularity, this is manually, whatever I have done. Let me insert one more column. This is nothing but a check. This is nothing but a check for me. The check is nothing but what I calculated, what the system has given, whether both are matching or not. Absolutely, it is matching, right? Since it's a column which I inserted, so let me put this in a different color, whatever the standard color coding you're trying to give, you can take it. This one also, let me keep the same color, right? Now, can I calculate now irregularity periods now besides this? Of course, I can calculate. For which installment amount is mandatorily required. Now, let me save this. Now, let me go to the bank's cases. Sorry, not bank, financial case, how we can calculate this. I know in the financial case, how to create the drop down of account. My friend, I went into the data validation. You can just go to the data tab. There is an option called go to the data tab. There is an option called data validation, and I selected list out of this. Then you select all the list of accounts so that you got your drop down automatically, right? Now let's go to this bank's file, sorry, Snackle file, how we calculate. Let us identify what are the columns which are required for me to calculate. There is a sanction installment amount. Is there any installment amount which is already there? Otherwise, I need to calculate. I think it should be there. Yeah, there is an installment amount. There should be one more amount called overdue amount. People call bank to bank different. Some banks like banks 20 for irregularity, financial, they are calling it a overdue amount. Now I want to calculate overdue times. Overdue times. Just bear with me another 15 minutes. Let us try to see this analysis. Overdue times. As we already know how I need to calculate, I will simply go to overdue amount divided by overdue installment amount so that I'll get to know how many times of the installment amount is overdue, right? If denominator is zero, you may get due divided by zero error. So for that reason, let me use a function called if error. If it is an error, give me zero. If this is an error, give me zero. This is a column which I created. So let me give a different color. Let me give a different color, right? Now, let me put the filter. Now I calculated overdue times. Let's try to analyze what it is. 0.93979 in the sense my overdue amount is 10,000, whereas my installment amount may be 11,000. That means I am about to go to the due. That means it is not at due. That means it is okay. Now, when I go a little further, let's try analyzing this data. What is the meaning of 1.01? That means my installment could be 10,000. My overdue is 10,100. Possible. When my overdue is 10,100, what is the meaning of it? Maybe it was due yesterday, you did not pay, so today's also it has calculated, right? When I further go down, if 2 point something is there, what is the meaning of it? That means it is two times overdue. 2.34 means my installment amount is 10,000. My overdue is 23,400. That means overdue is almost like two installments and more, right? Now, let us take this data into the pivot table. Let's start analyzing this data. Go to the insert, click pivot table. Once you keep the pivot table, I can just go to my class, because I already told you in the Finacle, you will be finding a class here. Class 1 means standard, 2 substandard, 3 doubtful, 4 loss asset. Class detail means 1 means substandard, 2 means NPA, 3 means D1, D2, D3, 6 means loss asset. So I want to apply this only for the standard assets. So let me take the class here, put into the rows. I want to filter only for one, because if it is already into NP, I don't want to do a lot of analysis into that. Now, let's take my times. Let's take overdue times into the rows. Each row came one below other, unique value. Now I want to keep these two columns of class and overdue times in one after other. So go to the report layout and put into the tabular form. Once you keep it in the tabular form, both columns are different. Now I'll right click here. I'll right click here because by looking into the individual item, I may not analyze anything. Now what I'll be doing, now I want to convert, hey, what happened? This particular one, why principal came error? 1 second, 1 second. I want to just know what is this formula went wrong. Oh, 14,000, how is it possible? Date def, okay, 1900 because some of the accounts which were actually sanction date could have been not there. Maybe that's the reason. Mm, oh, okay. Got it. Got it. Because I inserted a couple of columns here. So let's take till L. Oops, I'm really sorry. If it is still L, I want to take the sanction date. So this is my which column? Uh, I know M is 13. This is 12th column. So let's take two. Let's take a sanction amount is which column. So that's the reason. Make sure that you use the proper functions. So in that case, what is the thing I'm going to use for this particular case? I put a column here. I know I did a mistake in these cases to overcome the problem because earlier I took 10th column. You please take it. Now the 10th column because I inserted a couple of items got changed. So that's the reason instead of VLOOKUP function, I prefer to take XLOOKUP function. But even if you want to take VLOOKUP function, write a function called column equal to column. Considering your account number is the first column. Just copy paste so that it's going to give the column number. Even if you insert a new column, the number will automatically change. Meaning, if I just go here, now this is 10, right? If I insert a new column, it's automatically become 11. So there is no problem. There's no problem. Now, what I will be doing, I will just check the column, I'll take it automatically on the top. Now, meaning I'll just go here. I will just take for the sanction letter, sanction date equal to, I'll just go to loan data. I will just take the sanction date. For this, I want to take a sanction amount. Here is a sanction amount. My sanction amount is nothing but limit. So I'll take this. In this case, I want to take the interest rate. I'll just go here. My interest rate is this. I also wanted to go here, actual balance. I want to remove the actual balance. Now you can just go to the loan data. My actual balance is nothing but 8 outstanding. So even if I insert new columns, nothing will change. Everything will be same as it is, right? Okay, fine. So that's the reason I surprised why it went wrong. Now it is fine. Let me go into this data. Now let us try analyzing this data. I'm sure you all will try to understand now whether SMA 0, SMA 1, SMA 2, NPA has been properly calculated. Now what I'll be doing, I'll try to right click and already we have done one option in the numbers related pivot table called group. Let me apply the same group. Now starting value I could see is 0. Ending value is 9.89. The closing balance, I want to get the range this between 0 to 1, 1 to 2, and so on. So 1 is the step value. Now let me click OK. Now I have a question. I have a question. Now let me get all the accounts here. Let's take the accounts. How many accounts are there? Also, let me take the outstanding. I took the outstanding here. This is a sum. Now let me take the sum with a comma format with a zero decimal. Now this is what my total accounts and this is what my outstanding. Friends, 0 to 1, there are 1086 accounts. That means 1086 cases where your overdue is not even equal to your installment. That means it is yet to due. So this is yet to due. Fine. In 38 cases where your overdue is more than one installment, less than two installments. That means recently it is due one installment he has not paid. So ideally this should be into SMA 0. Ideally this should be into SMA 1. Ideally this should be into SMA 2. Ideally this should be into, why not these things into the NPA? Ideally these three accounts must be into NPA. Because how come my overdue is almost more than five installments? In this case, how come my overdue is more than 9 installments, though it is a standard asset, right? So I'm sure this type of analysis can help you out to understand, how whether SMA 0, 1, 2, NPA classification is happening correctly or not. Because even if something goes wrong, it leads to your MOC. Let me open my LFR looking into this particular section so that you will get to know what it is, how important this is. Now, I'm sure the entire F section you can answer very easily. What is the F section? Let's start looking into this. Yeah, this one. Now, has the branch identified, classified advances into standard, substandard, doubtful loss assets through the computer system without manual intervention? If at all, for any of the case you got an adverse, you need to ask them why this is NPA, why this is not an NPA. He may give some justification. Okay, that may be genuine case also, but you need to know the reason. And this must be into SMA 2, this must be into SMA 1, this 38 into SMA 0. If at all out of these 38, two accounts are not into SMA 0. Ideally, that should have been into the SMA 0, but which are not there in the SMA 0. Has the branch identified, classified accounts into standard, substandard, doubtful? I need to qualify, is this identification is in line with the RBI policy? I need to, qualify. And also whether the branch is having a following the system of classifying SMA 0, 1, 2, I should qualify. Because if any of the qualification out of either this or this or this, if you identify, that leads to the MOC. That's what the question here. Also indicate whether required changes has been incorporated, suggested in the MOC. If you say for these things you qualified. But if for this question, if you say no, that means it is wrong. Because when you are saying the classification is not correct, and ideally one account should have been becoming to an NPA, but that is still into the standard asset, then you must need to make sure that that leads to MOC. Because when it is triggered into the NPA, all the NPA related should happen, that is interest reversal and so on, and stop charging the interest and so on. If interest reversal should happen, that should be that should be a MOC. And also when it is coming from the standard asset to the NPA, the provisioning will change. So the provisioning also will change. So you will be, that will lead to two MOCs basically, right? And there are cases, list of accounts with outstanding more than 10 crores, which have either been downgraded or upgraded with regard to their classification as an NPA account. You need to identify whether RBI guidelines on the income recognition and provisioning has been followed. So you are expected to answer all these questions. These all questions you can only answer if you can thoroughly do the analysis with your data. Friends, that's the reason I'm always stretching. Learning Excel is always a power. Learning Power Query is a power. Learning Word documents sometimes help us a lot. Today, how Word document is helping me to extract the tables directly from the any of the PDF file, right? This is one way of analysis I can do. Any question till here? This you can even do with any of the bank's file, but the only columns which are required is EMI, sorry, as installment amount and the overdue amount. If you are not having the overdue amount, but if you have a theoretical balance, still you can calculate the overdue amount. There is a question, how to create the drop down. I think I have covered. There's a question from Mr. Arun. Introduce table formatting to all, sir. It is best in these days of cases to auto update the references. I don't sometimes take table formatting because, especially when I have done the formula for a quick mortality, I don't want to write a formula for everything. I want to write a formula only for the filtered items. However, table is a good formatting. Once you copy it or paste it automatically, that automatically changes. But even then, Mr. Arun, VLOOKUP function, even if you refer a table, because you are manually keying a number, whether it is a range or a table, both are one and the same. That's the reason I always adopt XLOOKUP function, because in the XLOOKUP function, I least bother about which column in the table, because I don't want to take it as a table. I'll only take two columns. One column is look range, the other column is a return range. I think, Arun, I hope you got the point. Fine. Now the time is 3:45. Let's take a quick 15-minute break till 4 o'clock. Post break, we'll try analyzing the data much more. We'll try to understand the data with respect to the interest calculation, with respect to the sanctioning authority related, if any, and so on. Then we'll try to go to little peak, as I mentioned. Uh, if you know little automation using the Power Query, how great work you can do it. Okay, how we can convert all the account statements into one single statement, text to column at a time, right? Let's take a 15 minutes break now. Let me go and display that. Session number 4 will start at 4 o'clock. Even, yeah, session number 4 starts at 4 p.m. Let me give a timer. Yep. Welcome back, friends. Last session for this workshop, session number 4. In this schedule, let me talk about. We will try looking more with respect to the analysis part. Okay. Then once the analysis part is over, maybe I'll talk about another 30 to 45 minutes the analysis again. What's last? Yeah. So once I done with the analysis part, then we'll try to see how we can take the account statement and how we can convert into Excel. If 10 account statements are there, how you can convert all at a time and so on. In the meanwhile, let me go to the same file where we started doing the analysis. King for analysis. Yeah. Now, friends, this is the one we have done with respect to the SMA analysis. Okay. Now let's try to see, is there any other way through which I can do the analysis with respect to the account versus how many number of NPA accounts, for which I will try to use maybe the bank's 24 Excel. This is what my loan data. I have account number, I have customer number, and I do have a column called NPA. By looking into these three, can you analyze something? Account number, customer number, and NPA. Immediately one IRAC provision should come into your mind, come into my mind. If one account becomes an NPA, every account should become an NPA automatically, right? If one account becomes an NPA, every account should become an NPA automatically. How I can analyze that particular part? Select this entire data, go to the insert, click pivot table, click OK. Excellent. Now let me take customer number into the rows. Very good. Let me take a column which is NPA, put into the columns so that I got NPA SA. Now I want to know how many accounts are there in NPA, in SA for the same customer. Let me take the account number into the values. By default, it's sum. Let me right click and make it as a sum. And let's start analyzing this data. A small pivot table. Let me give you all how I made this pivot table. I took the customer number. I took NPA column into the column so that unique values appeared one after other. Then finally, I got the grand total by default. Now, let me keep this as uh, customer NPA analysis, right? Let's try to understand this table. There is a customer called 6636. He's having total three accounts. All three are into SA. Is there any issue here? No issue. There is a customer called 5565. Only one account is there that is into SA. There is no issue. There is a customer called 1336. One account is there that is only into NPA. There is no issue. The question is only when for one customer, if one account becomes an NPA, all accounts should become an NPA automatically because one customer can have more accounts. As per IRAC, if one account becomes an NPA, all should become an NPA. That's what the analysis I'm trying to do. Now, if I can go further, if this customer is having two accounts, both are into NPA, so there is no problem. Let me start writing a small formula here. In what cases where a customer is having some accounts into NPA, some accounts into SA? Let's start writing the formula. Equal to count, a very simple function. Close bracket, enter. Just copy, paste this. Now, count is basically, it's going to count how many numbers are there. Let me give the clear difference between count, count A, and so on. Count, you have a function we already applied today. Count A also we have applied today. Count blank also we have applied today. Count if not required, but I can explain what exactly it is. These are all the functions with the title name called count. Count counts the numbers in the range. Counts the values in the range. The value could be number, text, or boolean. Values in the range. Counts the blanks in the range. Blanks in the range. Count if count the values based on the based on one criteria. If you have a criteria based on that, it's going to count. One or more criteria, it's a count ifs. I use it the same function called count. What this function does, how many numbers are there, it is counting. If one is there, I don't have any problem. Let me put the filter count, right? Let me put the filter. If anything more than one, let me identify. There is one case where this customer is having two accounts, one account classified into SA, NPA, the other account classified into SA. Ideally, this should be the wrong case. This classification is wrong. So what I need to do now, pivot table is capable of summarizing the data. Also, it is capable of build down the data. Now I can simply double click this. Once I double click this part, automatically my value will get changed. So let me just put an yellow color so that you can understand. I can simply double click this so that my working file will be prepared. This is one NPA, one SA case. Okay. NPA and SA case. NPA and SA case. Now this is my working file also. It automatically given me how many, for how many customers this has happened. Now I can take this directly and I can start asking what is the reason where system did not classify it into the NPA automatically. It's a simple type of analysis. If you find something, any adverse into this, then you will go into your LFR and you can start commenting into this section. Again, I'm telling you, if you are except the SMA related, if at all any classification of downgrade or upgrade, then that leads to MOC. You must be very careful. Now, this analysis is also done. Let's start doing different type of analysis. Now, let's start looking into the LFR related questions very quickly. There is a question whether in borrower accounts the applicable interest rate is correctly fed into the system or not. For this question, most of the people, most of the auditors take very random values as a sample and they start taking some 20 sanction letters. They are going to look into the system and if the interest rate has been properly fed into the system correctly or wrong. Why RBI could have kept this question? Can anyone remember? Maybe analyze, understand? Probably if branch manager want to make an advantage, want to give an advantage to the borrower, though the sanction letter which given by the circle office or regional office or any processing center of a bank might have given 10.5% as an interest rate in the sanction letter. But while he's entering the data into the system, either the branch manager or the staff, they want to make a favor to the customer, they'll make it 6.5%. How much great difference with respect to the EMI or maybe interest and so on. Because though sanctioning is happening at the processing center, but branch manager is the one or the staff under the branch manager are the one who are going to enter the data. If they enter the data which goes wrong, automatically system calculates EMI, everything goes wrong, right? So to overcome that, to identify are there any cases, they kept this question. But very randomly, we take 20 sanction letters, we'll verify with the system. If it is matching, we'll keep the sanction letters there only, we'll come back. But my question to all of you, what is the methodology for every sample you are going to adopt? For this question, there's a question, very good. What is the methodology you are going to adopt for this question? I'll do one thing. I have my own methodology. I'll just take pivot table. I'll just select this data. I'll go to the insert. I'll go to the pivot table. I'll just click. Okay. Now I want to take the account type. Let me take the account type. Why I took the account type? Because I know that account type is nothing but a product. For every product or within the product, for all the customers, the interest has to be ideally same. Otherwise, maybe 1-2% difference could be there. I don't think so. For one customer, 4%, the other customer, 10% is possible within the same product. But if you compare one product with the other product, personal loan with the housing loan, there could be a lot of difference. But here I want to compare within the product which what is the highest rate of interest sanction and what is the lowest rate of interest sanction, so that some methodology I'm trying to adopt for this question to answer. Now I took the account type. Let me take my how many accounts are there? Let's take the years value here. Let me right click and let me make it as summarize values by count. Let me take the outstanding. I'll just take the outstanding here, right? Outstanding came into the sum, but I want to right click. I want to summarize values by total. Now let's take this. I can just keep comma format with the zero decimal, right? Take I'm just trying to cross check whether the voice is coming into the YouTube. Okay, now fine. Now this is nothing but the accounts, and this is nothing but the outstanding. But the Saran, you are trying to analyze the question with respect to the interest rate, but what is the meaning of taking accounts and outstanding? Don't worry. I'll take right click, I'll show field list. I want to take the interest rate into the values. Interest rate, because you kept into the values, interest rate is a number by default, it did sum. But is there any relevance of sum here? Don't worry. Let's take another interest rate so that I can explain better. The meaning here is this particular product of easy housing loan FLT, there are two customers. Total of for both the customers 18.6. There are 21 customers with this bank deposit personal loan. 145%. 145 doesn't have any meaning. Is it having any meaning? No, it is not. But when you take a sum, it will not help you for the analysis. So that's the reason. Let me right click, summarize values by, instead of sum, let's take max. I'll take it max interest. I'll take it min interest. Let's take this. With this, I want to understand. Okay, let me right click here. I want to take this as a minimum interest rate. Now, this is nothing but min interest. Now, I want to calculate a spread, considering in the mind that there should not be difference for the same product from higher interest rate to the lower interest rate. In this case, what is happening? There are 21 customers. Out of 21 customers, 8.35 is the highest rate of interest, 6 is the lowest rate of interest. If at all branch manager wanted to do a favor to the borrower, he will reduce the interest rate. But will this interest rate will be same for every borrower of the same product? No. Interest rate can be different. I may probably go for same product, but if my credit, CIBIL score is more, or maybe if my risk is more, my credit worthiness is not great, then they may increase the interest rate. And there are cases where for other people, they may reduce the interest rate, but that cannot be 2% or 3%. It cannot be more than 2%. So I'm just making my mind, assuming that 2% could be the maximum where the interest rate for the same product for one borrower to the other borrower. Considering that I calculated a difference, there's nothing but a spread. I'm going to put a filter here. If it is greater than 2, click enter. So that in all these cases, you got interest rate is more than 2. Now, as usual, let's put the percentage for the uh, sanction letters. I want to take 3%. Let's use the sample. Now I want to take equal to this, multiply with 3%. I want to take at least one account from every account. So equal to round up, and I want to take 0 as a decimal. Now you can just copy and you can just paste. How I have done, you can even allocate to the staff. Now I want to allocate to the staff. Maybe this everything I'll allocate to maybe Shweta, right? But here the very important thing I want to stretch is that the proof, nothing but the proof is nothing but for this particular sanction, Shweta might have taken, verified into the system. She will be giving a comment if everything is fine or remarks. Okay, remarks. I can just put a drop down whether same interest, everything fine, okay, or not okay. Once I take it, she's going to fill up okay or not okay every case. If there is not okay, then she has to give the reasons for that, right? Not okay. And or else let's say all are okay. The all are okay comparing what? Sanction letters and the interest rate which is there in the CBS or in the report what you got. Now I want to keep a proof here. Proof I want to keep here is that an image. Let's say what I'll ask my Shweta, while you are doing an audit, Shweta, you please take a snap of all those sanction letters. We need not to carry the physical files, big physical, papers of 20 sanction letters, keeping into a box file, keeping at some other place. Maybe after when we are moving one place to the other place of office shifting, then some of the files we may lose. Instead, I'll ask my staff Shweta to take a snap of each sanction letter for all these sanction letters of the sample. Let me calculate how many samples are there. 24. Now she will take a snap and she'll put into the folder in the system. I'll ask her to immediately take, while building this template, I'll ask her to go to the insert. I'll ask her to go to the text. I'll ask her to go to the object. Then I'll ask her to go to create from file, browse, and I'll ask her to take that sanction letter. Let's say since I don't have a sanction letter, I on the desktop I kept a sample file of the image that is a CA exam schedule. Let me double click this. Let me go to display as an icon. Click OK. I went a little faster. Let me explain this for everyone who ever missed. Let me go to the insert. Let me go to the text, object. Let's go to create from file, browse. I'm going to take this, display as an icon, click OK. You know, the best part of this is you can just expand whatever the size, or even you can fit this into one single cell. Now let me double click this. Once I double click this, do you think the sanction letter will get open? Of course, yes. Let me double click so that the object will get open. What's happening? I'm sorry. Mm, 1 second. The specified procedure could not be found. 1 second. Let me do it again. Let's go here. Let's go to the insert. Don't worry, it will come. It will come. Let's go to the object. Let's go to create from file. Let's go to browse. Let's go to exam schedule. Let's go to display as an icon. Maybe create new. Okay, that's fine. Let's go here. Let me click OK. It's a JPG file. I want to double click this. The specific procedure could not be found. What is the meaning of it? 1 second. I'm 100% sure this ideally should work. Let me go here because in the last 15, 16 days, for all the branches, I demonstrated this. If any issue is there, probably I'll let you know why this issue is there. Is there any image which is part here? No. 1 second. Open text, presentation, Microsoft related. Microsoft. Okay. I think this is fine. I just want to take from the file. Otherwise, let me see, take some other PDF example. Okay. Maybe I know it should work, but no problem. For the time being, let me take this automation of IDAC PDF. Let me display it as an icon. It understood it's a PDF file, right? When I double click this, I'm sure the PDF will get open. See, it got open. Check it out. Even that image also will get open. Don't worry. I think, yeah, the PDF open, right? Let me see whether this image is really open. Oops, why it is. No, wait. I'm sorry. Yeah, let's go here. Let me go to my image of exam schedule, whether it's opening or not, because I know that it should open. Yeah, it got open. Now let me go to my proof. Let me take one more proof. That's an image. Let's go to insert. Let's go to the text file. Let's go to object. Let's go to create from file, browse. Let me take a desktop. If it is not working, then probably we'll see something else. Exam schedule. Click OK. Click OK. If I double click, yeah, don't worry. It is having some issue with the file, but don't worry. Okay, you try it with the image, whatever you have in your data. I'm sure that will work. Let me take some other image. I don't know whether that works or not. At least some other image. Maybe this particular session thumbnail. I can just go to my thumbnail of this particular session. I just go here. I'll go to flyer. I'll go to the thumbnail. Let's go here. Display it as an icon. Click OK. Now let me double click. Okay, so I think there is some issue with respect to the image. Don't worry, I'll do a little R&D and I'll come back to you. But you try it. Just let me know whether it is working or not. Uh, Absolutely, that should work. Okay. So image, there is an issue, but PDF it is absolutely coming. But even image, it will come. I know that because I demonstrated at many places. Probably because of some setting happened in my system, it is not coming. Ideally, it will come. So if that is the case, I'll ask my staff to take it as an image or PDF. I'll ask her to keep everything one after the other. The advantage of this is Even if I share this Microsoft Excel file to the other person, where without sharing the image of sanction letter or PDF, if the person double clicks this, this will automatically get open. That's the best advantage of it. That means, along with my method, this I am calling as a method to adopt to answer a question in the LFR. And this is the sample I took. This is what the delegation of authority, and this is what the remarks. And along with that, I have a working paper with the proof. This is a seamless. Even after 10 years, if I open this file, double click this image or PDF, that will automatically get open. Okay. So this is the way I can start doing the analysis when it comes to the interest into CBS. Let me save it. Let me save it. Friends, you can have different types of stratification. Now, till now, whatever we have done is we have done with respect to only the essay related. Probably, if you want to do the analysis, you can even take analysis with respect to the NPA. So now what I'll be doing, I'll probably take only the NPA accounts. Where is the NPA? Let's take the NPA into the filter. I'll just take this NPA. I also wanted to take, if it is an NPA, now I want to take uh, SMA date. Let me take it into the rows. All unique dates came. Now I'll right click. I'll group this because it is a date. Why it's not giving the grouping? Let me go to that group of the date. SMA date. SMA date. Select this. Text to column. Next, next, next. D. Oops. Okay. But there's a formula, right? Okay. Let me take this particular one. I'll go to the date. Next, next. D. I'll just click finish. Right now, if I just go back, if I'm trying to take a group, cannot be group because it's a date. I know, but there are blanks. Now let me try to group. Right click and group. Okay, no worries. Let me just try to take only SMA date. 1 second. Equal to this plus one. Yeah, it's a date. I understood. But because there are so many blanks are there, let me fill the blanks if possible. Maybe is there anything in the blank? I'm not sure. So I'll just select this data. These all are different methodologies we can adopt while you are analyzing the data. Now I can clear the format and clear all just to make sure that no other item, maybe text, number, and so on. So I just removed everything. I just go here. I'll right click, refresh. Now I'll right click. I'll try to group. Yep. See, check it out. Maybe something went wrong. It did not identify this column as a group automatically. Now it has given the group. Now let's take the years. Now let's take the quarters. Let's click OK. Now I want to take the analysis with respect to the quarters in the columns. Now I want to take how many NPA accounts are there. Now let's take the accounts so that I get to know. Don't worry. Right click and you can take the count of it. You will get to know out of total 155 NPA accounts. I can start doing the analysis in which year NPA happened more. In which year NPA happened more. And this year it was only four accounts. This year it was only one account. This year 129 accounts. This year 21 accounts. That means together last financial year there is something fishy. Okay. So what I will be doing, I can even take the same type of pivot table with respect to the amount also. Let's copy this and let's paste here. Now I wanted to take instead of account number, maybe the outstanding. So I'll just take my outstanding here, just put it so that you can see how the values are changing. Now I'll just take this, right? Now I'll just close it, this comma format with 0 decimal, right? And also you can, if you want to analyze this data, you can even analyze this data more in a way. I'm sorry. Yeah. You can even analyze the data more even month-wise, quarter-wise, and so on. Okay. I can just take the same data. I'll just change it as a months. It automatically change it. Not only this can be even helpful if I can probably take the same type of essay accounts. I want to know in the current year how many accounts has been moved. Now let's take SA here, it automatically changed. Till 2000, less than 2020 October, it was 900 accounts. And every year, how many SA accounts has been opened? Now I wanted to know the amount of this. So let's go here. Let's start looking into the amount. Now I'll just go to the right click and I'll go to the field list and I can take instead of this one, let's take the outstanding. Once I take outstanding, so I got the total. Let's put the total with the comma with zero decimal. This can give you a lot of scope for the analysis, maybe based on the target. If they are trying to raise more accounts, especially in the month of March, that means there is a lot of risk for those accounts. Probably just for the target sake, target sake, they could have opened the accounts, but when it comes to the real documentation collection and everything, you can find a lot of lapses into that. Probably this analysis can give you some patterns or anomalies into that line. Let me copy this and paste here. As I mentioned, you can even do the analysis based on your what? Based on your month-wise also. This can at least give me a glance how it is moving, right? In the same way, if you have month-wise, as I mentioned already, if you have 12 months data, you are going to keep everything one below other. Now you take like this, then you can just start giving whatever the code month, you just give the month here, then you will get to know. For SMA, you can give a code, the code, how the code is moving. One, two, three, four, whether it's going up or down or upgradation, downgradation, you will get to know. Even SMA status also, right? This is a way of trend analysis, trend, trend of accounts. Let me stop here to do any analysis into the data like this. You can start doing many analysis and let's go into the LF app. Let me tell you a couple of important things where there are thresholds which they have given. Now, let me go here. Now I can just go here. You can just start looking into these things. This the bank provide loans to the companies for buyback in your sample, out of your sample, basically. And there is one important thing I request all of you comment on adverse features considered significant in top five large advances, which needs the management's attention. The point here they are trying to tell these are not the large advances they are talking about. Top five standard assets. So again, top five standard assets you should take separate for the question number nine, which is part of your advances. When you take these standard top five advances, every analysis you are expected to do because until unless you do from the birth of the account till the audit date, you may not find really the significant things. And also, when you are trying to do the analysis, especially for large top five standard assets, I request you to download the account statement, start analyzing the account statement. I'm sure by looking into the account statement, you can get a lot of inferences out of your data. Friends, looking into the account statement related, now let me go and start doing some analysis. Now let me save this, close it. Now, see if you can, I took some of the very sample account statements on the desktop here. In the desktop, I took very sample account statements. These all are five account statements. Now, what I'll be doing, everyone concentrate for next 1 hour. The topic gonna be little high level, but I'm sure you can easily understand. If you can learn this technique of converting all the account statements into the Excel format, and you can start filtering for the charges and everything, I'm sure your work will be very simple. Now, what I would like to do here, I'll put a one folder here called sample sample accounts. Now let me put one account statement here. So I'll just go here. I will just take one account statement. Maybe I'll just take the first one. Let's take 2065. Now I'll just go into otherwise 1708, 170838. Go back. Let's put it to the sample accounts. Let me paste here, right? My desktop is also having one folder called sample, it seems. Is it? Yeah. What are there in this? Okay, let me delete this folder, no problem, because I don't want to have a confusion. So sample accounts are there. In a normal sense, if you want to do the analysis, what is the one you are going to do? Or if you want to convert into the text column, what is the one you are going to do? I'm just going to do Control C. I'll open my blank Excel. I'll do open a blank Excel. I'll do Control V. Then I'll remove till the header. I'll remove till the header. Then I'll just go to text to column. Then I'll go to, let's go to text to column. It is very fast actually because I'm applying very fast. Wait, it's taking a little time. Mm. Go to text column, then it's a fixed width. Then you can just go to the next. Then you can just go up and you can just start cutting this data. Maybe here, maybe here, maybe the check number is here. Then go towards the right side. Then this is withdrawals, and I want to keep just besides this. And this is deposits, and this is the final balance. Even besides balance, I have DR and CR. Let me break it, and I'm going to select this entire data. Then I know that in this column, I don't want anything other than the date. So I'll select everything. I don't want the dates. So Control Shift and Control minus, so that you're going to delete the entire data. So let me remove the filter. This is what my final account statement. Looking into the account statement, I'm sure you can do a lot of analysis. But friends, this is one particular item, one particular statement. My suggestion to all of you, while you are doing the audit, give the samples, let them download as many account statements as they can, your staff or even branch. And in fact, my suggestion to all of you, whatever during our analysis we have done with respect to the account statement, you can take all the account statements for which you are doing the sample. Because sometimes, and I don't want to open my files, but let me show you some demonstration towards my files. For my previous audits, wherever I have done, I'll go to the Dropbox. I'll just go to my accounts in which I have done. So I'll just go to my see practice. I'll go to my bank audits. I'll go to my Union Bank. I'll go to some branch. I'll go to see. I at least ask them to download many accounts. No problem. Okay, whether you are going to really do the analysis or not, but download as many as you can. Because if it is CC accounts, you need not to do the great analysis. You just put a sort of this particular size. If any CC account or working capital loan less than 10 MB, oh sorry, 10 KB, less than 10 KB in the sense maximum 2 pages it may be having. If any working capital loan or CC or OD, I'm sure if you look into the sanction letter, there will be a clause that all the credit must go through this account. But when any account is less than just 10 KB or 5, 7 KB, 8 KB, it looks like that means it may be having just 1 or 2 pages of the account statement. My suggestion, you open any account statement where it may be having just 1 page or 2 pages. Based on that, you assess what could be the size maximum. You sort that, filter all those accounts. You need not to open those accounts. I'm sure there are no credits which are flowing for the regular operations, regular, sales related or anything through this account. So wherever, when it comes to the documentation or monitoring of the account section in the LFR, you are going to keep all these accounts. You need not to do a lot of R&D into that, because when you are doing a audit of working capital loan, ideally the funds has to flow through this account, either debtors or creditors, the payments and everything. If the entire statement throughout the year, if it is just 5 KB, what is the meaning of it? The transactions are only nothing but the interest which is debiting, and this fellow is creating the interest. Interest is debiting, this fellow is creating the interest. These all are the things where serious irregularity is there, where probably you can just take this to the management's attention. When the size is more, at least I can conclude that something is happening into the account statement. Okay, that will do the analysis later. When the size is less, generally we ignore when the size is less. We always wanted to see where transactions are there, and we want to see the fund diversion and so on. Along with that, I also request you to take less than 10 KB if any text file of account statement is there. If at all CC or OD or working capital loan, where in the sanction letter, most of the cases it might have mentioned the regular operation should go through this account. If it is not happening, you can just go to the monitoring or review of the accounts in the LFR, just qualify all these items. Okay, if more are there, Then percentage is more, then you can decide whether you can also qualify in the main audit report. But friends, when you have other than 10 KB files or 20 KB files, there are so many files are there. This I wanted to stretch in the session today. The reason is this can be even at the cases of concurrent audits. Because in the concurrent audit, what you do, you go to bank, you are going to ask for all the bank accounts, sorry, all the accounts or loans sanctioned in the current year. You are going to check the documentation. But along with the documentation, how can you check the revenue leakage? And you're going to verify each and every account. That takes a lot of time, because sometimes, especially in case of big branches, at least 30 or 40 cases are there where you need to go to CBS, and you may not understand the CBS sometimes exactly how it is happening and so on. My suggestion is, whether it is going into the CBS or not, his account statement must be debited, right? Whether the insurance or the inspection charges or the processing charges, documentation charges, and so on. Somewhere it should be debited. So if I can filter in the blank statement, account statement of the borrower, I'll be in a position to know how many expenses are there and so on. What is the interest, whether interest has been properly calculated or. Now the question is, how this work we can do it by using a by using a Power Query. That is nothing but the ETL tool. Now, what I'll be doing, guys, let me close this Excel file. Now, let me close this Excel file. Let me open a blank Excel file. I want to introduce you all the Power Query. Power Query is an ETL tool. ETL tool. What is the meaning of ETL tool? E means extract. It's going to extract the data from any source. T means it's going to transform the data into any shape. L means it's going to load the data back into the Excel for the analysis. Extract from any source which are listed in the Excel Power Query, transform into any shape using either using user interface or M functions, and I can load the data back into the Excel, load back to Excel for analysis, right? Now let me insert a new sheet where you can find the Power Query. Now this is Power Query intro. Where you can find the Power Query? You can find the Power Query in the data tab. In that, get and transform data. This is the Power Query. Power Query is from 2010 version. However, for 2010 and 2013 users, you can go to the Google, just search for Power Query add-in, download it. From 2016 version, it is part of your Excel. Okay, now let's go to the data. Let's go to get data from the text file. If I take the data from the text file, if it is a delimited, it can remove, it can identify automatically in a logical way, but it is a fixed width. Let me go to my desktop, and in that there is a sample accounts is there. Let me double click this account. If it is a fixed width, it cannot identify where it has to cut the columns automatically. It's very difficult. It's going to give you the navigation. I'm going to take you into the transform data. Because it doesn't know where to cut the column, it has given everything the data into one single column. This is what the Power Query user interface. Friends, this is the Power Query user interface. Like in Excel, you don't have a option here text to column using a user interface. Not possible. However, you have a column here, split column. You have an option called by delimiter, number of positions, and by positions, and so on. But since I don't know what are the positions, for the time being, let me close this. Let me discard this just for the time being. Now, what I'll be doing, I want to know the positions. How you will get to know the positions? Now, let me open this text file, Control C, Control V. Now, when I just remove this, right? Now I can just go to the text column. Are you finding here when I go to the next, you are finding a ruler on the top. It's going to give you the positions. If I cut the column here, that means I'm cutting at 10th position. If I cut the column here, I'm cutting at 68th position. If I cut the column, I'm cutting at the 71st position. So, sorry, 74th position. If I cut the column, it is like 92nd position and so on. You should take some paper and you should start noting down what are the positions. Instead, what I can do, today I already introduced you how to record a macro. Now you can just Click record macro. This is text to columns, text to columns positions. Because if you remember today, when we have done the text to column, my macro is storing the positions, right? Now, let me click OK. Now, let me do the text to column, go to the next. I need not to take pen and paper and start writing this because I can, anyway, macro will record for me that particular one. Take here. I want to take here. This is the check number. Considering check number, maximum 6 digits will be there. And this is the withdrawal. Always try to keep one digit towards right side. If at all any negative symbol, sometimes negative symbol will come towards the right side. Then this is the deposit. Then this is the balance. And let me click finish. And let me stop recording. Go to here, stop recording. Now you go to the macro. Now you go to text to column positions, go to the edit. In edit, I'm sure it got recorded already. So take a snap of this. I'll just go to the camera. I'll just take a snap of this, right? Now you can close this. Now you can close this. Even this is also not required for me now. Delete. Now I'll go to the data. I'll go to text to column. Let's go here. Select the text file. Now let me select this text file. Excellent. Now I'll just give the transform data. I'll just give the transform data, right? So I'll go to split column by positions. Now I'm going to give the positions here. Now, how do you know the positions? I already recorded a macro. Looking into the macro, I can fill the positions. I can understand by looking into this macro that 0 to 10, one position, 10 to 65. So I need to remember 0, 10, 65, 74, right? 0, comma, 10, comma, 65, comma, sorry, 65, 74. So 65, 74, then 92, 111, 129, 92, 111, 129, 92, 111, 129. I think I'm correct. Now, this after 129, everything it's going to split. So 0 to 10 characters, first column, 10 to 65, second column, 65 to 74, third column, 74 to 92, third column, and so on. Excellent. The best part of the Power Query is it's going to record the steps for you here. It's going to record the steps for you. Now, I don't want the top rows till the header. So let me remove top rows of 60. 60. Enter. Right? I don't want even the other columns. I simply select this column. Okay. I'll simply select this column. I want to select only the date. Otherwise, even if you don't remember, remove that, that's fine. Now in this column, I know date has to be there. Now what I'll be doing, I will simply go and convert this particular column into the date format. Now, other than the date, if any text is there, it converted into the error. Blanks are there, it converted into the null. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to filter. Okay, first let me remove all the errors in this column. Let me select this column. I can remove the rows, remove errors. All the errors has been removed. I also don't want the null out of this. That means blank rows I don't want. Just click OK. Excellent. Now I want to rename this as a date. I want to rename the header this as a description. I want to rename this as a reference or check number. I want to rename this as a debit. I want to rename this as a credit. I want to rename this as a closing balance. Closing balance. I want to rename this as a closing balance. Right. Closing balance debit or credit. Right. Excellent. So, but these three columns by default, it took it as a number, sorry, text. That's the reason it came left alignment. Let me convert this into the whole number. Now, let me change this to account statement. Enter. Excellent. Okay. Now, I converted my text file into the account statement, close and load. It automatically got loaded back into my Excel. Now, if I go back to this particular folder of sample accounts, Put another account with the same title, come back here, go to the data, refresh, your account will automatically change. It's going to take the new account and it's going to give you. So that's the reason what I'll be doing. If I change this as a account, now let me go back to my this. When you try to refresh, what will happen? It's going to give you error. Why this error? When you're trying to tell Mr. Saran in the source, I took the account, the source, I took the account number, but unfortunately, this has been not there now. Now this I changed it as a account, ACCT I took. Now you just come back to the last step, come back to the last step, close and load. Now it's going to give you the proper data. Now this data is belongs to first one. You can see it is 1 crore loan disbursement. Let us see whether this 1 crore is there or not. You can just go down. You can just go down, go down. Yeah, 1 crore is there, right? Then 63,000, 63,000. Go back, 1 crore, 63,000, then 63,000 and so on. Very good. Now I am going to close this account statement. Now I'll go back. I'll go back to my desktop. I'll take out of other account statements. Let me take some other account statement called 5155. I am just going to put it here with the name called, right? Let me delete this. Let me, one second, because I opened that particular account statement. Let me close my, all the text files. Where are the text files? One second. I want to open the sample account. Let me double click this. I don't want this account now. Let me delete this. Let me make this as a ACCT. Now this is a different account. If you can see whether it's a different account or not, in my folder, you can just come down, you can just see now it is 13th, sorry, 45 lakh 11600, then 13,204,2473. When I just go back here to my Excel where I have done this entire analysis, I can just go to the data. If I refresh, do you think it's going to pick up the new account statement which I kept there? Of course, once I click refresh, check it out, 13204, it has automatically taken 13204, then 2473, 2378, and so on. This is the best part of, if you can use the Power Query. But the question comes, Mr. Saran, every time am I need to put an account, going back, refreshing, put a second account, change the name, going back, refreshing. Is it something I need to do it? Can't I do everything together at a time? Of course possible. Of course possible. When it is possible, let me take the same data. Let me take the same data, whatever the account statement. I will convert this account statement. Let me rename this account statement uh, sample 15. Okay. Now, let me double click this. Let me double click this. In this account statement, if you go to the source, it picked up a file with the name called ACCT. Now, what I'll be doing, I will just right click here. I will just rename this. So, sorry, I'll make it as a duplicate. Otherwise, I'll just make it as a copy. I just copied this entire thing. Let me paste here, Control V. Once I pasted, let me give this as a account account statement function because I want to create this entire process as a function into my Excel. Please concentrate. Very, very important thing I'm covering. These all are the 8 steps ideally I should do to convert my account statement into the regular Excel file. These are all 8 steps. Each step it has written one M formula. You can see on the top, there is an M formula. There is an M formula. All these M formulas you can see at a time by going into the view tab, by going into the advanced editor. This is what is your code through which you can convert all the accounts into the accounts. All the account, one particular account, all the steps. Now, this entire procedure I want to apply for every line item of the account statement in the folder. But to do that, I should convert this into a function. If I want to convert this into a function, what is the argument you're going to keep into the function? I want to keep in the argument the path. When you put equal sign greater than symbol, this automatically this is the function name. Let me explain you. This is your function name. This function is having one argument that's nothing but a path. If you put this argument, then it's going to do this entire process. It's going to do this entire process. But friends, whatever the argument the user is trying to keep it into this, that argument should be replaced here. Let me put the path here. So that if user is trying to keep a argument that is nothing but a path, that path will come here and this entire work will happen. Now let me click OK. So this FN account statement now turned into a function. Concentrate carefully. In the audit, this gonna change the way how are you going to do the audit in the future. That's the reason I request all of you learn Power Query. In my YouTube, you can go to the Thursday for Technology. I took many topics with respect to the Power Query introduction. Okay, many people are asking, when you are going to take the course on the Power Query. I am getting questions. Let me tell you, earlier I used to take private courses like virtual sessions for the members, but very rare. In the last entire year, I took only 2 3 times. I did not get the time. If I get a time, probably next month in the month of May, I may take the course on the Power Query. That time, I'm probably gonna put a intro video or maybe introduction video into the YouTube. My suggestion, all of you, go to the description of this live. In the description, you have so many WhatsApp group links. That is nothing but the Thursday for Technology link. I request you to join into either one or other Thursday for Technology, because every Thursday I'm going to take one technology related topic which can help chartered accountants, finance fraternity, HR domain, because I'm going to talk about the numbers. Whoever deal with the numbers, the session gonna be helpful. And if at all I make any courses on the Power Query or Power BI, though people are asking, I'm not getting time, but if at all I get the time, then I may announce there in only those Thursday for Technology groups. Probably you can subscribe that point of time. Now, I converted this into the function. Now, now what I am going to do, I am going to take all my account statements in this particular data. Let me copy, let me copy all, not all, maybe some. Otherwise, let's take everything. Control C. Some accounts may be CC, some accounts may be OD, but no problem. Let's go here. Control V. Because it is there in the Dropbox. It takes a little time because it has to download and paste here. Please don't look into the data, only look into the procedure. Let me remove this account, this particular account after that, because now I don't want to do only for one account. I want to do the analysis for all the accounts which are part of this. It's trying to paste all the bank account statements of different accounts into one single folder. Now my target is how I can convert all these into one single, how to transfer image taken in mobile to the laptop, any other simple way. You can use in the edge, my friend. In the edge, you can go to the edge. In the edge, there is an option called drop. You can edge, there is an option called drop. Let me disconnect a little while. Let me go to the edge. I'm sure in the edge, there is an option I seen earlier called drop. So in the mobile also, you have an edge. If you are using the same account, then probably you can just use the drop option and transfer your data from mobile to the system. But let me see whether that is there as of now. I can see in the mobile. I'm just accessing my mobile. Mm, are there any options here? Mm, I could see. Let's go here. Not this Office 365. Mm, I know there should be many options here. One option which I find is drop. You just put a drop option. You'll find it. Otherwise, I'll let you know. I'm sure somewhere it should be here only. What is this? It is workspaces. I don't want that. What is this? Let us see. Mm, the screenshot extensions. Okay, don't worry. I'll tell you. Just try it. I'm sure you'll find it. There is an option called drop in the edge. So you can just go to the edge and in the drop, you just put into your Excel, sorry, in your phone edge, then that will automatically come here. Okay. So immediately I could not recollect where is that option. but I'm sure you'll find it. See, now there are so many items are there. Let me delete the last account called ACCT. Now that's not required for me. Delete. Now the question is, these all account statements may be into the same format or may not. Generally, when it comes to the loan related, term loan all into the same format, CC all into the same format. But term loan CC both together may not be into the same format or maybe. Okay. So I don't want this, cancel. I want to close unnecessary data. Now let me close this. Let me save it and close it. Oops, something is happening. Just wait everyone for a minute. If you can learn this topic, I'm sure I think there is some trigger. Yeah, because I am into the Power Query. You can't operate another Excel. Let me close and load. That's the reason I could not close the other Excel files. No problem. Now let me just close this, save it. Now let me also close all other unnecessary folders. Many a times, I would like to close all the folders which actually confuse me if I keep it open. And even Excel's, okay, this schedule, this is book two, that's fine. Now friends, your Power Query is capable of reading all the files in the folder. Now I can go to the data, get data from the file, from the folder, Now you can just go to the desktop. You can just go to the sample accounts. Don't worry, just click OK. Now I am selecting the folder. Now my Power Query is capable of reading all the files in the folder. Now let me click the transform data. Once I click the transform data, it will take to the Power Query. Very good. Now, I don't want anything into this entire data. I just want the name and I also just want the folder path. But before going into that, I want only the txt files to be filtered. So let me only select the txt files. Let me click OK. Right? Each true it has taken. So I want to take, you know what? Let's go here, text filters that equal to .txt. For your information, Power Query is a case sensitive language. .txt in the uppercase is different than .txt into the lowercase. I request all of you, you please consider that important point. Now, name of the account and also folder path, except these two, I want to remove all of the columns. I just right click and did the remove. Very good. Now, I want to merge both name and the folder path together. Sorry, folder path and name together because folder path will give you till the folder, then your account number is there. This and this, if I can combine together, I can get the path of my file. So select the first column here, then the second column, add the column, merge columns. So that it's going to merge these both columns. Once you merge the column, I don't want this folder path, remove. This may be required for me because I want to identify a statement is belongs to which account, right? Now let's go to the merge. This name, I want to change it as a very good. Now, in a particular folder, all the files are there with a different different text files. Now I want to write a function for every row with the function name called fnacctst. Now let's go to add column, write a custom function. This custom function is going to give account statement. What is this function name? fnacctst, open bracket. Automatically, whenever you put a open bracket, it is trying to tell you, Sharan, this is a custom function. One argument is there. That's a path argument. You please tell where is the path argument? Path is nothing but my second column in my data. Now close bracket. So in this function, it's going to take path of every row. If it takes the path, it's going to do the process. If I click OK, it's going to give, wow, how quick it has done. Almost how many accounts? 51 accounts. It just did very fast. All the items it converted into the tables. Now I don't want this path. Why I want this path not required? Remove. Now, this table is the account statement of first one. This table is the account statement of second one. This table is the third one. Now, what I wanted to do, let me expand all these tables by appending everything one below other. Let me click OK. Now all the tables data got expanded. Now let's go to the home, close and load all these tables data converted at a time, all these accounts data. Now, for each account, you can start trying, R&D. Now, probably this is name is nothing but the your account number, and this is nothing but the date column. Let me go to my date and try to see what is this date column. Let's go here. Let me go to the convert into the date column. No problem. Okay. So what I wanted to do now, I want to do the analysis with respect to the just let us see whether all accounts got the charges or not, or the interest has been properly charges. Yeah. If at all any charges are there, yes. Now I can just start seeing, okay, for this particular account, there are charges of RTGS, CERSAI, processing fees also then, even duplicate statement charges, RTGS, ledger folio. I will understand now wherever a word called charges is there, what is the total amount I want to do it. Now this is entirely, you once all the account statements came, you can check it out. The total account statements, 30,000 line items for everyone. If I can put 500 account statements there, 500 accounts, everything will be there automatically. Okay. So this is the way you can convert all your account statements data into one single Excel. This you can use even in your regular concurrent audits. And once you get the concurrent audit, then you can, once any of the new accounts has been sanctioned, then you can start keeping wherever there is a word called process, charges and so on. You can extract only those items so that you will get to know what are the charges has been taken into the consideration and so on. What I'm going to do, let me put a column here, charges equal to find whether the charges word, whether the charges word is there or not. Put into the charges within what, within this text, I'm sorry, within this text where the description, enter, right? If charges word is there in the description, it is good. Otherwise, it's going to give you the value error. Now you check it out. There is a charges. That's the reason 13K. Now, what I'm trying to do here, if at all, is it a number, first of all? If it is a number, now let me just close. True or false, I'll get it. If at all you find true, that means my description is having a charges. Otherwise, there are no charges, right? I'm going little in depth into the topic of excellent power query. Now, if it is a true, I want to get that description, right? If this is true, if this is true, now what I want is I want the entire description. Let's go to the description. Otherwise, I don't want anything, just blank, enter. Excellent. Wherever charges are there, those all charges came. Otherwise, there are no charges. Now, considering this, I can just put the pivot table. I can just put the pivot table, finish. I can have uh, name is nothing but my account. How many accounts are there? I want to also keep charges. Let me keep it into the rows. And also I want to keep it, what is the debit value into that? Excellent. I want to keep everything one after other. Let's go to the tabular form into this. Now I'll just convert this into this, right? So I can even find the charges. Otherwise, if you want to just get the total, you can still get it. I don't want any blanks here. So let me remove the blanks. Excellent. Now, I also don't want any total. Otherwise, let it be subtotal, no problem. Now this I want to convert into the, sorry, now this I want to convert into the comma format so that I'll get to know what are the charges. Charges PORD customer payment. I don't want actually this. So wherever I find, right, mm, contains, I'll take, let's take value filters. I'll just try to take not between top 10. You have only numbers, is it? One second. I'll just go here. I will try, uh, other than these charges, PORD. Now, probably I'll just try not equal to asterisk charges. Fine. So probably whenever you are finding this PORD, In the filter, you can just select it and you can remove it, so that these all are small charges. I don't want to focus more. So charges for PORD, if at all anything is there, I don't want. So I put one more function because this is there everywhere. Now I'll use a small formula on top of it at the end. If at all, if, if, if I want to use the same formula. Okay, now not a problem. Otherwise, what I can do, escape. I'll just go here. I'll just put a filter, charges PORD. If at all anything is there, I'm sure a lot of things are there. I don't want any value here. Let me delete. Excellent, no problem. Right? But since it's a table, okay, it deleted, and also you have a couple of other charges. Now you just go back and just refresh. Those charges has gone. Now I'll get to fee. This fellow got document charges, okay. Inspection charges, okay. This quarter, excellent. This fellow also got book charges, checkbook charges, okay. Inspection charges, excellent. This fellow got ABB charges, some small amount, and inspection charges and BGISS charges. You need to identify what it is. But why this fellow got inspection charges only for 1 quarter? Why there are no charges for July to September, October to December? What is the place, you need to put your analysis. And like this, you can just start looking into the data. And also, let me tell you, even the description could be same. So even based on the description, you can start analyzing the data. Now, for all the accounts, if you can see, I've done everything at a time. I've done everything at a time. Now you understand during the year, whatever the account statements, if you can access for Canara Bank, especially, I'm telling whoever was talking about Canara Bank since morning, asking about a question about the FlexiCube in Canara Bank, one code is there. You just ask them. You can get all the account statements in one single text file. Obviously, during the year, if you can take all the transactions, it may be very bigger than 10 lakh rows. You need to cut that file into different, but still that is possible. You can do that using the text to column there. These filters are formulas, whatever I am doing here, charges and everything. You can do the same in the Power Query itself, so that directly this analysis will come into my final place. So next time, if I put more accounts there, if I come back and do the refresh, my work will automatically change. Let me do one small change for one client. What are the document charges? 5,900, right? For what? 0 to 10. Let me go back here. Where is 0 to 10? Let me open this. Excuse me. Let me open this. Now I want to identify documentation charges, right? So I'll just go to documentation charges, Control C. Let's go to this account, Control V, enter. Wow, you found it. Now I want to know here, there is a 5,900. The same amount is also there here, 5,900 in our analysis of Excel, of course. 0 to 10, of course, this is also 0 to 10. Now this, I'm going to make it as a 15,900. Everyone please see it. Earlier it was 5,900. Now I'm trying to make this as a 15,900. Let me save this file. After making 15,900, let me remove this extra space, save it. You close this. Now, unnecessary things I don't want to change. Yeah, right. Now, if I come back and refresh, do you think this will change automatically? Refresh, not changed. Why? Because source data did not change. Now, let's go to the source data, refresh. Now, it's going to do the entire work for the entire process. Uh, No problem. Account, it is just trying to tell, no, that's fine. Because this particular thing which I have done based on the ACCT account that I deleted, it's trying to ask me, but it's okay. Just change this query. Done. Excellent. Now, after it has done, okay, it also took this, okay, because of the formula. Now, 1210 documentation charges. Earlier it was 5,900. Now it became 15,900. That's the beauty of the Power Query. Start learning the Power Query, make your work more simple, make your analysis more widen, make your automation. Advantage of learning these tools is, otherwise I may need to take 10 account statements or maybe 15 account statements for the analysis. But if I can use this method, I can take 100 account statements at a time. It's only about downloading the account statement, which takes time. Once you download, put into a folder, come back into your Excel, refresh, everything is done, right? So this I'm going to save in the folder of transformation because this some of the real data may be there. I need to check. I'm going to fabricate this data and share across to you. I'm going to keep it here. For the time being, let me keep this into the automation of account statements using Power Query, right? Because there is a macro also. No problem. Uh, Let me close this, save it in .excel SM. Otherwise, no problem. Even macro is gone. That's fine. Because the macro, do you remember the macro what we have given to know, okay, at what place I have to split my column? I used the methodology using the macro. Right. Let me close this and let's go back into our schedule. Account statement analysis, conversion using the Power Query all at a time, and SMA 012 analysis, quick mortality. I think as promised, I covered very elaborate when it comes to using the technology. Still, we have another 20 minutes, no problem. If anyone having any question, you can ask me. And friends, I tried my level best to give you the content as much as possible in the 6 hours. And this is just very limited. I'm not saying this is end. Of course, you need to do the document verification in your process. And since people are asking me, let me just go and quickly show you the file given by the institute, which is nothing but utility. I'm feeling that this utility is certainly great and helpful for our regular blank audit, how you are going to keep the data and so on. But some of the places probably if they can give an option to edit, that would have been great. But everything is protected. Now you can just go to this. This is more than sufficient actually. This is a Center for Audit Quality has prepared this 2014 edition. You can have an attendance. So just fill the data. Now maybe you can just enter the data of commencement of work. Now let's say 1st April 2024. Remaining days will automatically fill. So number of days you can just enter this data. So from the start date, latest date, and what is a partner, semi-qualified or unqualified articles, you can just put it. And here you are going to put it whether is there or not, is there on this day. And in this case, this fellow came and he came and he came in this day, he is there, I'm sorry, he is there, he is there. In the on this day, this fellow also unqualified came, he also came. On this day also, two unqualifieds were there. So it automatically calculates the number of man days. And I don't think so. Partner can come these many days, not required. Maybe let's have semi-qualified, maybe here, here, here. And also this fellow is here, here. Once the partner done the work, final filling, okay, semi-qualified can do. Okay. So you it automatically calculated the number of days. I feel this is certainly a very great help for us to do. But after this, you can even if they could have given even the staff name and so on, that would have been great. Probably I think I can edit this, no problem. This is Sharon, and this is semi-qualified. Let's say uh, Shweta. Let's say Sharanya. Let's say Kshetra. Right? I don't want these items. So probably you can delete. This is the problem. It's not giving an option to delete, but that's fine. Okay. So wherever you could fill, because if it is giving an option to delete, probably I could delete and I can keep only the items which are required for me, but that's fine. Now, when it comes to the MOC, okay, what is the account number? What is the category? Ledger, this is very, very important. Okay. So that's the reason I suggest you always, while you are converting the text files into the Excel, wherever you are finding the ledger on the header, you also make sure that you are taking that ledger with respect to each product so that you will get to know at what ledger you have to take it, whether debit or credit. Non-accounting impact, whether increase or decrease when it comes to the classification, right? Other matter, of course, they are given very elaborated list by the. This is only for the central statutory auditors. This is communication with uh, those charged with governance. Okay, fine. This is the audit opinion. As you all know, You can just fill these details automatically. It's going to tell you whether you need to give an adverse opinion or qualified opinion and so on. Okay. So basically, your audit opinion is depending on two things. One is the materiality. The other one is the one is materiality, and the other one is the pervasive. If it is material and pervasive, then there is a adverse opinion. Now let's give it is no. If it is no, and if it is yes, you need to give an adverse opinion. For example, if it is material, not pervasive, and this is no, you can give a qualified opinion. As an auditor, you can use the best judgment. What is the thing you should give it? And in fact, they have given what is the meaning of unmodified opinion, modified opinion, pervasive, and misstatements, and so on. Right? Just go here, list of templates. They have given a lot of templates, whether you have received or not. You can just give yes, no. If it is there, you have done it or not. And I can probably say, along with your first email, you can send across this entire data to the branch to give balance sheet as on 31st March 2024, profit and loss account as on 31st March 2024, performance wise summary, sector wise summary. I think we are expecting so much from the branch. I doubt whether they can give this entire data, but you can try. That can be a working paper for you, that at least you asked, but they did not respond. I know that in the Union Bank they can give sector-wise summary, segment-wise summary, and so on. But other banks, I doubt. Probably you need to stretch them so that it can, if they are going to give certificate that the officers has given effect to the memorandum of changes for the year ended 31st March 2024, quarter year ended 30th June 2023, then half year ended 30th September 2023, and quarter ended. So you better take whether previous auditor might have given any MOC, whether they have given, they entered the same entries into the system or not, you better get the certificate. MOC output, if any, then you can just look into this. Of course, FR is related in the audit opinion, because we are going to comment even on the financial reporting side. Just look into this, right? So this is the compliance related. What are the essays you are going to comply? There's so many essays. Probably I request all of you just have a glance at least once. What is important? Audit acceptance letter, whether you are received or not, engagement letter, letter of communication with the previous auditor. I generally don't want to miss these type of things. That's the reason I have a procedure. Probably if you feel whatever the method which I'm following can help you out, you can just go into this. Let me go to my folder of, in the last couple of years, we follow the same method. We will go to the bank audit. I'll use the same standard folders and so on. If you can see here, pre-audit, I'll create one folder. In that pre-documentation, communication with the previous auditor, all documents, important bank circulars and resources. In the pre-documentation, appointment letter, allocation of branches, of course, of allocation of branches, every CA first activity will be, they'll open one Excel file and they will do some analysis of how much fees they're going to get it. Of course, I'm like any other CA, I also done it. And also there is one folder called communication with the previous auditor. At least if you have this folder, that will not go out of your mind, you will not forget. Okay. Then this is what all documents where, with respect to the annual closing circular, all the things, whatever they are going to share across to you, you can put there. And all important bank circulars and resources, you can keep it there. And keep it one folder with every branch name, two folders. So it's going to keep it a pre-start. If at all you're going to have a discussion, anything with respect to that particular branch. Otherwise, the base files, I request you not to touch the base files, because once you touch the base file, once they given it to you, it's going to change the timestamp. Timestamp could be one of the very important evidence tomorrow whenever you are going to get a question from the regulator or any of the authority. So my suggestion, whatever the data you receive, just put into the base file. If at all you want to analyze the data, you can better get the data into working file, and you can open it and you can start analyzing it. And also, I don't suggest any of you, once audit is over, put this entire folder into the hard disk. Because sometimes mistakenly we'll open the 5 years back audit file just for the verification. One of the file will open it, will mistakenly save and close. Once you do save and close, then the date modified is a trial which you are almost changing. So date modified gonna be very important. Then working papers and proofs throughout the audit, you're going to have so many working papers and you can put it here. And all the final reports, including LFR, Ghosh and Jalani report, and all the things, you can put it here. Audit summary note basically is the one, because when we do the audit, lot of things, lot of discussions comes into our mind. Based on the discussion, we take a decision. But some discussions are very nominal in the nature, because the some may be very specific. But I may remember the discussion for 10 days, 15 days, 1 month maximum. After 1 month, I forget exactly what I discussed. After 1 year, after 3 years, impossible to remember. So those specific discussions, whatever you had, probably you can just put it in the closing, note where you can talk about what is this branch, what discussion happened, at what point of time, what type of decision you might have taken. So better you can take it audit summary note, right? And finally, the post audit, of course, along with your attendance, man days, reimbursement, whatever the things, all the things you can keep it there in the folder. This is the way which I follow, and the institute has given an excellent template. Probably you can just use this template to make your work simple. And there's the dashboard based on your number of days work and how many ticks are here and everything. Well, let me tell you, if you can just follow this template, task related, what you are checking it, and so on, everything they have given for each and every item which is part of your LFR. In the LFR, if you can see, the balance sheet item starts with cash, then balances with RBI, SBI, and other banks. 90% of the cases, these may not be there. Money at call and short notice. 100% of the cases in the small branches will not be there. That is at central level. Even the investments has been monitored at the central level. So that's the reason I feel cash sometimes balances with other banks may be there, not RBI, maybe SBI or other bank, and advances are very important part. When it comes to advances, they are given starts with agriculture advances, then they are given starts with internal controls towards that, then credit appraisal, and so on. You can just go to the next one. Other assets are there, and fixed assets are there. When it comes to the borrowing and deposits, other liabilities, contingent liabilities, interest earned, commission income, interest on commitment charges, interest expensed, other expenses. See, almost we all should appreciate the ICI effort to keep such a in detail template to make us aware and to give us a guidance what we need to follow during our audit. And if you can really follow this end to end, and I'm sure you can do the best audit. But let me tell you, even to fill the details here, analysis part today, whatever I covered is the most important. To fill the data here, what is important? Just by seeing the physical documents, of course, you cannot comment anything. May you accept the document verification, you cannot comment anything when it comes to this. But documents related in the revised LFR is only 50% of the part. Remaining 50%, they talk about the internal control, they talk about the risk, they talk about the SMA happening is automatically in the system or not. They talk about provisioning calculation, they talk about NPA calculation. So these all are system related. When it comes to the system related, the only way you can give a better feed for the central statutory auditor to frame their best opinion on the bank is you need to do the analysis by using the tools. I think this is something you can use it. And please don't ask me how to break the password of this files, for which I have given one trick to all of you. Just go to my Thursday for technology. One session of 1 hour, I have given very elaborate how to break the password for any of the Excel file, for a sheet or for a cell. But if you have a password to open an Excel file, that's not possible. Especially, I don't, maybe specifically, I don't know. You may need to use some of the tools. But my suggestion, opening the file, don't give a password until unless it is really required. Because if you forget it, you can't break it. But for the cells, for the sheets, you can give a password. There's no problem because I don't know whether they have given a password for the sheets. They have not given a password for the sheets. They have given a password only for the cells. If you can go to the review, unprotect the sheet. Yeah, unprotect the sheet. That means they have given a password only for the sheet. That means cells in the sheets. I can't enter anything, whatever I want, right? So for which you can go to Thursday for technology. I've given a very elaborate explanation how you can remove the password, especially if you want to know the logics or formulas behind this. They might have kept some formula, right? If you want to know it, probably this is the best way. Let me close this, and this also I kept into the folder of working files. Friends, I tried my level best to keep the 6 hours. Initially, when I was just trying to look into the 6 hours topic, I was in the opinion that whether I could give the content of 6 hours or not. But today morning, when I started the topic, I felt 6 hours is not really sufficient if you want to really cover the bank audit, because I have not gone through into the IRAC provisions related another thing. I just went into how to deal with the tools. With this, I am just closing my session, friends. I'm very happy that today, at least virtually today morning, it touched at around 400 users at one point of time. Consistently, I could see 150 to 200 people. The first half, it was almost like 350 to 400 people. And in fact, comparing the first half today, I feel the second half session is most important because it's more about the analysis part. And if you have the staff, if you have concurrent audits, leave about the stat audits, even for the concurrent audits. I request your staff to go through all these four sessions one after other. These all are not only for the bank audits, many tips which I have given, which could be helpful for your regular day-to-day work during your audits, consulting, and so on. That's all from my end, guys. Thank you so much for keeping me trusting me, and uh, having a lot of patience for 6 hours. I'm sure I'll continue doing the service for the fraternity and the professional members. I'm signing off for the day. Thank you so much. Please subscribe my channel if possible. Share the 6 hours YouTube link to all your near and dear. That's the only way you can give a greeting or thank you to me. Just forward this into your LinkedIn, Facebook, all the WhatsApp places, if possible, by giving a some positive feedback so that at least other people will get benefit out of this. That's all, guys. Thank you so much. See you all in the next session, next Thursday for technology. Take care. Bye bye.